Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem, part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku stood at the entrance of UA, his Aldria uniform crisp, nervously clutching the straps of his backpack. He had been here before, but the sheer number of applicants filing into the building made his heart race. The knots in his stomach tightened as he glanced around. Just because I trained under All Might doesn't mean I'm guaranteed anything, he thought, his anxiety bubbling. I need to prove myself. Show them I've earned this. I have one for all, the Omnitrix. I can do this. He whispered the words to himself, trying to steady his nerves. I won't let you down, All Might. Stupid Deku. The venomous voice cut through his thoughts, and Izuku froze. He turned to see Bakugo, glaring with familiar disdain in his eyes. Kei-Kachan, Izuku stammered, instinctively stepping aside. Even though he had spent the last 10 months training hard and facing real threats, years of Bakugo's bullying still made him flinch without thinking. Move, or I'll set you on fire. Bakugo snarled, brushing past him without a second glance. Gee, good morning. Let's do our best out there, Izuku said as Bakugo walked by. He sighed in relief, feeling the knots in his stomach loosen. With Bakugo and the entire exam looming ahead, he hoped to keep his anxiety in check. He shook his head before looking forward. I've worked so hard to get here, and now that I'm finally taking this exam, I'm ready, Izuku thought, his heart swelling with determination. Thanks to All Might and the Omnitrix, I'm actually going to be a hero. He took a few confident steps but quickly tripped over his own feet, stumbling forward. Or I'll just die. He grimaced, bracing himself for the inevitable impact. Just before he hit the ground, he stopped midair, hovering inches from the pavement. A familiar giggle reached his ears. He. Are you okay? Ochako asked, gently putting him back on his feet. His face turned red with embarrassment. Hey, Uraraka, Izuku stammered, feeling awkward about almost face-planting. Morning, Dekiru, she replied with a cheerful smile, forming her fingers in a pyramid to release her quirk. Izuku felt solid ground beneath his feet again. Pretty nerve-wracking, huh? She asked, her smile never wavering. Why yeah, I can barely walk without tripping over myself, he admitted sheepishly, earning another giggle from Ochako. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, Ochako said, quickly waving her hands. She then turned to him with a determined look. But let's do our best, okay? She threw her fist into the air. Izuku smiled, his nervousness easing. Yeah, let's do our best, he said, matching her enthusiasm as he raised his fist as well. Hey, don't go in without us, came a familiar shout. He turned to see Pony and Kendo running up to them, both smiling. Itsuka reached them first, slightly out of breath and bundled up in her uniform with a scarf around her neck. Her face was flushed from the run. Hey, Midoriya, Itsuka began, her voice a bit breathless. I know how nervous you can get, so. She suddenly thrust a bottle toward him, her cheeks a little pink. Here. Izuku blinked, surprised. It's a drink, Itsuka explained, her blush deepening. My dad made me have it before a tournament once, and it really helped with my nerves. I thought it might help you too. Izuku's eyes widened before he took the bottle, his fingers brushing against hers for just a second. Thank you, Kendo. Her heart skipped a beat at the brief contact, and her face turned crimson. Why, you're welcome, she managed, glancing away. Pony then chimed in, her voice full of energy. Let's do our best, okay? She exclaimed, her excitement spreading to the rest of them. With a collective cheer, they all headed inside, ready to take on the exam. They entered the building, immediately greeted by rows of tables, each with banners displaying different languages scribbled on them. Pony waved goodbye to her friends and made her way toward the one marked, United States. The written portion of the exam began shortly after. Izuku had come prepared, using Brainstorm to scribble down notes that he could later review once he transformed back. To his own surprise, Brainstorm had managed to predict many of the questions by analyzing past exams and mock tests, deducing which ones were likely to appear. As Izuku answered each question, he found himself smiling confidently. It was as though the alien's calculations had given him an edge. Not only did he feel prepared, but the notes he'd shared with Ochako, Pony, and Itsuka had helped them as well. They were equally surprised by how much they understood, thanks to his foresight. 2.5 hours later, Izuku was the first to emerge from the classroom, walking alongside a boy with glasses. His feelings on the exam were mixed, mostly surprised that Brainstorm had successfully predicted the exam questions, even the tricky ones. Brainstorm actually predicted most of the questions. Even the trick ones. I can't retain all of the information after transforming back, but the notes were really clear. They helped a lot. Maybe I should experiment with how far I can predict outcomes using Brainstorm, Izuku muttered under his breath, scribbling a few notes into his new notebook, which bore the Omnitrix symbol. From a short distance away, Suyu, a girl with frog-like features, watched him with a finger on her chin. Her expression was blank, but she seemed to be studying him closely. Ribbit, he finished before everyone else. But maybe he shouldn't be muttering to himself like that, she observed. A few people were already glancing at Izuku, noticing that he'd been the first to finish and now muttering to himself, which was starting to draw some strange looks. Suyu walked over and lightly poked his shoulder. Izuku turned to face her, cheeks immediately flushing as he realized he was being addressed by a girl. "You're muttering. It's creeping some people out," she said bluntly, though her tone was soft enough that only he could hear. She didn't want to embarrass him. Sorry," Izuku stuttered, clutching his notebook tighter. "It's just how I process things. I think out loud to organize my thoughts," he added sheepishly. "Ribbit." Suyu tilted her head slightly. She understood that everyone had their own way of handling stress, and Izuku didn't seem offended by her bluntness, which many others usually were. "Ribbit. I'm Suyu Asui. Good luck with the rest of the exam," she said, offering him a small but kind smile. Izuku blinked, then smiled back. "Why yeah, thanks, good luck to you too," he quickly responded, watching as Suyu walked away to join a friend with snake-like features. Soon, the rest of the students poured out of the classroom and began heading toward the auditorium. Izuku tried to spot his friends in the crowd but couldn't find them. Deciding not to waste time, he followed the flow of students to the auditorium. Inside, Izuku found his seat among the examinees. Unfortunately for him, he ended up sitting right next to his former childhood friend turned bully. As the lights came on, Present Mike stood on stage, ready to kick off the next phase of the exam. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Come on, let me hear ya." Present Mike shouted with enthusiasm, but the room remained silent. Izuku, however, couldn't help but bounce in place a little, feeling the excitement. "Keeping it mellow, huh? No worries, let's skip to the main event." Present Mike shrugged off the lack of response and continued without missing a beat. "Okay. Now, as your application mentioned, today you're rockin' a 10-minute mock battle in a simulated suburban city. After I drop the mic here, you'll be escorted to your designated battle centers. Sound good?" Present Mike said, as Izuku and Bakugo checked their exam ID cards. Izuku was assigned to Battle Center B, while Bakugo was headed to Battle Center A. "I see, they're splitting us up so we can't work together," Bakugo muttered, realizing the reasoning behind the different locations. Izuku glanced at Bakugo's card, which didn't go unnoticed. "Keep your eyes off my card," Bakugo snapped, causing Izuku to flinch. "Too bad, I was looking forward to crushing you," Bakugo added with a smirk, now disappointed that he wouldn't get the chance to face Izuku directly in their mock battle. Izuku gave him a nervous glance. "All right. Check it out," Present Mike continued. "There are 3 types of mock villains in each battle center. You'll earn points based on their difficulty, so choose your targets wisely. Rack up those points like you're shredding a guitar solo mid-song. But keep it heroic attacking other students as a UA no, ya dig?" "Excuse me, sir, I have a question." A student suddenly stood up, raising his hand. "Hit me," Present Mike responded, pointing toward him as a spotlight illuminated the student. The boy was tall and muscular, with neatly parted dark blue hair and a stern expression behind his glasses. His uniform gave off a private school vibe, adding to his formal demeanor. "On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on UA's part, it's unacceptable. As students aiming for Japan's top hero school, We expect nothing but the best. A mistake like this is disgraceful," the boy declared, his voice filled with authority. Then, he turned his attention to Izuku. "And you, with the messy hair," he barked, pointing at Izuku, who looked up in surprise. "You've been muttering to yourself this whole time. It's distracting. If you're not taking this seriously, then you should leave." Izuku immediately covered his mouth, trying to shrink into his seat as a few people around him chuckled at his expense. That was until. Was that really necessary? The sharp voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned to see who had spoken. Izuku's eyes widened when he recognized the girl. "Jirou," he muttered under his breath. "Did you really need to call him out like that?" Jirou repeated, looking directly at the boy. "He's probably just nervous about the exam. We all are. Was it necessary to embarrass him over something that minor?" "He's distracting," the boy shot back. "Don't you find his constant muttering inappropriate for such a prestigious setting?" "Not really," Jirou replied calmly. "And I'm pretty sure no one else here was bothered by it. But here's something that is distracting: a guy jumping up and demanding answers in the middle of an explanation." "But, I just needed clarification on," the boy stammered, clearly flustered by her direct response. "He was about to explain it before you interrupted," Jirou pointed out, sitting back down with a satisfied look. The boy, unable to find a response, reluctantly sat down as well. Okay, chill out." Numbers 7111 and 2232. Present Mike interjected, trying to ease the tension. "To answer your question, 7111, though you might regret asking." Present Mike's tone grew sinister, and he let out an eerie chuckle. "If the previous villains are like Goombas and Koopas, then the fourth type is more like a thwomp. They're less of a target and more like a trap. There's only one at each site, but trust me, you don't want to mess with them. If you get caught by one or engage it in combat." His grin widened ominously. "You'll lose all the points you've earned." The atmosphere in the room shifted as a wave of unease passed over the students. Even the boy who had asked the question fell silent, sinking back into his seat, clearly unnerved. Izuku, like the others, felt a chill run down his spine but managed to collect his thoughts. "Okay. Avoid the 0-pointers. Shouldn't be too hard," Izuku thought. Everyone made their way outside, heading toward the buses. Izuku was walking along, muttering quietly to himself. "All right. Focus, Izuku. 3 sets of robots all over the city. I need speed and power to take down as many as possible. Fast track would be perfect, but what if the cameras can't catch me? That could be a problem." He felt a knot form in his stomach, his thoughts racing. "Okay. Fast track's out. Too risky. Maybe Brainstorm could hack into their systems, make them attack each other, or I could rewire one and create an EMP to shut them all down." He shook his head quickly. No, that would mess with everyone else's points. Heat blast. Fast and strong, but I could burn the other students. I have to stand out, make an impact. Maybe 4 arms? Or Diamond Head? His muttering was abruptly stopped by a light chop to the head. "Midoriya," Itsuka said with a small sigh. "You're muttering again." Sorry," Izuku stammered, rubbing his head nervously. Itsuka huffed lightly. "Muttering like that is gonna get you in trouble, you know? People might overhear your plans." Her tone was more amused than annoyed this time. She realized that his muttering didn't bother her as much now, unlike before when she found it a bit unsettling. Izuku flushed. "Why yeah, I guess you're right. So, which city are you assigned to?" Itsuka asked, changing the subject. "I'm headed to Center B," Izuku answered, glancing at Uraraka beside him. "What about you, Uraraka?" "Same. Looks like we're sticking together," Uraraka said with a bright smile. Itsuka smiled and raised her fist. "We might not be in the same arena, but let's all pass, all right? Hero time, right?" Izuku blinked, then smiled back, a bit flustered. "Hero time," he echoed, fist-bumping her. "Good luck, you too," Itsuka waved before heading toward her bus. Izuku and Uraraka boarded their bus to Center B, and as soon as they sat down, Izuku's mind went right back to strategizing. He tapped his chin thoughtfully, muttering under his breath again. "Okay. I can only use 8% of my power, but the aliens would be more effective. Heat blast can clear out a lot of robots, but I'd need to be careful with the flames. 4 arms would be good for larger ones, but maybe if I... Excuse me. Ak? Izuku jumped, startled as a boy with glasses approached him, walking with purpose. Why yeah? Izuku stammered, looking up at him, caught mid-mutter. Uraraka, who was sitting next to him, immediately leaned in to apologize for her friend. Sorry. He gets like that sometimes. He's just... strategizing. Oh, I see, the boy said, but then his expression shifted. However, that's not why I'm here. I came to apologize myself. I let my nerves get the better of me, and I acted rather shamefully. Still, that is no excuse for my behavior. I am Tenya Iida from some private academy. No, it's okay, Izuku replied quickly, a bit flustered. My muttering can be a little distracting. Izuku Midoriya, Aldrea Junior High, it's fine. Ochako Uraraka, Rosario Middle School. Nice to meet you. Uraraka chimed in cheerfully, her bright smile easing the tension. Good luck to the both of you, Iida said, giving them a determined nod before turning to head back to his seat. Izuku smiled, feeling a bit more at ease, then pulled out his notebook to search for the form he needed as the bus began to drive off. He scribbled down some thoughts, his focus returning to his strategy. Beside him, Uraraka fanned herself, trying to calm her nerves. I can't believe how nervous I am, she said, glancing over at Izuku. I just hope I don't mess up. You'll be fine, Uraraka, Izuku reassured her, though he felt a flutter of anxiety himself. Just stay focused. As the bus made its stop and led them off, Izuku took a deep breath, his heart racing as he began dialing the Omnitrix. He felt the familiar weight of determination settle over him. Just then, Uraraka placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression serious. Don't worry, we'll pass if we work together, Uraraka said, her voice full of enthusiasm. Izuku glanced at her, a mix of admiration and uncertainty swirling within him. Taking a deep breath, he began, I would like to work with you, but I don't want to rely on you. You're so strong, and you have such admirable goals. I want to pass based on my own strength. Oh, Uraraka replied, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Izuku bowed slightly, sincerity in his voice. I'm really sorry, but I can't work with you. Uraraka managed a small smile, her determination shining through. That's okay. But you better move quickly, or I'm gonna steal all the points. Izuku nodded, feeling a rush of guilt mixed with determination. From a distance, Iida watched the exchange, unable to hold back a tear at their sportsmanship. What admirable determination. He murmured to himself, feeling inspired by their resolve. That's the true spirit of heroes. Izuku gave Ochako a smile before trying to calm his nerves as he took a drink from the bottle Itsuka had given him. Now it's hero time, Midoriya declared, bringing his wrist to his face, a smile creeping onto his lips. He pressed the button on the Omnitrix, which lit up, the black and green colors flashing to life as the faceplate popped up. Tenya narrowed his eyes in curiosity. No, I'm focusing on myself. Nearby, a blonde French boy scanned the green-haired boy with a condescending smirk. So he has a support like me? Shame he won't make it. What's that kid even doing? Another student chimed in, crossing his arms and shaking his head. Did you see him this morning? He was practically shaking when they called him out for muttering. There's no way he can handle the pressure of this exam. Relax, one of his friends scoffed, rolling his eyes. We shouldn't worry about him. You saw how timid he is. He probably won't even make it through the first mock battle. Yeah, he nearly pissed himself when they put him on the spot, a girl laughed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What a joke. With that kind of attitude, he'll be the first to get taken down. Ochako felt her irritation rising with every mocking comment directed at Izuku. Hey, cut it out, she shouted, her hands balling into fists. You guys have no idea what he's capable of. Ah, come on, a redhead boy replied dismissively, a smirk on his face. This is the UA entrance exam. It's not for kids who can't even stand up straight. He's just a wannabe hero who will embarrass himself out there. But the more nervous he is, the more entertaining this will be, one of his friends snickered, and they all erupted in laughter. Izuku ignored the other examinees as he scrolled through the holographic figures displayed on his device, passing various alien forms. Okay. I need a form that has a wide-range attack and can take down robots throughout the city. His finger paused at the silhouette of a short alien that resembled an EMP. A confident smirk spread across his face. "It's hero time," he declared, slamming the Omnitrix down. He was engulfed in a brilliant green flash, causing everyone around him to shield their eyes from the sudden brightness. The murmurs and laughter from the other examinees faded as their gazes turned toward him, captivated by the awe-inspiring transformation. Echo, echo. As the light faded, the class blinked, their vision gradually clearing to reveal Echo Echo standing before them. His small, almost childlike form left everyone stunned and speechless for a moment, unsure of how to react. "Hey, where'd that green-haired guy go?" one of the examinees blurted out, his eyes scanning the area in confusion. "You're looking at him. He became that," another examinee responded, pointing hesitantly toward the tiny, alien figure standing in the center. The red-haired examinee scoffed, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. "Seriously? You think that is going to win? He's so tiny, he'll get wiped out in no time. Not much of a threat." "Why, yeah." A quieter voice agreed from the crowd, but a growing unease began to ripple through the group as they all watched Echo Echo closely, their initial confidence starting to waver. Then, without warning, Echo Echo began to split. Gasps echoed through the crowd as his form multiplied, quickly creating 10 identical copies of the small alien. The shock on everyone's faces grew as they realized what they were witnessing. The once diminutive figure now seemed like a small army of Echo Echoes, each moving in sync but independently. "I thought you'd go for something more powerful like Diamond Head or Heat Blast. Heck, even 4 arms. They're way stronger and faster than Echo Echo," Uraraka exclaimed, crouching down to his level, her brow furrowed in disbelief. "I thought about it," one Echo Echo responded, his voice calm but firm. "But if we spread out all over the city, we'll be able to hit way more robots. We won't be stuck in just one spot," another Echo Echo added, a confident edge to his tone. "And it gives us more chances to score points," the original Echo Echo continued, his eyes narrowing with determination. Iida, who had been silently analyzing the situation, stepped forward with a thoughtful nod. "That's actually a brilliant strategy," he remarked, pushing his glasses up. "From what I've heard, his other forms have fire, diamond, and physical strength abilities. But this is resourceful." The classmates who had mocked Echo Echo moments before now exchanged uneasy glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Present Mike's voice echoed across the grounds. "And start." The words had barely left his mouth when the 10 Echo Echoes sprang into action, darting through the testing grounds with blinding speed. Uraraka was quick to follow the group of small aliens, her face set with determination, while Iida surged ahead at full speed, his engines roaring to life. The other students stood stunned for a brief moment, trying to process what was happening, but the urgency of Present Mike's voice snapped them out of it. "What are you waiting for? There's no countdown. Go, go, go." Startled into motion, the rest of the examinees scrambled forward, rushing into the city as the realization hit them that the test had already begun. Echo Echo split into his duplicates, each taking different paths through the city. One of them turned right, dodging through alleyways, while another went straight ahead, directly toward a horde of robots waiting just beyond the horizon. The original Echo Echo multiplied again, splitting into 5 more as they made their way toward the first wave of enemies. In the midst of the chaos, a massive 3-pointer loomed above them, its missile launchers locking onto the group of small aliens. Without hesitation, the Echo Echoes charged forward, their tiny, identical forms racing toward the incoming threats. A 1-pointer rushed out from the corner, its bulky green frame moving with surprising speed, while 2 2-pointers trailed close behind, their movements slow but deliberate. One Echo Echo's eyes widened, his mouth opening wide in preparation. Suddenly, a sonic blast erupted from his mouth with a deafening boom. The air rippled violently as the sound waves slammed into the robots, their metallic frames hurled backward. The 1-pointer was thrown into the sky, tumbling uncontrollably, while the 2-pointers crashed into the ground with clanging thuds, their parts scattering across the pavement. The other students gasped, watching in disbelief as Echo Echo smirked confidently. His duplicates continued to spread out, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. 5 points already, he echoed to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. "I can do this. I can get into UA." But the test was far from over. A 2-pointer leapt from the top of a nearby building, its scorpion-like tail arcing down toward one of the Echoes with deadly precision. The small alien turned just in time, his mouth opening again to release another sonic scream. The sound wave collided with the robot's tail, sending it off course, and the 2-pointer slammed into the side of a building with a loud crash. A 1-pointer rushed in from another angle, barreling toward Echo with its heavy arms swinging. Behind it, 2 3-pointers rolled into view, their missile pods glowing ominously. Missiles streaked through the air, homing in on the small alien. Echo reacted quickly, flipping backward multiple times to avoid the attacks. As he did, he split into 3 more duplicates, all of them shouting in unison. Wall of sound. The sonic blast tore through the air, colliding with the missiles and detonating them mid-flight. Explosions rocked the area, but the sonic wall absorbed the brunt of the force, keeping the Echoes unharmed. Shrapnel rained down, but it harmlessly bounced off the sonic barrier, unable to break through. Through the smoke, the duplicates charged forward again, releasing another synchronized scream. The intensity of the sound shook the ground, the powerful vibrations knocking the robots off balance. 2 2-pointers were blasted backward, crashing into a 3-pointer, while the remaining 3-pointer was sent flying into a nearby wall, leaving sparks and dents in its wake. Several 1-pointers were caught in the aftermath, tumbling across the ground like debris in a storm. Breathing heavily, Echo merged back together, taking a moment to catch his breath. The rest of me should be doing okay. So far, I think I've got about. He was cut off as a 1-pointer aimed its arm directly at him, its barrel glowing as it prepared to fire. Echo's eyes widened in terror, too stunned to react in time. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a massive 3-pointer came crashing down, smashing into the 1-pointer and crushing both robots under its weight. Echo backflipped, narrowly avoiding the collision, his eyes searching for his savior. He spotted Uraraka standing nearby, her hands raised. "Release," she said calmly, lowering her hands as the now weighted robots slammed into the ground with a final, resounding thud. Echo let out a breath of relief, nodding gratefully toward her before turning his attention back to the battlefield. The exam wasn't over yet. Iida confidently handled 2-pointers, his kicks slicing through the robot's frames with ease. His movements were fluid, a testament to his speed and discipline. But from behind, a massive 3-pointer emerged, its mechanical form casting a long shadow across the debris-covered street. The machine locked onto Iida, a missile launching from its hidden compartment with a loud hiss. Iida's eyes widened as he saw the projectile racing toward him. A sharp, high-pitched sonic scream tore through the air before the missile could land. The blast's shockwave sent the missile spiraling off course, detonating harmlessly a few meters away. Iida glanced back to see Echo, one of the many scattered across the foe city. He nodded in appreciation before Echo let loose another blast, this one aimed directly at the 3-pointer. The force of the sound ripped through the metallic shell, and the machine's systems crackled and fizzled before collapsing into a heap of broken circuits. Across the city, various Echoes moved in strategic positions. One of them glanced upward with narrowed eyes, assessing the situation as 2-pointers and 3-pointers clung to the sides of buildings, their robotic arms extending as if ready to strike. Their forms were intimidating bodies crafted from cold steel, their heads equipped with red sensor lights, constantly scanning for targets. The 2-pointers had cylindrical arms ending in razor-sharp blades, while the 3-pointers sported heavier artillery, their shoulder-mounted cannons humming as they prepared to fire. Some of the examinees struggled to fight back. A boy nearby cursed as his scale-like projectiles ricocheted harmlessly off the metal exteriors. "Damn it, they're too high up." Echo scratched his chin, deep in thought. "If I was Heatblast or Stinkfly, this would be easy," he muttered, glancing at the towering buildings. "But as Echo, I need to work with what I've got." A smirk crept onto his face as an idea sparked. Without missing a beat, Echo duplicated himself, 2 more copies forming at his side. The trio grabbed each other's arms, spinning in place before launching one of them high into the air like a slingshot. As the airborne Echo soared toward the cluster of 2 and 3-pointers, he angled himself downward and let out a sonic scream, shattering windows and disorienting the machines. On the ground, the other 2 Echoes added their own sonic blasts, the combined force launching their airborne counterpart higher until he was eye level with the enemy. In midair, Echo duplicated once more, multiplying into 15 identical versions of himself. The air was filled with their sonic screams, an overwhelming barrage that sent the 2 pointers sparking uncontrollably. Their red sensors dimmed as they short-circuited, plummeting toward the ground where they shattered upon impact. The 3 pointers, though sturdier, faltered as the sound waves distorted their systems. A second barrage from the airborne echoes caused them to explode, sending shards of metal raining down like deadly confetti. Those watching from below stared in awe and horror at the scene unfolding above, their jaws slack as the 15 echoes hovered momentarily before merging back into one. As the remaining echo grabbed onto a nearby flagpole, he swung down gracefully, landing softly on the pavement. "You guys go on ahead," he called out to his 2 counterparts still on the ground. They exchanged thumbs up and sprinted off, leaving the other examinees dumbstruck in their wake. The sound of echo's sonic bursts echoed throughout the city, reverberating off the fake buildings. Everyone winced at the intensity, feeling the ground tremble beneath them. Echo grinned as he balanced on the flagpole, muttering, "If each of my clones can at least get 20 points, I should pass no problem." With a swift backflip, Echo propelled himself through a nearby window, landing inside a partially destroyed building. "These robots are easier to take down than I thought," he said, clenching his palm. "So far, I haven't needed to tap into All Might's power. Not like I could in this form, anyway. Every time I try, I feel nothing." Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled, followed by a dull explosion. Rushing to the window, Echo looked out and saw a French boy, hunched over and clutching his stomach, surrounded by an ominous circle of enemy robots. 1 pointers aimed their laser sights at him, 2 pointers brandished their bladed tails, and 3 pointers prepared their cannons. Echo didn't hesitate. He leapt through the wall, shattering the bricks around him, and surrounded the French boy with a team of his own duplicates. The robots immediately shifted their attention to the incoming echoes. Without a word, Echo dropped in front of the French boy and covered his ears. "Cover your ears," he ordered. The French boy barely had time to react, shutting his eyes as a storm of sound erupted from the echoes. Sonic waves rampaged through the air, tearing through the robots like paper. The relentless force shattered them into fragments, their circuits sparking wildly before they disintegrated into smithereens. As the noise subsided, the echoes merged back into one, standing tall with a satisfied smirk. "At this rate, I should—" His thoughts were interrupted as something hard hit the side of his head. "Ow!" Echo winced, rubbing the sore spot before looking down to see the remains of an eye from one of the destroyed robots. He looked around, confusion crossing his face. "Who? You jerk!" a voice shouted. It was female, and Echo squinted as he searched for the source. He saw no one. "Who's there?" he asked, turning on his heels. "You stole my kill," the voice accused. "You've got enough points already. Why are you still going?" The annoyance in her tone was unmistakable, though the owner of the voice remained invisible. Echo furrowed his brows. He could hear quick footsteps running away, the faint rustle of clothing confirming his suspicions. "An invisibility quirk, huh?" he muttered to himself. The girl, meanwhile, was running through the city, her frustration evident in her inner thoughts. "What a show-off," she fumed. "And here I thought he'd be easy to beat. I can't believe how wrong I was." As she ran, she couldn't help but assess the situation. He's already racking up points, and with that sonic quirk of his, he can wipe out as many as he wants. I need to stay clear of him if I want any chance of passing this exam. Echo, still bewildered, scratched his head in confusion. What the heck just happened? The UA observation room, somewhere on campus. What a promising batch of new talent this year. A shame only 36 of them will pass. Such a diverse array of quirks, and many of them are so proficient at wielding them at such a young age as well. In a dimly lit room deep within the UA main building, devoid of windows and with the ceiling lights turned off, over 50 monitors flickered to life, displaying the actions of various individuals across all 7 zones. Most of the observers sat in a semicircle at the center, their eyes glued to the screens, absorbing the unfolding drama. A large area to work in, a limited time frame, and lots of competition will bring out the best in all of them, remarked a hero clad in a sleek, space-themed costume, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Reckon we'll see who's got the grit to step up and who's gonna fold like a cheap saddle." responded a hero dressed as an American cowboy, his eyes narrowing as he focused on a screen showcasing a boy with purple hair, who appeared to be giving up in his pursuit of points. Dark bags under his eyes mirrored those of Aizawa, hinting at the exhaustion that came with the competition. Yes, it seems we have our work cut out for ourselves, choosing but a few from an ocean, squeaked Nezu from his imposing chair, a cup of steaming tea cradled in his paws. We can clearly see the differences in how each child approaches the exam, depending on their quirk. Some assess the situation from afar and make decisions based on what they observe. On one of the screens, a student with multiple arms stood atop a building, extending his limbs, each tipped with eyes and ears that seemed to survey the entire city. Others prioritize speed over strategy, racing from bot to secure points as efficiently as possible. Tenya, on another screen, was a blur of motion, delivering powerful kicks that sent the one-point robots flying. Some possess generalist quirks that allow them to adapt to any situation, picking their battles carefully. A student who emitted lasers effortlessly dispatched the one-pointers, leaving behind a trail of smoldering debris. And then there are the natural-born warriors, continued another voice, highlighting a hunched blonde standing atop a mound of sparking villain bots, his body battered and bruised. Smoke wafted from his hands. Suddenly, a sharp gasp broke the focused silence. What the hell is this? That's not possible. I can't believe it, Powerloader exclaimed, leaping from his chair as if struck by lightning. The abrupt noise caused everyone to shift their attention toward him, curiosity and concern etched on their faces. All Might smirked, as he looked at a particular monitor. What is it, Powerloader? Something wrong with the machines in one of the cities? Cementos inquired, concern knitting his brow. No. It's the robots in Center B. Powerloader's voice trembled with urgency. Over 60% of the robots have been destroyed. The remains are barely salvageable. The room fell silent, tension crackling in the air. That's it? We've had issues like that before. City B just has the best fighters, Present Mike shrugged, waving a dismissive hand. No, you don't understand, Powerloader insisted, his eyes bulging as he frantically gestured at the screen. The vast majority of the examinees account for only 10% of the total villain bot kills. One person is demolishing the drones, but this can't be right. The numbers indicate that this individual would literally have to be a one-man army, and they aren't slowing down. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the room as everyone's gaze shifted to Powerloader in surprise. He's already well past triple digits. This is insane. I haven't seen anything like this, Powerloader stammered, his voice a mixture of awe and dread. City Center B. Aizawa muttered, glancing at All Might, who was grinning widely like a proud father. Eyes widened around the room, curses were muttered, and conversations began to stir. Midoriya wouldn't happen to be there now, would he? Aizawa asked, his tone serious. The plumbers looked at each other, some unsure of who he was referring to. Only the UA staff recognized the name, while the neutral judges from HSPC remained confused. Midoriya? One of the judges asked, quickly pulling up the file on the screen. Everyone leaned in, their interest piqued as they saw his information, particularly his quirk. What the hell? One judge shouted, jumping to his feet in disbelief. A quirk like this? I have never seen anything like it, another said, his voice trembling with astonishment. Name. Izuku Midoriya, the judge read aloud, eyes darting down the list. Quirk. Form Force. He can change his entire body into different forms, each with its own powers. This is impossible. No one should have this many abilities, a colleague whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. It's unprecedented in quirk history. How did he even manage to unlock all this? His voice quivered as he continued, this kid is practically an alien. How can one person have such a staggering range of capabilities? The room was left in stunned silence. The sheer scope of his abilities was staggering, unprecedented in the history of quirks. Suddenly, the screen shifted to show Echo releasing a powerful sonic blast that obliterated 3 pointers. All Might smirked, fully aware that he had no influence over which students would be accepted, but he could see the impressed expressions on the judges' faces. You're doing great, you're impressing the judges, he thought, watching the screen intently. Echo was seen creating a wall of sound to protect a student from missile fire. Meanwhile, Another echo appeared behind the villain bots and unleashed a sonic blast that destroyed them. He's rescuing the other examinees while still racking up points, one judge exclaimed. He rustled up some clones and spread them across the city, talking on them villain bots left and right, collecting points like a bounty hunter on a roll. This kid's smart as a whip, Snipe said with a smirk. With those clones, he's dominating the field. Watching this young man is exciting, Midnight remarked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I'm getting all hot and bothered watching him work. Too bad he's too young for me. You're doing well, kid. With your rescuing efforts and the points you've collected, you've already surpassed the threshold by a large margin, All Might thought, smiling with pride. The boy is certainly impressive, but let's see if he's willing to sacrifice those points, Nezu said, holding a glass container that contained a red button. I know traditionally we recommend students avoid the 0 pointers, but why did we decide to implement point deductions this time? What's the reasoning behind it? Cementos asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. To reveal their true nature, Toshinori replied, his expression serious. Facing a 0 pointer will result in losing all your points, which will show how they handle difficult decisions under pressure, and it shows how much you're willing to sacrifice. And that should be 35. One of the Echo clones shouted, his voice rippling out in a massive sonic scream that tore through the 3-pointer in front of him, sending it careening into a nearby 2-pointer. He stood panting, hands on his knees, while another clone leaned heavily against the crumbling wall, both trying to catch their breath. If the other Echoes managed to get as many points as we did, then we definitely passed, one clone said, still gasping for air. Yeah, the second clone agreed, wiping his forehead. There were 10 of us, and we split up pretty evenly. If each of us got at least 15 or 35 points, then... He was cut off by the rumble of approaching enemies. From down the street, 5 of the 2-pointers came charging in, their scorpion-like bodies whirring on their wheels, the yellow, too, on their armored sides gleaming in the sunlight. Their claws snapped, and their tail-mounted cannons swiveled to lock on the Echoes as they rushed forward at high speed. The wheels beneath them kicked up dust as they skidded and surged toward the clones. Echo smirked before multiplying once again. Let's make this quick. As they split into several duplicates, they unleashed a synchronized, ear-splitting sonic blast that echoed down the street. The sound waves collided with the charging 2-pointers, causing them to crash into each other, their mechanical limbs tangled as they smashed into the nearby walls, debris raining down. The echoing screech faded as they collapsed in a heap of sparking metal. 45. Echo shouted, but his excitement was short-lived as exhaustion hit him again. Maybe I should merge with the others. He shook his head, looking around the chaotic battlefield. I wonder how Uraraka is doing. From what I saw earlier, she seemed to be holding her own. 2 minutes left. Present Mike's voice boomed over the arena, a final reminder of the ticking clock. All right. Let's finish strong. Echo ran through the ruined streets, dodging bits of metal and crushed robot parts. He let out a low sonic pulse to get his bearings, and the sound bounced back. There are a few more down this way, he muttered, sprinting towards another group of his clones. He spotted them from a distance and waved. Oh, hey, it's me, he called out, grinning at the set of Echoes. Oh, how many points have you got so far? One of them asked. About 45, he replied, to which they all nodded. Same here. Before they could say more, the ground trembled. From around the corner, 5 more 1-pointers rolled in, their spherical bodies humming as the Gatling guns on their backs opened fire. Paintballs splattered everywhere, one hitting a clone on the shoulder. Paintballs? Echo shouted, ducking under the hail of colorful shots. The other clones multiplied once more, their numbers surrounding the 1-pointers. In perfect unison, they unleashed another blast of sound, sending the smaller bots smashing into one another, the last remnants of their power causing sparks to fly. How did he do all this? One of the other examinees muttered in disbelief, staring at the carnage around them. I thought he was a loser. How'd I get stuck in the same battle zone as this monster? It doesn't even look like there are any robots left to fight, someone else complained. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, more intensely than before. The few remaining examinees began to flee in panic. Echo, who had just merged back into one, stood still, feeling the vibrations under his feet. What is that? he asked aloud, his voice faltering. The street itself seemed to split as an enormous shadow fell over him. From the cloud of dust that rushed through the city block, 8 glowing red lights pierced the air, staring down at him like eyes from some monstrous nightmare. The zero-pointer, towering at least 20 stories high, emerged from the dust, its massive, boxy form with its 6 legs and glowing sensors looming like an unstoppable force. Echo's breath caught in his throat. The behemoth's fist, as large as a building, rose high into the air. He barely had time to widen his eyes before the zero-pointer slammed its fist down onto the street. The impact shook the ground so violently that Echo was sent hurtling backward, his small body flying down the street, crashing past fleeing examinees and smashing violently into a building. Here's the rewritten version of your scene, incorporating more details about the zero-pointer's power and the reactions from other examinees. Gawk. Echo's body slammed hard against the wall, cracking the concrete before crashing to the floor. Despite the force, he groaned, grateful for the alien's increased durability. As the dust settled, those around him, the examinees who had witnessed him dominating the event so far, stood in shock, watching him get easily flung by the behemoth. They didn't wait to see more, they turned and ran, fleeing in panic. Echo groaned, pushing himself to his feet. His hand shakily reached for the Omnitrix dial. In a flash of green light, he reverted back into Izuku, clutching his ribs in pain. "That's definitely gonna leave a mark," he muttered, wincing. Among the scattering crowd, some examinees were so shaken they began blurting out random confessions. "I'm sorry. I said I could beat video games without microtransactions, but I always paid for them." One cried in a panic. "I bullied you because I have a massive crush on you, idiot." A female examinee shouted, face flushed red. Izuku blinked, utterly confused. Okay. It's not like it's the end of the world." He turned his attention back to the enormous zero-pointer that loomed over the street, its massive form casting a shadow on the entire block. The robot was huge, about 20 stories tall. Its green armor was angular, with bulky limbs and legs that crushed the ground with each step. The 8 red lights on its head glowed menacingly, like eyes watching every move. The last attack had been from its fist, which left a crater in the street the size of a small building. And yet, despite its intimidating size and destructive power, Izuku knew it wasn't worth any points. He didn't have to fight it. The clock was ticking down. Maybe he could still find more bots to earn points. As he debated his next move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice cry out in pain through the chaos. "Ow!" Izuku's eyes snapped in the direction of the sound. The dust cleared just in time for him to see Tsuyu struggling under a pile of debris, her legs pinned beneath large chunks of rubble. Ochako was beside her, sweating and straining to use her quirk to lift the heavy debris, her face pale with exhaustion. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as his mind raced. The zero-pointer's massive frame cast a dark shadow over the 2 girls, its huge fist cocked back, ready to crush them like ants. There was no hesitation in his body as green electricity sparked around him, surging up his limbs like a storm. His muscles tensed, and without a second thought, he bolted toward the towering machine, a blur of green lightning. "What is he doing?" Tenya Iida shouted, completely baffled. Does he not understand that fighting the zero-pointer will cost him every single point? But then Iida noticed what Izuku was running toward, the trapped examinees under the zero-pointer's shadow. His eyes widened in shock. He wouldn't. Ochako was desperately trying to remove the rubble, her hands trembling. "I need to be faster. We need to get out of here." Tsuyu winced, trying to push the wreckage off her legs. "My leg is pinned. I'll be fine. Go on, don't worry about me." "No way. That thing's going to crush you," Ochako shouted, her voice shaking as the zero-pointer's massive fist loomed above them, the air humming from the weight of the machine. The 2 girls braced themselves, expecting the worst. Just as the fist began to descend, a blinding green flash exploded from behind them. The temperature around them spiked, the air becoming hot and dry. Ochako opened her eyes, feeling the wave of heat, and gasped in awe. A wall of emerald flames had erupted between them and the zero-pointer's fist, stopping its colossal arm in midair. The flames blazed brightly for a moment before dissipating, revealing the zero-pointer's hand completely melted away, its mechanical innards exposed and sparking. The bystanders were frozen in awe. Heads turned, looking back to where the flames had come from. Hovering in the air, with smoke rising from his hands, was Heat Blast, Izuku's latest transformation. His molten skin glowed as he floated above the battlefield, flames licking at the air around him. Deku. No, you'll lose all your points. Ochako shouted, her voice filled with concern. Don't worry about me, just get her out of there. Heat Blast yelled back, fire blazing in his eyes. I'll handle this scrap heap. As Heat Blast faced the 0-pointer, the size difference between them became painfully clear. Heat Blast, at a mere 190 centimeters, was barely the height of the 0-pointer's ankle. The machine loomed over him, 20 stories of metal and machinery, its frame blocking out the sky. Heat Blast's fiery form seemed like a candle in a hurricane, tiny, fragile, but burning brightly nonetheless. No way, an examinee muttered, her voice barely audible. He's really going to take it on. With a fierce burst of flame, Heat Blast shot forward, launching himself at the 0-pointer. His hands ignited, creating fiery discs that he hurled at the towering machine. The discs slammed into the 0-pointer's legs, searing through the thick green metal. The giant machine groaned under the impact, stumbling slightly, but still towering over the city like a skyscraper. From down below, examinees watched in disbelief as Heat Blast faced off against the massive machine. But he'll lose all his points. Toru, the invisible girl, whispered in shock. She could barely comprehend what she was seeing. Why would he? Then her eyes widened as she saw Tsuyu and Ochako struggling beneath the rubble. Realization struck her like a hammer. He's giving up his chances at UA, just to save them. She had initially thought the boy was kinda of a wuss, how he seemed to be scared of everything around him and how the blonde boy just walked over him. As Heat Blast continued his assault, the 0-pointer, despite losing its hand, raised its other massive fist. The machine moved with slow, deliberate power, each movement sending shockwaves through the ground. It swung down with terrifying force, aiming to crush Heat Blast under its immense weight. Heat Blast countered with another surge of emerald flames, blasting upward as the fist came down. The flames collided with the 0-pointer's fist, but the sheer size and weight of the machine pushed through the fire, creating a shockwave that rattled nearby buildings and sent debris flying. No way, he's really doing it, whispered another student, their voice trembling in awe. Here's a rewrite of your scene, incorporating more detail to give weight and impact to Heat Blast's attacks and the 0-pointer's overwhelming power. The 0-pointer's massive fist tore through the air, moving with deceptive speed for a machine of its size. Heat Blast darted out of the way, a blur of flame, as the robot's hand smashed into the ground where he had been just moments before. The shockwave from the impact sent cracks spider webbing across the battlefield, rubble flying in all directions. Without missing a beat, Heat Blast retaliated, his hands glowing white-hot as he unleashed a torrent of emerald flames directly at the 0-pointer's head. The fiery blast surged toward the robot's glowing red eye, burning hotter than the surface of the sun. It connected with a deafening roar, and the blast punched through the mechanical eye, molten metal dripping down its face like liquid fire. The 0-pointer staggered back, but its reaction was swift and vicious. It swiped at Heat Blast as if he were no more than an insect, its gigantic arm casting a shadow that seemed to swallow him whole. Heat Blast barely managed to dodge the titanic swing, the rush of wind from the 0-pointer's swipe nearly knocking him out of the air. But the alien hero wasn't deterred. Flames trailed behind him like a comet's tail, and he surged forward again, launching another searing jet of fire at the towering behemoth. This time, though, the robot seemed ready. It powered through the flames, the fire licking harmlessly off its thick metal plating, and in the blink of an eye, the 0-pointer struck back. The robot's fist connected with Heat Blast mid-air, sending him careening through the side of a building. The concrete structure crumbled like sand, debris exploding outward as Heat Blast disappeared into the wreckage. The gathered examinees gasped in horror, watching as smoke and rubble filled the air. "He's down," one student whispered, their voice trembling with disbelief. "That thing just crushed him. No one can beat something like that, not even him." For a moment, it seemed like the battle was over. But then, from within the destroyed building, a fiery glow erupted. Like a rocket igniting, Heat Blast blasted back into the sky, his flames flaring even brighter than before. His face twisted with determination, he shot toward the zero-pointer, dodging another massive hand swipe. I'm running out of time. Heat Blast thought, gritting his teeth as the clock in the back of his mind ticked down. If I don't destroy this thing in one shot, I'll lose my chance to get my points back. The other examinees stood frozen, completely captivated by the fiery alien as he fought the colossal machine. Every movement was like a dance of death, Heat Blast dodging and weaving between the zero-pointer's strikes with pinpoint precision. The ground quaked beneath their feet with each clash, dust rising into the air with every missed blow. Heat Blast saw his chance. He blasted toward the zero-pointer's knee joint, flames trailing behind him as he fired off a concentrated burst of flame. The fire tore into the joint, and the massive machine let out a screeching sound, its movements faltering as the joint melted under the intense heat. But the victory was short-lived. The zero-pointer roared back, its hand swiping toward Heat Blast once more, this time catching him off guard. The giant hand smashed into another building, sending rubble raining down. Heat Blast widened his eyes, realizing that the debris would crush the nearby examinees. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of fire, disintegrating the falling rubble before it could hurt anyone. Come on, Izuku, Heat Blast shouted to himself, hovering mid-air, his chest heaving with effort. If there's ever a time to use one for all with my aliens, it's now. In the distance, Ochako had finally managed to free Suyu, pulling her from the rubble. Her heart raced as she looked up, wide-eyed at the impending clash between Heat Blast and the zero-pointer. The machine's fist was already swinging toward Heat Blast, the sheer force of the wind pressure alone shattering windows as it descended like a falling meteor. Heat Blast closed his eyes, trying desperately to summon one for all. Come on, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. As the zero-pointer's fist rushed toward him, he dodged at the last possible second, barely avoiding the crushing blow. I know I can do this, he shouted, fire roaring around him. His eyes snapped open as he turned toward the zero-pointer, clenching his fist. I can do this. And then, like a tidal wave waiting to crash down, he felt it. The raw power of One for All surged through him, red energy streaking across his fiery body. His flames flared brighter, and a massive heatwave exploded outward, radiating from his core. The entire battlefield felt the sudden surge of heat, windows shattering from the sheer intensity. There it is, Izuku thought as a grin spread across his face. I can feel it One for All. His arm began to glow, red lines snaking across his body as he concentrated the energy into his fist. Flames danced around him, swirling into a vortex of molten fire. The very air around him seemed to shimmer from the heat, the paint peeling off nearby buildings. He reeled his arm back, the intense heat melting the zero-pointer's exterior as he prepared for the final blow. From the observation room, All Might stood up, a proud smile spreading across his face as he watched Izuku. Yes, he shouted, clenching his fist. There it is, the most important quality of a hero. Fire Fist Smash, Heat Blast roared, his voice thundering across the battlefield. He shot forward like a comet, his arm glowing brighter and brighter until it was like a star in the night sky. The zero-pointer's enormous frame loomed over him, but Heat Blast was relentless, blasting toward it at frightening speed. The air warped around him from the heat, the ground trembling beneath his power. His fist connected with the zero-pointer's head in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and force. The impact was like a bomb going off. A massive inferno erupted from the point of contact, the shockwave flattening everything around them. Buildings shook, and windows shattered for miles around. It was as if a small sun had been born at the center of the battlefield, the heatwave pushing back everyone in the vicinity. The sheer force of the punch tore through the zero-pointer's head, melting half of its face into molten slag. The entire top half of the robot crumbled, collapsing in a heap of molten metal and broken machinery. From other testing grounds, the immense heat could be felt. In Testing Center C, a blonde boy with a tail for eyes halted mid-strike as an intense wave of heat washed over him. The air itself seemed to ignite, searing his skin like an open flame. What the hell, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. It feels like I'm standing in a furnace. In the observation room, the judges and staff watched in stunned silence. He's tapped into one for all. When did you get so cool? Young Midoriya, All Might marveled internally. That kid, he just took down a 0-pointer, one judge gasped. Another nodded, wiping sweat from his face. Not just took it down. He melted half of it clean off. Jirou, in testing ground D, felt the familiar warmth. She looked up in surprise. Green, what on earth are you doing? Bakugo, in his own trial, ignored the heatwave, though a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Back on the battlefield, the other examinees stood in awe, stunned by the sheer display of power. His firepower, it's like Endeavor's, one student muttered, trembling. Just who was this kid? Another asked, voice barely above a whisper. Back in Center B, the destruction slowly settled. The inferno around Heatblast's fist dimmed, the fire extinguishing as he hovered above the battlefield. He glanced at his arm, curious, still feeling the residual heat. Around him, the melted remains of the 0-pointer sizzled as the crowd stared in stunned silence. He melted, half its head off, one of the students whispered in awe. No way, another boy muttered, trembling. He's stronger than Endeavor. The other examinees nodded, still reeling from the display of power. Damn, he's like Endeavor, but even scarier. A girl murmured, completely mesmerized by the destruction left behind. I used 25%, yet my arm isn't broken. Hell, it is not even strained. Are my aliens able to handle the backlash? Heatblast said as the beeping nose came from the Omnitrix module on his chest blinking red, the boy confused. As the beeping could be heard as in a red energy flash. Izuku returnee, as he fell from the sky. Ah. Quite impressing Toshinori, Nezu commented. But then he formed a large grin on his face. Told you the kid was impressive. I taught him everything he knows, Toshinori said, wiping away a few tears. Aizawa could only roll his eyes. So, how is he gonna land? Nezu inquired. Toshinori turned comedically black and white in shock. He screamed in terror, and Midoriya had so many questions. What the hell is going on? I'm not tired, but I timed out. And it beeped red. That's never happened before. It usually beeps green and then turns back. But the question that was important right now was, how the hell am I going to land? He looked to see his arm wasn't broken. His current limit was 8%, going 20% didn't hurt when he was an alien, but he could see a small black patch forming, barely noticeable. Then, a sudden pain in his cheek to see Uraraka, who was wrapped in a tongue, to see Uraraka with a concerned look. You idiot, she said with tears. Before putting him in his arms, the boy was lighter before a girl who wrapped her tongue put them down. And that's it. Time's up. Present Mike's voice rang through his eardrums, and once he realized what the pro had said, despair settled into Izuku's stomach, but right now, he was in immense pain. Dekiru, you okay? She said in concern. Midoriya nodded. Thank you for saving me. That's. The girl's face suddenly turned green, before she began puking. Dekiru, please don't look, it's embarrassing. The girl said before proceeding to vomit. Izuku looked away. He knew Ochako hated watching her vomit. She didn't know why, but knowing he was watching made her vomit her lunch feel uncomfortable. Sorry. His arm suddenly felt limp. To his surprise, he couldn't move it. Several of the other examinees walked over but kept a wary distance from him. They couldn't believe the devastation he'd caused with just one punch. Destroying a robot of the 0-pointer's size with only one blow was crazy. Sheesh, what the hell was that? He melted the whole thing. That firepower, and that sonic attack, how many forms do you think he has? But he was so timid before the test started. How the heck does a guy with a quirk like that end up being such a scaredy cat? The teen with the glasses was watching from further away as the school nurse, recovery girl, came up to take care of the injured boy. He sacrificed everything just to save those girls. He must have known that little time was left. How many points did he need to pass? That he was putting his life on the line. But, despite those concerns, he didn't hesitate to go and jump. He thought while clenching his hands. If this hadn't been an exam, then, of course, I would have done the same thing. He thought before he realized something. Wait, the exam. The judges. They saw that. He started to think about it as the candidates heard someone walk toward them. They turned to see Recovery Girl walking towards them. Every nice. Good work all around. You are heroes in my eyes, every one of you. Here, reward yourselves. Have some gummies, Recovery Girl said as she gave them to a boy who bowed to her in thanks. She walked to where Izuku was as the blonde-haired student watched. She's the heart of UA, he said as she looked at Izuku and sighed. Recovery Girl, seeing the boy, quickly grew concerned. From a person without a medical profession would assume nothing, but she could quickly tell. Those injuries aren't normal. No, I haven't seen injuries like this before, Recovery Girl thought as she puckered her lips and kissed the back of Izuku's head as everyone watched. His arm went back to normal, and he suddenly felt extremely tired and on the verge of passing out. Just as I thought, he's extremely exhausted, he barely can stand on his own. What's she doing? One candidate asked awkwardly. You're watching a school nurse in action. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, the boy said as Izuku's hand healed at an alarming rate. Her quirk is a super activation of healing power. She's the only reason the UA can hold those reckless exams. Look, she's saved him. What could have been weeks of recovery time? He finished speaking as the glowing stopped, and Izuku was as good as new. The glasses-wearing boy looked on as something came to his mind. Sonny, please come over to the nurse. I want to look over your injuries, okay? Midoriya nodded. Everyone watched as the nurse left with Midoriya. Uraraka clutched her chest in guilt before feeling a hand on her shoulder and seeing the blonde boy. For him to give up all those points for you, he must really love you. The girl's face began to burn up. And the complete despair on your face is so obvious, you must love him too. Her blush deepened and her eyes widened before shaking her head. Kendo was walking when she saw Uraraka but didn't see the boy she was training. Uraraka, where's Izuku? Kendo, Uraraka said mournfully, causing the girl to freeze at the sight of her face. Haha, I was worried about that transforming kid with green hair and freckles. Quote, him, wasn't he the guy who almost pissed himself in the beginning? Why would you be worried about him? You know that massive heat wave. Everyone collectively stopped as they wanted to hear the boy. Everyone felt the sudden heat wave. That was him. He was destroying all the robots, basically dominating the whole arena. Then guess what, the dumbass decided to take on the 0-pointer. Ha ha ha. No way. Well, at least that's one obstacle out of our way. Quote. Uraraka looked. He forgot to mention how he fought that 0-pointer because some of us were trapped in some rubble. How he risked everything just to save us, including you. He sacrificed everything, his chances at UA, for people he didn't even know, for jerks like you, and you have the absolute nerve to call him stupid. Everyone looked at the whole thing. A boy with black hair and silver both shedded tears, something about it being the most manly thing they have ever had. The boy growled before scoffing. Well, if he was smart enough, he should have known that we were never at risk. Sure, he charged forward, but he should have used his brain, it was just a hoax. Then maybe all those transformations and no brains. Says the guy who was crying for his mommy. Uraraka glared at the boy before turning her back and began walking back to UA. TCH, just a few tears, and that idiot fell for it, fighting the 0-pointer and losing all his points. The boy walked away with a scowl. Uraraka scowled before leaving, walking to speak to the teacher. The frog girl decided to follow her. Momo Yaoyorozu, a tall and elegant girl with black hair styled into a spiky ponytail, stood frozen, her white eyes locked onto City Center B. Her onyx-colored eyes, wide with awe at the fake city below. Down below in the middle of the city, the 0-pointer had been reduced to molten wreckage, obliterated by an intense wave of heat. The sight was mesmerizing, but what struck her most was the one responsible for it. Her father, Hiroto Yaoyorozu, had insisted on attending the UA entrance exam to observe someone who had apparently saved his life, someone he had described as strange. Momo hadn't expected much from the boy, her mind preoccupied with the possibility of catching a glimpse of Shoto Todoroki. The son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Todoroki's cool, composed demeanor and incredible power fascinated her, and if she were honest, she found herself swooning a little whenever he was around. He was handsome, after all, and their most promising UA student that would grace their halls. She had hoped that during the exam, They might grow closer, or perhaps exchange numbers. To her disappointment, Todoroki had remained distant, even turning down her offer to exchange contact information with a blunt no. The rejection had stung more than she cared to admit. But even though she couldn't help but want to get closer to him, he was like their boys in her novels, aloof within a prodigy. Shifting her attention to the boy her father had spoken of, Midoriya, she found her expectations low. He seemed so plain, timid even, and she couldn't fathom how he could have done anything impressive enough to save her father. Yet, as the exam progressed, those assumptions were quickly shattered. Midoriya, whom her father had pointed out, unleashed devastating sonic blasts that tore through the robots like paper. His performance was nothing short of incredible. Each wave of destruction sent shockwaves through the testing grounds, his movements precise and determined. Momo's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't the timid boy she had first thought. He was something much more. As the massive zero-pointer appeared, she watched in stunned silence. The force of a shockwave sent Midoriya crashing into a building, and in an instant, he let his guard down. Judging by his smaller stature, he must have taken considerable damage, she remarked, her analytical mind kicking in despite the growing tension. But what happened next left her speechless. Green lightning crackled around Midoriya as he stood, his eyes fierce with resolve. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the colossal robot. The thing was over 20 stories and he was heading straight towards like a bolt of lightning. Wait, I thought his quirk was transformation into that small sonic form, she murmured, perplexed. Her father's eyes narrowed, intrigued. It seems he has multiple abilities. Momo's breath caught in her throat. Multiple abilities. But only dual quirk users can do that. Is he like Todoroki? Before she could process the thought, Midoriya slammed his wristwatch, transforming again, this time into a being of molten magma and fire. In seconds, he melted the zero-pointer's massive arm as if it were nothing. That's impossible, Momo whispered, her heart racing as she tried to comprehend what she was seeing. He can wield fire too. But his previous forms were based on sonic waves and something like cloning. How can one person have such a range of abilities? Her father, ever the scholar, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Momo, this boy's quirk may be more versatile than even yours. But watching Midoriya switch between such vastly different forms left her in awe. She had never seen anything like it. She then watched in awe and incredulously as he began battling with the 20 stories metal machine. It was baffling and terrifying watching the flaming form of Izuku Midoriya facing against a gigantic zero-pointer. Why would he do this during an exam? He's wasting valuable time on an opponent that doesn't even offer points, Momo pointed out, her voice still laced with confusion. Her father gestured toward the scene below. Look over there. Momo followed his gaze to a group of students, including a brunette and a frog-like girl, clearly in need of help. He's trying to save them. Her brow furrowed. But UA wouldn't put students in real danger. He's risking his performance just to rescue them. Her father smiled slightly. Perhaps that's what he intends to show, to go beyond the points. A true hero saves others, even when it doesn't benefit them. Momo fell silent, her heart thudding in her chest as she watched Midoriya transform once more. This time he turned to Heat Blast. He ignited his arm in a burst of flames, delivering a cataclysmic punch that sent a blinding light across the battlefield. The upper half of the zero-pointer melted into a pool of slag, its massive form collapsing with a resounding crash. Momo's pulse quickened as she watched him, unable to tear her gaze away. The raw power left her breathless. She had thought Todoroki's power was unmatched, but now she found herself equally captivated by Midoriya. Incredible, she whispered, her voice soft, a mix of awe and something else, a stirring she hadn't expected. Momo's gaze followed Heat Blast as he hovered in the air, her eyes gleaming with awe. For a brief moment, the sheer spectacle of his power captivated her, but that admiration quickly turned to alarm when, in a sudden red flash, he transformed back into his human form and began plummeting toward the ground. Both Momo and her father widened their eyes in surprise as the boy hurtled uncontrollably toward the earth. Momo gasped, bringing both hands to her mouth, her heart racing. Thankfully, the brown-haired girl and the frog-like girl intervened just in time, using their quirks to save him from a disastrous fall. Momo let out a relieved breath, her tension easing as the exam finally came to a halt. An intriguing young man, her father observed calmly. Smart, resourceful. Momo, however, was more measured in her assessment, her brow furrowed slightly. In a word, reckless. He seems to lack full control over his abilities. Just look at his shock when he transformed back. He ended up needing to be rescued by the very people he was supposed to save. And beyond that, he squandered precious time and energy fighting the zero-pointer. It would have been far more efficient to simply carry those girls to safety, rather than engaging in a futile battle. She paused, her tone tinged with disapproval. His final attack, while undeniably powerful, was excessive. The scale of it could have easily endangered other examinees. He should have exercised more restraint. An attack of that magnitude is not something to be used lightly. Despite her critique, Momo's expression softened as her gaze lingered on Midoriya, now walking alongside Recovery Girl. That said, his decision to sacrifice his points in order to save them was noble, in its own way. His initial strategy was sound. He used his clone form effectively to take down as many robots as possible. There's a certain brilliance to his approach, even if it's somewhat chaotic. Her father nodded thoughtfully. True, he has much to learn, but the foundation is there. I feel fine. Really, I do, Izuku insisted, his hands fidgeting in his lap as he sat in a wooden chair in Recovery Girl's office. He had just completed the entrance exam and was still processing everything that had happened. He knew he'd done well, at least. He thought so, but going after the zero-pointer had cost him all his points. The adrenaline rush was still wearing off, leaving him more exhausted than he wanted to admit. Nonsense, Recovery Girl huffed, raising a finger. Unless you've earned a medical degree and a hero license in the last 5 minutes, you'll listen to the professional here, young man. Now, we're just waiting on Edward. Edward, Izuku blinked in confusion, furrowing his brow as he shifted in his seat. Who's Edward? Nezu brought in some new staff for reasons he hasn't fully explained, Recovery Girl said with a shrug. Edward White is my new assistant. Edward White, Izuku repeated, the name ringing a faint bell in his memory. That name sounds familiar. Just then, the door creaked open, and a tall man with light hair and glasses walked in, a ring of keys jingling softly at his waist. He had an air of calm authority about him, though his warm smile immediately put Izuku at ease. Recognition hit like a bolt of lightning. Principal White. Hello, Midoriya, the man greeted kindly, bowing slightly in respect. It's been a while, hasn't it? You've grown so much. The last time I saw you, you were just this small. He held his hand a few feet off the ground, reminiscing. Izuku's face lit up, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Yeah, back in elementary school. And now look at you, White continued, beaming with pride. Heading off to UA. Hi, one of the most prestigious schools in the country. Principal White was always so kind back in elementary school, Izuku said, a fond smile creeping across his face as he remembered. He always stood up for me. When students tried to bully me, he made sure they were punished. Kachan never liked him, especially when he called me Deku. Principal White made sure Kachan got detention every time for that. The vice principal didn't think Kachan should be punished because he was obviously going to be a great hero, but Principal White wouldn't hear any of it. Izuku chuckled softly, warmth spreading through his chest as old memories surfaced. White chuckled as well, shaking his head. I just did what I thought was right. Bullying's unacceptable, no matter who the student is. So, what are you doing here? And as a nurse's assistant? Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, White replied, adjusting his glasses with a grin. Nezu's an old friend of mine. He asked me to come back, and I thought, why not? Plus, it's a chance to work with Chio again. Chio. Izuku blinked, glancing toward Recovery Girl. She smiled knowingly. His quirk complements mine perfectly. It does? Izuku asked, surprised. White stepped forward and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Almost instantly, a surge of energy pulsed through him. His exhaustion lifted, and he felt like he'd just woken up from the most refreshing nap of his life. Whoa, Izuku gasped, sitting up straighter in his chair. I get it now. When you heal someone, their stamina can still be drained, but White can replenish that. It's like an endless cycle of healing and recovery. White nodded with a grin. Exactly. It's not limitless, though. Using it too much can drain me instead. Quirk name. Revitalize. Present mic. This quirk allows the user to store energy within their body and transfer it to others by touch. The recipient instantly regains stamina and banishes fatigue. However, it's not infinite. Using it on too many people will cause the user to collapse from exhaustion. Wow, Izuku said, his eyes wide with admiration. You two are like the ultimate power couple when it comes to healing. Thank you, Recovery Girl and White said in unison, both smiling. So, am I free to go? Izuku asked, looking between them hopefully. Ed might have restored your stamina, Recovery Girl said, her tone softening slightly, but you're still recovering. I recommend you stay for a few more minutes. You've been through a lot today, and your body needs the rest. Before Izuku could protest, a rapid knock came from the door. It swung open, and Present Mike poked his head in, his usual energy barely contained. Yo, Recovery Girl, oh, and Midoriya, sorry to barge in, but we've got another one. Another one, Izuku echoed, blinking in confusion. Transforming Kid, a familiar voice rang from behind Present Mike. Izuku's eyes lit up as the figure stepped into view, her earphone jacks twirling playfully in her fingers. Jirou, Izuku exclaimed, his exhaustion forgotten as he broke into a wide smile. Hey, Midoriya, Kyoka Jirou greeted, her lips quirking up in a small smile as she took a seat beside him. She leaned back in the chair, casually spinning her jacks before letting them rest. Midoriya immediately noticed that one of her iconic earlobes was bruised and bleeding. Oh, what happened, dearie? She twirled her good jack around her finger and responded, I stuck my jack in one of the bots, but I couldn't get it out. When it fell down, it landed on my jack. Oh, you poor thing, her lips stretched to the girl before placing a kiss on her cheek. A green aura enveloped her and her earlobe visibly healed. Oh, thank you. The girl gave a small bow. Of course, you're both free to go. Midoriya nodded, grabbed his backpack, and began to leave with the earphone jack. Recovery Girl, however, looked over some of the tests she did on Midoriya. I should warn All Might and the boy, but I can't confirm it. It's been a while, Green Bean, Jirou said, her usual smirk tugging at her lips. Yeah, oh, and thanks for standing up for me back there, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his neck. That guy was pretty intimidating. You, Jirou raised an eyebrow, you fought a giant weather kaiju that had All Might sweating, and you're scared of some buff nerd. She let out a snicker as Izuku blushed. That's different, Izuku stammered, his cheeks still red. Oh, right, Jirou said with obvious sarcasm. Because compared to a kaiju that could squish us like bugs, a random guy with a bad attitude was truly terrifying. She couldn't help but laugh, patting his back. Come on, Midoriya, you can't let guys like that get to you. Though, I have to admit, you being a scaredy cat is kinda hilarious. I wasn't scared, he just caught me off guard, Izuku muttered, sinking into himself. Sure, Jirou teased, crossing her arms with a grin. Because you totally didn't look like you were gonna wet yourself. When she saw him shrink even more, she softened. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Still, that guy needed to be taken down a peg, she added, her tone a little more serious. And hey, if anyone else tries anything, I've got your back, okay? There was a slight blush on her cheeks as she said it. Izuku blinked, a little surprised. It was rare for someone to tease him like this without any malice behind it. He found himself staring at Jirou, realizing how much fun it was. Her sarcasm and bluntness didn't sting, they actually made him feel lighter. Noticing his gaze, Jirou's face suddenly turned red. She quickly looked away. So, how was the exam for you? Jirou asked, awkwardly rubbing the back of her head. Her usual confidence seemed to falter for a moment as she glanced away. Izuku flinched slightly but then realized something. If she took the exam, it meant she was on the hero track. His face brightened. Oh, right, so, does that mean you finally told your parents you want to be a hero? Jirou hesitated for a second before giving a small smile. Yeah, and you were right. Her expression softened, but then she gave him a wider, brighter smile that almost caught him off guard. It wasn't often that she looked this happy, and it made Izuku smile, feeling his heart flutter a little. They actually support me. I can never thank you enough for pushing me to talk to them. Izuku was taken aback for a moment, not used to seeing her like this. But then Jirou's eyes flickered down, her usual teasing persona fading as she clenched her fists. I know it's a long shot, she started, her voice quieter, but I'm aiming for UA. I want to be a hero who can bring smiles to people's faces. As she said that, her bravado slipped for a moment, and she glanced at Izuku, her cheeks faintly red. It's kinda embarrassing to say it out loud, but I figured I should be honest, right? She laughed nervously. Though knowing you probably dominated the entrance exam, I kinda felt the heat from city center and only can produce that much firepower. Jirou said with a smirk. Izuku flinched again, looking away. Though knowing you probably dominated the entrance exam, Jirou said with a smirk. I could feel the heat from the city center, and I can barely generate that much firepower. Izuku flinched at the comment, rubbing the back of his neck as he avoided her gaze. I didn't do much. But I know you're getting in. He smiled shyly. I'm really happy you're giving the hero course a try. Jirou raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Huh, you barely know me. Heck, you don't even know my first name, and somehow, you think I'm getting into UA and that I'll be some great hero. She crossed her arms and leaned in slightly, her face closer to his. Izuku stammered, caught off guard by her bluntness. Because, he looked straight into her eyes, startled by how intense her gaze was. When we first met, I overheard some guys talking about how you stood up for a quirkless kid. He glanced away, nervous. And I know what happens when you defend someone everyone else sees as worthless. Before he could finish, Jirou's earphone jacks shot forward, stopping just inches from his face. He froze, his eyes wide as he gulped. Hey, she warned, her jacks hovering near his nose. We're cool, but anyone who thinks someone's worthless just because they don't have a quirk is automatically an asshole. Even if it's you. Her eyes were sharp, but there was a protective look beneath the surface. Izuku gulped, his heart pounding. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. He tried to gather himself, looking more serious. A hero, to me, is someone who stands up for what they believe in. Even when it's hard. His voice softened. And when I heard what you did, standing up for that kid, it made me think you've got what it takes to be a great hero. Jirou blinked, her earphone jacks retracting as she stared at him, her heart racing unexpectedly. Her face started to flush as his words sank in. I just told some jerks off, she muttered, turning away quickly. It wasn't that big a deal. Just saw some idiot picking on a kid and gave them an earful, nothing heroic. Izuku smiled softly, watching her try to brush it off. Still, it says a lot about who you are. Izuku's mind wandered to the friend who had always protected him from bullies. A constant presence in his life, someone who had always been there when he needed them most. But now, that friend was gone, leaving a void that Aldera seemed so much lonelier without. Jirou's face grew even redder as she awkwardly rubbed her arm. Shut up, she mumbled, her voice quieter as she tried to hide her embarrassment. You're making it sound cooler than it was. Izuku smiled at Jirou, trying to push away his lingering thoughts. Though with how the exam's structured, jerks like that are bound to fill the classroom, Jirou muttered, slumping in her stance. Izuku's mind briefly flashed to Bakugo, imagining his usual maniacal grin. If I failed, maybe I wouldn't have to see him again. The thought was oddly comforting, but he quickly shook it off. But, Jirou's voice brought him back. If we're in the same class, I guess I could bear having a few assholes around. She blushed slightly as she said it, and Izuku blinked, his own face heating up a bit. Before he could respond, Jirou's face went crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in front of her. And not that I meant I want you in my class or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. Her words came out rushed, and she looked away, clearly flustered. Right. Izuku replied, still unsure how to take her sudden shift. Jirou, feeling her heart pound like a drum in her chest, resorted to her usual defense mechanism jokes. I just mean, why you'd make a great human shield. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, blinking. Huh? Internally, Jirou groaned. Seriously? That's what you came up with? With that overpowered quirk of yours. I'm pretty sure any jerk would think twice before messing with you. And with your diamond head form or whatever, you'd be like, amazing protection. Plus, with all your other crazy forms, you'd totally make them piss themselves. She nervously twirled her earphone jacks, her face still bright red. Point is, she mumbled, looking at him shyly before turning away, it would be kinda cool if we were in the same class. The first part came out clear, but her voice trailed off into a whisper by the end. Izuku blushed, his heart doing flips at her words, unsure what to say. The silence hung awkwardly for a moment before Izuku's shoulders suddenly slumped. His expression shifted, and his heart seemed to race with anxiety. Jirou's earphone jacks twitched, picking up on his sudden change in heartbeat. She frowned, leaning closer. Whoa, what's up? You look like you think you bombed the exam. She chuckled lightly, the idea of him failing sounding absurd. But then, when Izuku turned away, avoiding her eyes, her smile faltered. Wait. Don't tell me you actually failed? How? I fought the 0-pointer. Izuku mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. Jirou's eyes widened. You what? Why would you fight that thing? You know it doesn't give you points. Why would you do something so stupid? Izuku rubbed his neck, embarrassed. Some of the examinees were trapped under rubble, and I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, without thinking, I took it on. Jirou stared at him, her heart skipping a beat. Wait. So you gave up your shot at UA, your dream school, just to help some random people you don't even know? Izuku nodded, looking down. Why yeah. Jirou was speechless for a moment, her face heating up again. And you still think you failed? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Why yeah. I mean, Present Mike said the 0-pointer didn't give any points. Jirou let out an exaggerated sigh, leaning in closer, a teasing grin on her face. You really are hopeless, aren't you? Only you would pull off something that heroic and still find a way to beat yourself up over it. She poked his chest lightly, her smirk widening. Seriously, do you ever stop being a dork? Izuku blushed, looking away. I just did what I thought was right. Yeah. Jirou rolled her eyes playfully, crossing her arms. If we end up in the same class, I'm totally gonna make fun of you for this. I mean, come on, you saved people, fought a giant robot, and still think you bombed. You're like a walking contradiction. Izuku flinched, his blush deepening. It's not like that. Jirou's teasing smile softened just a bit. Relax, you did good, hero. She lightly punched his arm. Just don't start crying when I get a better score than you. Izuku chuckled nervously. I'll try not to. The girl could see he was still feeling down before an idea seemed to come to her. Hey, Cabbage Patch, pass me your phone. Izuku blinked. Are all your nicknames going to have something to do with vegetables? Yes. Izuku gave a heavy sigh of acceptance before handing over his phone. The girl used her own phone and tapped it against his. Izuku heard a ding before Jirou handed back his phone. He looked at the screen and saw a new contact in his phone. Izuku widened his eyes, his face turning tomato red from having another girl's number. Anywho, how did you do it? Jirou asked. Izuku, stunned, turned even redder from the embarrassment of having another girl's number in his phone. So how did you do it? Jirou asked again. What do you mean? Izuku stammered. The girl gave him a deadpan expression. How did you beat the 0-pointer? Izuku shook off his blush. Oh, that, he said, cupping his chin. I wasn't really thinking when I saw Uraraka and Tsuyu in trouble. I kinda just rushed in. I was mostly dodging for the first few seconds and got swatted like a bug into a couple of buildings. He said, making the girl stifle a few chuckles. You're the first guy who can casually get thrown into buildings and talk about it like it's nothing like shrugging off a stubbed toe, Jirou said, her shoulders shaking slightly. Though it still hurt. After that, I focused my power into my arm. Izuku looked at his hand in pride. And I managed to take it down, melting half of it in one punch. Jirou looked surprised. So that sudden heatwave was you. Wait, you felt that? Izuku said in surprise. Dude, everyone has been talking about it. It was like there was a furnace, Jirou said as they reached their gate. Oh, I gotta go. See you around, and you better text me, Jirou said, running off in the opposite direction. "I will," Izuku called after her, looking back at the girl. Midoriya stared at the phone number before a small blush crept onto his face. "Her phone number? I got another girl's number. I need to text her immediately. Wait, no, that's too creepy. Should I wait 3 days? Oh, man, why are girls so complicated? Maybe there's a manual on this?" Few minutes later, Izuku was walking down the street, clutching his backpack straps tightly. His stomach was still in knots, anxiety over his performance eating away at him. Dekiru. A panting Uraraka came running toward him, huffing and breathing heavily. She stopped in front of him, hands on her knees as she caught her breath. "Uraraka." Izuku blinked in surprise. "I'm sorry, because of me. You. Uraraka stammered, her voice shaking. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't been stuck under that debris, or if I had lifted it off that girl's foot, then you wouldn't have." "It's fine," Izuku interrupted, giving her a reassuring smile. "It's not your fault, and you saved me when I fell, so thanks." But, Dekiru. I'm terrible. Uraraka looked down, her guilt evident. "Uraraka, it's okay. I don't blame you," Izuku said softly. "You needed help, and I would have done it no matter what. Plus, I'm kind of hoping that I somehow passed. The giant heatwave was pretty big, so maybe I took out some bots along the way." He crossed his fingers, giving a strained smile. "I'm sorry. I even tried giving you my points," Ochako began, but Izuku's eyes widened in alarm. "Uraraka, are you crazy? You can't give me your points?" Izuku yelled, grabbing her shoulders in a light panic. "Even if you could give me your points, that would be totally cheating. That's like me giving you the answers during an exam." He shook his head, making Uraraka's eyes swirl slightly from his urgency. "They didn't agree to it anyway," Ochako muttered, her head spinning as Izuku finally sighed in relief. "Remember why you became a hero, to help your parents. Don't risk that," Izuku reminded her gently. "Dekiru," Uraraka whispered, looking up at him. Her heart pounded in her chest, every beat growing louder. "Look, I may have failed, but you passed, and it's not the end of the world for me. I can always go for the general course and make it to the hero course eventually. I won't give up. I can do it. I'll make it to the hero course, so don't you dare give up your dream for me, please. Don't give up your points for me," Izuku said, his voice full of determination. Uraraka's heartbeat quickened at his words, her pulse thudding against her ribs. Aoyama's earlier comment about Izuku echoed in her mind, and she felt a tremble rise from within. The close contact, his hands still resting on her shoulders, it was all too much. Her heart raced faster, her thoughts spinning, and without thinking, she placed her own hands on his shoulders. Standing on her tiptoes, she leaned in, eyes fluttering shut, intending to place a quick, thankful kiss on his cheek. But as her lips closed in, the warmth of his face suddenly shifted, and her lips didn't land where she expected. Instead, they met his. The soft, unexpected connection made her heart stop. Uraraka's lips lingered on Izuku's for a second longer than they should have, the brief touch sending a spark through her body. She didn't even have time to react, her breath caught in her throat as the realization hit. Izuku's eyes shot wide open, frozen in place as her lips pressed gently against his. The world around him seemed to slow down, the warmth of her lips melting into his, creating a brief yet intense moment of pure, overwhelming surprise. Before either of them could process what had happened, Uraraka pulled away abruptly, her face turning a fiery shade of red. She couldn't bring herself to look at him, her gaze glued to the ground as she stammered, Thanks for being my hero. Now I gotta go." Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with embarrassment before she spun around and sprinted off, leaving Izuku standing there, completely stunned. "I kissed a girl. And it wasn't my mom." "Okay, that sounds really pathetic now that I say it out loud," he mumbled to himself, rubbing the back of his neck in disbelief. "Sure, she probably meant to kiss me on the cheek, but she was just trying to thank me for saving her. It doesn't mean anything, right? I mean, she doesn't feel that way. She can't, right? What's there to like about me anyway? Yeah, she's just a good friend. I shouldn't be thinking like this." Meanwhile, Uraraka was running as fast as her legs could carry her, her hands pressing against her burning cheeks. Her heart pounded louder than ever, her mind spinning in a frenzy. "I just meant to kiss him on the cheek. You idiot. You took my first kiss, she scolded herself, her face somehow growing even redder. I was supposed to save that for someone I liked. No, I don't have a crush on him. I don't have a crush on Dekiru. He's just a friend. Just a friend. That's all, nothing more. But the more she tried to convince herself, the faster her heart raced, and with each thud, her mind screamed. I can't have a crush. Izuku walking felt like he was at the top of the moon. His heart racing, as he began walking, touching his own lips with a blush. I can't believe I kissed you, Uraraka. Best day ever, Izuku said before he felt a pair of eyes bore into him. He looked at a corner where he could have sworn a peak of black hair. He turned, but from the corner of her eyes he caught the glimpse of a young girl with shoulder-length bob-shaped hair, side swept to her right, with shorter hanging above her eyes. Izuku turned around quickly. The girl suddenly sped off, leaving a bellowettered Izuku. Izuku was on the beach, focusing intently as he threw punches and kicks, the green electricity of One for All crackling around him with each movement. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his breath coming out in labored pants. It had been a week, a blur of training sessions filled with both stress and frustration as he tried to balance mastering One for All and using the Omnitrix. Despite his efforts, he still struggled to call on One for All in his alien forms, unable to perform a full cowl in any of them. Something felt off, like he was missing a crucial piece. All Might hasn't contacted me. He hasn't answered any of my texts or calls, Izuku muttered to himself, anxiety beginning to knot his stomach. The uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Hey, Midoriya! Itsuka's voice suddenly called out, breaking his thoughts. Izuku turned just in time to see Itsuka jogging toward him, her shoes already in her hand as she kicked them off onto the sand. Kendo? Izuku blinked in surprise as she approached, her usual cheerful smile lighting up her face. It's still morning, she said, stretching her arms above her head. Want to get in a light sparring session before we have to head to class? Sparring? Izuku repeated, slightly taken aback. Yeah, it could be fun, and maybe help release some of that stress you're carrying, Itsuka said with a grin, already shifting into a fighting stance. Izuku hesitated for a second before matching her stance, excitement bubbling up. Quirks or no quirks? No quirks, Itsuka responded with a smirk. It's just a light spar, after all. With a nod, they bowed to each other out of respect before launching into the sparring match. Kendo was the first to strike, sending a high kick aimed at Izuku's head. He dodged swiftly, leaping back before countering with a punch aimed at her side. Kendo effortlessly caught his fist and, in one smooth motion, flipped him onto the sand, quickly following it with a punch to his chest. Izuku grunted as he hit the ground, but the smile on Kendo's face was infectious. He jumped back up, and the two continued their match, punches and kicks exchanged with speed and precision, each blocking and dodging the other's strikes. Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches, but Kendo dodged with practiced ease, her eyes sharp and focused. After 10 minutes of intense sparring, the two finally collapsed onto the sand, both panting heavily. Sweat dripped from their faces, their chests heaving with exhaustion as they lay side by side, catching their breath. You've really improved, Midoriya, Itsuka said, turning her head slightly to smile at him, her face flushed from the workout. Why you think so? Izuku panted, wiping sweat from his forehead. I still can't beat you, though. Maybe not, she chuckled softly, but you're definitely stronger and faster than the last time we sparred. I didn't even realize how much you physically improved until now. She blushed slightly, her smile growing warmer as she glanced over at him. Izuku's heart swelled a little at her words, the knots of anxiety loosening just a bit. Thanks, Kendo. I guess I just needed to hear that. Izuku's phone rang before looking at the time. I need to get to school. Oh, Itsuka said as the boy left running. She waved goodbye before clutching her chest, a blush creeping to her face. Izuku wasn't thrilled to get to school. Sure, he wasn't being insulted, and majority of students just left him alone, probably afraid that now he had a quirk would attack them when given the chance. Izuku entered his class to the usual brand if terrible. Katsuki Bakugo was bragging about the test and how easy it was, having scored 70 villain points. Izuku made him feel a bit uneasy. He knew had gotten more points by a large margin. On the one hand, if the 0-pointer was a ruse, that means he earned at a minimum 4 times more than Bakugo. Knowing him, he wouldn't take it well. and the UA results for those were past often publicized. However, a few students glanced at him as scribbled in his notebook. They seemed to be curious on how he did. They knew he had a quirk, but they weren't exactly friends, plus with how they treated no one really knew how to bring it up. "Hey Midoriya, how you do in the exam?" a girl with orange hair asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow. The girl had ignored him for most of the year and usually would laugh with everyone when he was made fun of. Izuku began. Weird, I thought I'd be completely a flustered doofus right now. Not sure, it's no way near the score Bakugo got, Izuku said, trying to end the conversation. Bakugo scoffed. Please, that damn nerd probably ended up shitting himself. Huh, Bakugo said, but to his surprise no one laughed alongside him. There was an awkward cough. It's not like no one didn't tell him Izuku had quirk, but the blonde was unapproachable. Mention Midoriya, he would get visibly annoyed and began threatening them, and with the fact he wouldn't believe it. A week later, Izuku was still a bundle of nerves, struggling to shake the pit in his stomach. His broken limbs had healed, but the sting of his failure at the UA entrance exam still burned in his mind. Even during dinner, he found himself staring at the fish on his plate, barely eating, which made his mother, Inko, start to worry. He tried, but his appetite was completely gone, replaced by the weight of his thoughts. That evening, he sat on the couch, lazily curling a dumbbell in one hand. He couldn't stop replaying the events of the exam over and over, scrutinizing every second. If I had to guess, I think I did fine on the written test, he thought bitterly. But with the 0-pointer, none of that will matter. And All Might hasn't said anything since. He's probably ashamed that I blew it after all that training. Maybe I should just give one for all back. If that's even possible. His mother's voice broke his train of thought. The results from your test should be in today or tomorrow, right? I guess, Izuku muttered, staring off into space. Inko, sensing his anxiety, tried to be positive. Even if you don't pass, I still think it's amazing that you tried. A lot of people wouldn't have had the courage to go that far. Yeah. Izuku sighed. The weight of the secret he carried, the burden of All Might's quirk, was only making everything feel worse. His phone buzzed, pulling him back into reality. Izuku glanced down at the screen and saw a message from Itsuka. Kendo. Midoriya, I got my letter. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, his anxiety spiking. Before he could react, another message popped up. Kendo. Did you get yours yet? His hands trembled, unable to type a response. Before he could figure out what to say, his phone buzzed again. It was Ochako this time. Mochi girl. Dekiru. I got my letter. I'm totally freaking out. My parents want me to open it, but I'm scared. Did you get yours yet? Izuku's stomach churned. Still no response from him. His phone buzzed yet again. Rock Goddess. Green. Did you get your letter? I got mine. I'm kinda nervous about opening it. More messages buzzed in. His nerves were on edge, and just as he tried to focus, his phone rang. Without thinking, he answered the call. Hello? Izuku stammered, his voice shaky. Did you get your letter yet? Itsuka's voice came through, but she sounded just as nervous as he was. He was cut off by his phone ringing again. Hold on. He mumbled, quickly switching to the other call. Dekiru. Did you get your letter yet? Ochako asked, her voice full of anxious energy. One before he could even answer, Jirou called. Izuku felt his head spinning. Handling 3 conversations at once was too much for him. After fumbling with his phone for a moment, he quickly set up a group chat, merging all the calls together. Hey guys, no, I haven't gotten my letter yet, Izuku said, his voice tight with nerves. I didn't expect to get bombarded by all of you at once, he added, forcing a laugh, though it came out shaky. You're not the only one feeling anxious, Jirou remarked, trying to sound casual. I almost fainted when mine showed up. Don't worry, Izuku, Ochako chimed in. You'll probably get it any second now. Izuku tried to breathe deeply, but it didn't help much. Yeah, maybe. Just as he was about to say more, his mother's frantic voice echoed through the house. Aye, Izuku. Izuku jumped to his feet, spinning around just as Inko came rushing into the living room, her face flushed with excitement. In her trembling hands was an envelope, the UA stamp clearly visible on the front. It's here, she exclaimed, nearly out of breath. Izuku felt all the air leave his lungs as he stared at the letter, his stomach twisting painfully. On the other end of the phone, The girls all gasped, their excitement palpable through the group chat. Izuku could hear their hearts practically pounding in sync with his own. Izuku reached out, his hand shaking as he took the envelope from his mother. "Gee guys, I'll call you, and no. Wait," Kendo's voice came through the phone, causing Izuku to pause, his fingers trembling just above the envelope. He blinked in confusion, his nerves fraying even more. Why not? Why not open it together? At the same time, Kendo suggested, her voice holding a mix of excitement and fear. "I mean, we've all been through this. It might feel better if we did it together." Izuku hesitated, staring at the envelope. His heart raced, the thought of delaying the inevitable making him both anxious and relieved. "Tea together?" "Yeah, I think that's a good idea," Ochako added, her usual bubbly cracked slightly with her own nerves. "If it's bad news, at least we won't be alone. If it's good news, we can all celebrate." "I don't know if I can do this," Izuku admitted softly, his hand shaking. What if I failed?" "Shut up. You're getting in fact. You open yours first," Jirou said, feeling very nervous. "If you failed, that means the rest of us failed. If someone like you ended up failing, then, you get my point." Izuku swallowed hard. His mouth was dry, his heartbeat thudding in his ears. He wasn't ready. But as he looked at the envelope, "All right," he whispered. "Let's open them together." Izuku grabbed the envelope and hurried into his room, closing the door behind him. His heart pounded as he placed the envelope on his desk, his mind racing. Outside, he could hear his mother pacing anxiously, which only made his own nerves worse. With shaky hands, he put the phone on speaker and glanced at it nervously. "Oh, okay. Ready?" Izuku's voice wavered as he spoke into the phone. From the other side, he heard the girls respond, a mix of excitement and tension filling the air. With a gulp, Izuku grabbed the envelope, harshly ripping it open. Instead of a letter, a small metal disc clattered onto the desk. Before he could even question it, the disc activated. "I am here as a projection." Izuku yelped as a hologram of All Might was projected onto the wall. His jaw dropped in disbelief. What the All Might? Wait, this is from UA, right? Huh? No way. Ochako gasped in shock over the phone. "All Might's in your results?" Kendo's voice was filled with disbelief. "Seriously? They got All Might to do this?" Jirou muttered, clearly impressed. "Sorry, kiddo, I had a lot of work to do, so I couldn't get in touch with you." All Might's projection continued as the hero took a dramatic bow. "But it's all good, we'll be seeing more of each other since I'll be starting a teaching job at UA." The girls on the phone fell into stunned silence. No way." Ochako repeated, still processing the news. "Wow. Can't believe they actually got All Might to settle down and teach," Jirou said, her voice still full of surprise. Izuku's brain struggled to keep up with what was happening. He was about to ask a question when All Might seemed to get distracted by someone off-screen. "What? Speed it up. But I've got to tell him a few things, though. Push everything else back. How many more of these do I have to do? Geez, all right, I got it." All Might cleared his throat and then spoke the words that made Izuku's heart nearly stop. "You passed the written exam with flying colors. Now, let's get to your villain points. Ha ha ha. But first, the 0-pointer. Izuku's stomach clenched as the knot of anxiety tightened. He could almost feel the tension through the phone, Ochako biting her nails, and Jirou quietly waiting. "However, you fought the 0-pointer, which caused you to lose all your points." Izuku's breath hitched. His vision blurred with the threat of tears. All of his work, all of his training, it had all been for nothing. Is what I would say if that wasn't a ruse." "Huh?" Izuku gasped, his head snapping toward the hologram. The girls echoed in confusion. "That's right, we weren't going to deduct points for the 0-pointer, but we did give you an opportunity," All Might said, his tone suddenly mischievous. Izuku blinked, completely confused, as All Might gestured to a video screen behind him. "Observe, young man." With a click of a button from All Might, the side screen suddenly expanded, filling up a quarter of the projection. On the screen, Izuku could see Ochako, Tenya, a girl with frog-like features, and Itsuka entering what looked like the teacher's lounge. Wait, what are they doing here? Izuku wondered aloud, suddenly recalling that Ochako had mentioned wanting to give him her points. His eyes widened in realization. Excuse me, Ochako said, standing in front of Present Mike as the group approached the teachers. These four came straight to the staff room. Why did they come? Well, let's find out. Present Mike's voice narrated, excitement in his tone. Do you remember the curly-haired boy with freckles? Ochako asked, her voice slightly hesitant but determined. Kinda plain looking. Had a strange device. I think it was a support item, Present Mike responded, trying to jog his memory. Indeed. We want to talk about the student who wore a green tracksuit and took on the 0-point foe villain at Battle Site B. Tenya declared, his arm chopping through the air with intense conviction. If it helps, his name is Izuku Midoriya, Itsuka chimed in, her voice calm but purposeful. Yeah, him, Ochako continued, her expression growing fiercer. Would it be possible to give him my points? Izuku blinked, completely taken aback. His chest tightened, realizing what they were trying to do for him. Dekiru is the strongest person I know. He earned a lot of points. He had the highest chance of getting in. But he willingly gave them up to save people he didn't even know. He saved my life. Ochako's voice quivered with passion, her determination for Izuku clear. It was here that Tenya stepped forward. Take my points as well. Don't take all of hers, take some of mine to supplement it. I had the power to help and prevent him from losing his points and his chance of getting in, but I did nothing. His selflessness and courage inspired me, and I cannot live with the thought of my inaction costing him his dream. Izuku could feel his throat tighten as tears welled up in his eyes. His mind replayed painful memories of the past. You'll never be able to hang with the best, like me. Suddenly, the frog-like girl spoke up. Honestly, I knew the teachers wouldn't let us get hurt, but Midoriya didn't care about that. He took on the 0-pointer anyway. He knew what would happen if he didn't earn points, but he still chose to save everyone. I've never met anyone so admirable. Please, give him some of my points. Her voice was soft yet filled with admiration. There was absolutely no reason for you to run like that. Present Mike's narration continued, playing over scenes of Izuku's heroic actions. He saved us. He had nothing to gain. He worked so hard to earn those points. Izuku was overwhelmed by emotion. He was touched beyond words, struggling to contain the tears threatening to spill over. Even Present Mike, in the video, looked like he was holding back, wanting to blurt out that the whole thing had been a ruse from the start, but he kept his cool. And you? Present Mike finally asked Itsuka. Kendo took a deep breath before answering. Midoriya, for the short time I've known him, he's always been selfless. He works hard, he pushes himself beyond his limits, and he would feel guilty if he got in at the expense of our chances. But if we split the points among the four of us, then he gets in without any of us sacrificing everything. Present Mike smiled as he watched the four students standing together, their loyalty and respect for Izuku undeniable. The video faded to black. Back in his room, Izuku sat in stunned silence, the weight of his friend's words crashing down on him. On the other end of the phone, Ochako and Kendo were blushing furiously in embarrassment. Why yeah. Sorry about that, Ochako mumbled, flustered. I didn't think they'd show that part. Kendo added, her voice sheepish. Izuku, however, couldn't speak. He was too overwhelmed with gratitude, his heart swelling with the realization of just how much his friends believed in him. How could the hero course reject someone who was committed to saving others, no matter the cost to themselves? After all, that is what makes a true hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about, training those who would risk their lives for the greater good, All Might said, his voice filled with admiration. His tone then shifted, growing more animated. So we have rescue points. For your selfless actions, our panel of judges has awarded you, well, we'll get to that later. He added with a playful grin. Congratulations, young Midoriya, you passed. Izuku's breath hitched as tears welled up in his eyes. Over the phone, he could hear the girl's collective sigh of relief. But, I'm sure you've noticed that I haven't told you your total score yet, All Might said, his grin widening. There's a reason for that. Izuku's confusion deepened as All Might gestured behind him, where a large red curtain was suddenly revealed. You see, for the last 40 years, I've held the highest score in the UA entrance exam, All Might said, nostalgia creeping into his voice. I set that record in my very first year. Back then, I didn't think anyone could ever beat it. In fact, no one ever has, until now. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, and his hands began to shake. Wait. What do you mean? All Might chuckled, his eyes gleaming. When I took the exam, I racked up an impressive 200 points. Villain points and rescue points combined. It was the highest score in UA's history, a record that stood untouched for decades. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. 200 points. But this year, All Might continued, there was a student who did more than just break that record. This student went far beyond it. With a dramatic flair, All Might grabbed the edges of the curtain. Now, let's see the results. The curtain dropped, revealing a leaderboard with Izuku's name at the top. His eyes widened, frantically scanning the board. No way, a boy with black hair muttered in disbelief, his eyes glued to the screen. That's impossible, a blonde boy gasped, his voice shaking with shock. Katsuki Bakugo's face twisted in fury as his fists clenched tighter, his whole body trembling with rage. What the hell is this? He roared, eyes locked onto the leaderboard. All Might beamed with pride. And now, Midoriya, it gives me great pleasure to announce your score. He paused for dramatic effect, the entire room holding its breath. You, young Midoriya, have not only broken my record. You've completely smashed it. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at All Might, waiting for the number to be revealed. Izuku Midoriya, All Might's voice boomed, with an incredible 450 villain points. And 150 rescue points. You've achieved a total score of 600 points. Izuku's legs wobbled, his mind reeling. 600 points, he stammered. That's right. All Might's grin grew wider. You've not only broken my record, you've destroyed it. My score of 200 points has been blown out of the water, thanks to your heroism. Izuku's eyes filled with tears. He could barely believe what he was hearing. Everything, the training, the struggles, the bone breaking, it had all led to this moment. He had passed. Not only that, but he had done the impossible. Over the phone, Ochako cried with her parents as they celebrated her passing, tears of joy streaming down her face. Jirou smiled, wiping away her own tears as the relief of passing washed over her. Kendo, meanwhile, stood confidently, a smile on her face, clenching her fist as tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. All Might, holding back tears of his own, smiled warmly. Welcome to your hero academia, young Midoriya. And as you would say, it's hero time. Izuku couldn't help but let his Bakugo residence. Here's a revised version that emphasizes Bakugo's body language and emotions to convey his anger more vividly. What the hell is this? Bakugo shouted, his voice a mixture of disbelief and rage as he stared at the leaderboard. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, crackling explosions danced around his palms, a physical manifestation of his fury. 1. Izuku Midoriya, 600 points, 450 villain points and 150 rescue points, new record. Bakugo's blood boiled, his face contorting in a mixture of anger and confusion as he took in the shocking results. Behind him, Mitsuki and Masura stood wide-eyed, equally stunned by the revelation. Inko's kid got the top spot, Mitsuki said, her voice filled with disbelief. And those point values, so many, and new record, Masura added, his brows furrowing as he tried to process the implications. Bakugo's teeth gritted as he processed the leaderboard, his heart racing with indignation. Second place. I'm in second. That fucking nerd is number 1. He must have cheated. How can a quirkless? His voice faltered as a memory struck him. Yuba had mentioned something about Deku having a quirk. His eyes widened, fury igniting anew. Maybe this will teach some humility, Mitsuki suggested, but Bakugo shook his head vehemently, his body tense and coiled like a spring ready to explode. No way in hell that worthless nerd passed, let alone beat me. He must have cheated, he snapped, his voice harsh and filled with venom. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. You think the most prestigious school wouldn't catch something like cheating? Bakugo threw his hands up in frustration, his palms still sparking. Then they must have bribed the judges. Inko doesn't have the money to bribe someone like UA, Masura said, watching Bakugo's anger flare. The boy's shoulders were tight, muscles rigid with indignation. But he's quirkless. No way he got so many points. Bakugo shouted, his fists trembling at his sides, ready to lash out. Both Masura and Mitsuki exchanged puzzled glances. Didn't Izuku tell you? Masura asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Tell me what? Bakugo barked, his body leaning forward, eager to pounce on any hint of information. I know you two aren't friends anymore, but I at least thought you would have known. Mitsuki said, a touch of exasperation creeping into her voice. Yeah, when Inko told us we couldn't believe it, but when we saw him training in his room, we couldn't deny it, Mitsuki continued, her tone calm despite Bakugo's rising agitation. What the fuck are you two talking about? He yelled, his voice echoing off the walls as he took a step back, his hands clenched into tight fists. Watch your language, brat. Mitsuki shot back, her patience wearing thin. Shut up, hag, Bakugo retorted, his face flushed with anger, eyes blazing. Masura took a deep breath, trying to mediate the escalating conflict. Apparently, Izuku has a quirk, he said, attempting to defuse the situation. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief, but the scowl returned almost immediately. Bullshit. Quirks appear at 4, he growled, disbelief dripping from his words. He's a late bloomer, I guess, Masura replied, shrugging slightly. Instead of arguing further, Bakugo stormed out of the house, his heart pounding with a mix of frustration and determination. He needed answers, and he was headed straight for the Midoriyas. Mitsuki quickly grabbed his arm, her grip firm. It's late now. Get back in here and let them have their moment of celebration. Don't ruin their day because you got second. You are not entitled to an explanation. Now get back inside. If you want one, get it later or tomorrow. Bakugo struggled against her hold, muscles tensed and ready to fight. Let me go. I need answers, he yelled, his voice raw with frustration. Enough, she commanded, pulling him back into the house with surprising strength. He glared at her, fists still crackling with sparks, every part of him seething with anger. 2 days had passed. Izuku lay back on his couch, a wide smile spreading across his face as he savored the reality that he had made it into UA. Hi. The leaderboard flashed in his mind, reminding him that Uraraka, Kendo, Jirou, and Pony had all managed to get in too. Even Iida had passed. He wanted to thank him, but he had no way of reaching out. All those months of hard work, all the time spent studying and figuring out the Omnitrix and its aliens, it all paid off. He thought, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. And to think I beat All Might's record. I hope he isn't mad about that. Izuku's mind drifted to the idea of celebrating with his friends. A joyful grin broke across his face. I could get together with the girls to celebrate. I actually have friends now. But then reality hit him. Wait, Uraraka's with her parents in Mie. He sighed, laying back against the couch, the smile fading slightly. I wonder how long it would take to get to Mie Prefecture from here, probably around 18 minutes. He cupped his chin thoughtfully. Though I can't even use my aliens right now, he added, disappointment creeping in. Things would be so much easier. Just as he settled back into his thoughts, a loud voice pierced through the tranquility. Where is he? Where is that insignificant, high-score stealing son of a bitch? Izuku's heart sank, and dread washed over him as he recognized the voice. He peered out the door to see Bakugo, eyes blazing with fury. Deku, how the fuck? Bakugo screamed, but Izuku, panicking, quickly slammed the door shut, locking it tight. He hurriedly dialed a number on his phone, his hands shaking. Hello, Kendo answered, her voice calm and friendly. Kendo, are you busy right now? Izuku asked, trying to keep his tone steady. Kendo hesitated, a hint of pink creeping into her cheeks. And no, not really. Just kind of bored around. Her voice was abruptly cut off by Bakugo's thunderous shout from outside. Deku, get out here and give me an explanation. Kendo's curiosity piqued. Huh, who's that? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, anxiety gnawing at him. Look, I really don't want to deal with him right now. Do you mind if we hang out instead? Sure, we can meet at the dojo or the burger shack. I think Jirou wouldn't mind joining us. I kind of want to get to know her. She seems cool, Kendo replied, her excitement evident. Bakugo's voice boomed again, more furious than ever. If you don't step out, I'm gonna blow up the door. Kendo raised an eyebrow, her tone inquisitive. How are you planning on escaping? Izuku glanced down at the Omnitrix strapped to his wrist, a determined spark igniting in his eyes. Don't worry, I have an idea. Thanks so much, Kendo. Bye, he said, hanging up before she could respond. He pressed the button on the Omnitrix, the faceplate popping open with a bright green glow. A holographic figure of Echo materialized before him, but Izuku quickly scrolled through the selections, his heart racing as he caught the scent of caramel Bakugo was ready to blow. Finally, he settled on a ghostly figure, bringing his hand down decisively on the Omnitrix. Outside, Bakugo was bombarding the door with shouts, demanding an answer. Izuku felt a thrill of fear and excitement as he transformed. The moment the green flash erupted from the door, Bakugo paused, confusion crossing his face. He felt a sudden chill sweep through him, making him shiver involuntarily. Sorry, Kachan, but... Ghost Freak's invisible form thought, blending seamlessly into the shadows. As Ghost Freak prepared to leave, a surge of overwhelming bloodlust coursed through. He felt bloodlust, anger and rage. He felt an instinctual urge to attack, his claw hovering dangerously close to Bakugo's throat, his invisible form rendering him unaware of the deadly proximity. The sharp edge of his claw broke the skin, a thin trickle of blood sliding down Bakugo's neck. In that moment, Ghost Freak's eye glowed an eerie purple. But just as suddenly, clarity returned, and he pulled back, dissipating into the shadows with a shudder. He flew away, confused and shaken. What the hell was that? He thought, bewildered by the sudden shift in his instincts. Bakugo, still feeling the chill of the ghostly presence, sat on the floor, fists clenched in frustration. If you think I'll just go away, you're dead wrong. Katsuki. Bakugo turned sharply at the sound of Inko's voice. She stood in the doorway, her brow furrowed with concern. But to his surprise, the nerd wasn't there. He had managed to escape once again. All Bakugo could do was scream, overwhelmed by the torrent of emotions swirling inside him. The rage and humiliation of being second to Deku, of all people, felt like a suffocating weight. He didn't know what to do with the anger, and it boiled over, leaving him frustrated. A few hours later, Izuku sat at Burger Shack with Jirou and Kendo, enjoying a burger and some fries, though his mind was clearly distracted. Thanks for coming, guys, Izuku said, offering them a small, appreciative smile. Kendo frowned a little, picking at her chili fries. So, why are you hiding from this guy again? Izuku flinched at her direct question, clearly uncomfortable. Well. I mean, seriously, what's his deal? Jirou added, sipping her drink and glancing at him with curiosity. Izuku sighed, feeling the tension rise in his shoulders. Knowing him, he probably won't be happy that I scored higher than him. I just don't want to be anywhere near him. Kendo's irritation bubbled up. Honestly, she thought Izuku was amazing. When he wasn't wrapped up in his own insecurities, or overthinking every little thing, he had this quiet strength that she couldn't help but admire. In those moments, he made her feel something deep inside, a flutter in her chest that she couldn't ignore. Just watching him when he wasn't like this, when he wasn't being so unsure of himself, made her heart race. But now, seeing him back down like this, it frustrated her. She didn't like this version of him, the one that seemed to shrink away in Bakugo's shadow. So, you're just going to avoid him? Jirou asked, raising an eyebrow. From what you're saying, he sounds kind of unstable. Yeah, I guess, Izuku mumbled, his voice lowering. Every time I score better than him, he takes it personally. And I. Before he could finish, Kendo slammed her hands on the table, making both Izuku and Jirou jump. Her eyes were fixed on her food, but there was no mistaking the anger in her voice. You need to stand up to him, Midoriya. Izuku blinked, taken aback by her sudden outburst. You can't just keep running away because he scares you, Kendo said, her voice rising. You need to stand your ground. I don't want to fight him. And he's always yelling, so trying to have a reasonable conversation with him, Izuku tried to explain, his fear of Bakugo evident in his voice. Then tell him off, Kendo snapped, her frustration spilling over. You can't just back down because he's intimidating. You got first place, you earned it. Don't let some jerk make you feel like you didn't. Izuku's shoulders slumped, his gaze dropping to the table as doubt weighed him down. Eventually, you're going to have to face him, you know that, right? Kendo's voice softened slightly, but her resolve didn't waver. Don't let him walk all over you. Her own heart was pounding now, but not from anger. She glanced at him, her face softening as she blushed despite herself. He was amazing, and seeing him doubt himself like this made her want to shake him, make him realize how strong he truly was. One of the things I really admire about you, she began quietly, her voice almost trembling, is that you never give up. You always stand your ground, just like when we first met. Kendo's cheeks turned red, and she quickly looked away, embarrassed by how flustered she had gotten. Watching him when he was confident made her heart race, but seeing him doubt himself hurt more than she expected. She just wanted him to see what she saw. That beneath that layer of self-doubt held this amazing hero, this amazing person just. She couldn't help but begin to fall for. Izuku stood in the principal's office at Aldria Middle School, the heavy tension in the air weighing him down. He was next to Bakugo, his tormentor, while the principal sat across from them, addressing him directly. He couldn't but think of Kendo the whole time, what she told him to do. Midoriya, the principal said, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku mumbled, his mind quickly returning to the moment. I was just saying how we had you all wrong, Midoriya. Breaking All Might's record. That's quite the achievement. Congratulations, the principal said, his voice dripping with a fake sincerity. Izuku felt Bakugo's seething gaze boring into him, his body instinctively trembling. The principal, however, seemed oblivious to the tension as he muttered under his breath, clearly, we bet on the wrong horse. And from the rumors, you've got a stellar quirk too, the principal continued, sweating slightly as he extended his hand. Just remember us, okay? Izuku reluctantly shook the man's hand, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. The principal had ignored so many of Bakugo's actions in the past, yet now, after hearing about his success, the same man was practically kissing up to him. It felt hollow. As they left the office, Bakugo simmered with barely contained rage. Izuku could feel it, the pressure mounting in the air as they walked out into the hallway. Bakugo's glare was burning a hole in his back, and Izuku gripped the straps of his bag tightly, hating himself for not standing up to the boy sooner. His thoughts raced. Come on, Izuku, you can't be scared of Bakugo. You've fought villains, stood in actual life and death arenas, and faced down giant weather kaiju. Don't be scared of Kachan. Izuku swallowed hard, trying to steel his nerves. Deku. Bakugo's venomous voice hissed from behind him, freezing Izuku in place. He gulped, feeling the old familiar fear claw at his insides as he turned to face him. Classmates of Aldria glanced around nervously, keeping their distance as they watched the brewing confrontation with bated breath. Izuku's instinct was to run. Years of bullying had conditioned him to want to flee at the mere sight of Bakugo. But he remembered Kendo's words. He remembered Ochako's reassuring voice, calling him Dekiru because she believed in him. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and faced the blonde head-on. Bakugo's face was twisted with hate, his hands emitting faint plumes of smoke, a clear show of intimidation. But Izuku didn't back down. How did you do it? Bakugo growled, barely keeping his rage contained as his eyes blazed with fury. Excuse me, Izuku stammered, not fully understanding the question. How did you cheat? Bakugo snarled, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. Izuku blinked, stunned. I didn't cheat, he said, his voice shaking slightly. That's bullshit, Bakugo spat, his anger flaring. There's no way in hell you could beat All Might's record without cheating. I didn't, Izuku insisted, stepping back slightly. Now tell me how you did it. Admit you cheated, Bakugo roared, his fury spilling over. There's no way someone as useless, worthless, and pathetic as you could ever beat me. You fucking cheated, Deku. I didn't cheat, Izuku yelled, but Bakugo was beyond reasoning. He grabbed Izuku by the collar, shoving him violently against the gate fence. Don't lie to me, Bakugo shouted, his face inches from Izuku's, seething with rage. I'm supposed to be the best, the only one from this shitty school to get into UA, but you you ruined that. You bribed someone, didn't you? You had to. Before Bakugo could finish his tirade, a fist collided with his face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Blood dripped from his lip as he wiped his mouth, looking up in stunned disbelief. Kendo stood between them now, her orange hair swaying slightly as she glared down at Bakugo with a fierce, unyielding expression. Her hands were clenched into tight fists, and her body was tense, ready for whatever Bakugo might try next. Bakugo's eyes darkened with pure rage as he slowly stood up, his glare murderous. You, he growled, the fury in his voice unmistakable as he locked eyes with Kendo. Stay away from him, you jerk. Kendo snapped, her voice sharp and unwavering as she stepped between Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo growled low in his throat, eyes narrowing. Kendo, what are you doing here? Izuku stammered, confused by her sudden intervention. Kendo didn't respond right away. Her focus remained on Bakugo, who had picked himself up, hands crackling with faint explosions. She cracked her knuckles, preparing for what might come. Back off, Kendo warned, her voice firm, unyielding. Not until this cheater admits he fucking cheated in the exams. Bakugo bellowed, his fury blazing in his eyes. Stay out of this, you orange-haired bitch. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the scene unfold. His mind raced, flashing back to the last 5 years, always in the same position, always someone else standing between him and Bakugo's wrath. But something was different this time. His fists tightened around his bag straps as Bakugo marched forward, ready to strike. As Bakugo swung his fist, aiming straight for Kendo, Izuku moved without thinking. His hand shot up, grabbing Bakugo's wrist mid-swing. The impact sent a shock through his arm, but Izuku held firm. His head was down, but when he looked up, the candle he desperately so damn hard to snuff out was now ablaze. Kachan. I got into UA. I got first place. I beat All Might's record. I applied to UA, and I beat you. His voice rose, each word brimming with conviction. I beat All Might's score, and nothing is going to change that. Bakugo's face twisted in rage, his whole body trembling with fury. But Izuku didn't back down. He tightened his grip on Bakugo's arm, refusing to let go. Someone told me I could be a hero, Izuku continued, his voice shaking, but steady. That's why I applied. That's why I'm going. Whether you like it or not, you came in second. You can't change the fact like the I am going to UA. The crowd of students watching from the sidelines felt a ripple of awe at Izuku's defiance, a flicker of inspiration lighting their faces. Bakugo's eyes went wide, disbelief etched across his features. How could this useless, quirkless Deku stand here like this? For years, Bakugo had made it his mission to crush Izuku, to grind him down every day until he was nothing. He was certain that he had that damn fucking candle. So why was Izuku's flame burning brighter now, brighter than ever? When the fuck had it become ablaze? Kendo stood nearby, her heart racing as she watched Izuku stand his ground. She felt like a spark coursing through her, her body rising in temperature through her that she couldn't ignore. The pounding in her chest intensified with every moment, each beat resonating like a drum. She felt a flush creep into her cheeks, and she instinctively tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against her skin. She could still see he was a bit scared, but despite that he was facing the way he just didn't seem to back down, just wanted to stand alongside him. Izuku's heart was beating out of his chest, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He was scared, terrified even. But his grip on Bakugo's arm didn't waver. He refused to break eye contact, his stare defiant. His emerald bore into Bakugo's red. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Izuku thought, his resolve hardening. I'm not going to be your punching bag anymore. Bakugo's face contorted in rage, his teeth gritted as he ripped his arm free from Izuku's grasp. He swung at Izuku with all his might, his fist crackling with energy. But Izuku, reacting with surprising speed, dodged the blow, feeling the whoosh of air as it passed by his face. In an instant, Izuku countered, slamming his foot into Bakugo's face with a sharp kick. The force of the impact sent Bakugo's head snapping back violently, his body stumbling as he tried to recover. Izuku's heart raced as he followed through with a fluid backflip, landing nimbly on his feet. Bakugo, Dazed, wiped at the blood trickling from his mouth, his face a mask of rage and shock. The crowd gasped at the display of agility. "That's enough." A woman's voice rang out, slicing through the tension. Izuku turned to see a fairly built woman with a slim figure, her striking blue skin contrasting with her short, ruffled hair. She wore a skin-tight crop top paired with a high white collar, instantly recognizable as the pro-hero Bubble Girl. Bakugo glanced at her and quickly looked away, his anger still simmering. He shot Izuku one last glare, wiping the blood from his chin with a scowl. "Deku," he sneered, "I see your worthless ass anywhere at UA. I'll kill you." With that, he turned and stormed off, leaving the air thick with unresolved tension. As everyone dispersed, All Might, Izuku shouted as he landed on Dagoba's freshly cleaned beach. Blood trickled between Toshinori's teeth. "Wait, All Might." A couple who had come to admire the waves beneath a large beach canopy began to panic at the sight of his hero form. "Repeat after me." "Just my eyes playing tricks." Izuku stiffened and shouted, "Sorry. It was just a mirage." The couple sighed in relief, turning away, albeit disappointed. Toshinori grinned and raised his hand for a high five. "Good job, kid. You performed exceptionally well. You even beat my old high score. Now that's going plus ultra. I just tried my best. Honestly, I thought I had failed. But you made me proud." Midoriya beamed before glancing at the Omnitrix, a surge of confidence washing over him. "All Might," Izuku began. "I managed to use one for all in the Omnitrix. There was no backlash with the forms, and I didn't break anything. I know I was pushing my limits." Toshinori cupped his chin, intrigued. "Really? Interesting. That makes sense. You can't access it fully because of your body, but your forms are more resilient and have better physiques, allowing them to pool a larger percentage of power." Izuku nodded eagerly. "Though I still haven't figured out full cowl with my forms. I need to learn quickly so I can make you proud." All Might smiled, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "With the way you're progressing, I have no doubt you can do it." He looked up at the starry night sky. "My score was considered impossible to beat, but you did it. You think you won't be as great as me? I wholeheartedly disagree. I believe you will surpass me. If you bring that same drive you had this past year just to enter the school, you will become a hero the world has never seen before." Tears welled in Midoriya's eyes. "All Might, what did I say about crying?" All Might scolded playfully. "Sorry, that was just so motivational," he said, quickly wiping his tears away. "Now, young Midoriya, I must stress this. Under no circumstances should you use one for all at 100% on your full body while in alien form," All Might warned. During the exam, you were able to use one for all as Heat Blast, correct? You're starting to understand your powers, but I need you to exercise restraint. The consequences could be severe not just for you, but for those around you. For example, Heat Blast can already go supernova, mixing that with one for all could be catastrophic." "I understand. The power you hold has no limitations, but with great power comes the need for control. Train your body to endure the strain of one for all," Toshinori said, crushing a can in his transformed hand before reverting to his hero form. "Then it's yours to command. You will wield unparalleled power," All Might declared, and Izuku looked at him in awe before adopting a serious expression. "Hey, look, it's All Might." "No way. Where did he come from?" The same couple that had been on their date spotted All Might in his hero form, and the number one hero began to sweat at his mistake. "Right, now we run," All Might exclaimed, taking off to escape the excited couple. "Why yes, sir," Izuku shouted, sprinting after him. As they ran, All Might glanced back at Izuku, deep in thought. "The torch I have passed on to you is but a small flame right now. But in time, it will be kindled into a raging inferno. The more powerful you become, the more you'll outshine me. Eventually, I'll retire, knowing my job is complete." "Woo, deep stuff, All Might," he mused as they continued to flee. "Do you have everything?" "Yup. Your phone?" "I have it." "Your wallet with your school ID?" "In my pocket." "Your watch doesn't come off." "Oh, right. Tissues and handkerchief?" "Yes." "Oh, what about you?" "Mom, I'm gonna be late." Izuku stood at the entrance of their apartment, hurriedly double-checking his things as his mother nervously fired off questions, each one sounding more urgent than the last. "I've got to hurry. I'm meeting up with Kendo and Uraraka," he said, pulling on his signature red shoes and grabbing the door handle. Inko smiled at the sight of her son rushing out the door. It wasn't like him to leave the house so early. He used to find any excuse to stay inside. But lately, he'd been heading out more, coming home with a bright smile and even texting at dinner. Just seeing him like this filled her heart with pride and happiness. Today, watching him leave early in the morning gave her that same sense of joy. Seeing that absolute excitement on wanting to just go on and meet up with his friends and go to his dream school just couldn't help but make her heart swell. "Izuku," she called out before he could leave. Izuku turned back, confused. "What is it, Mom?" Inko stood there, a small smile on her face and tears beginning to form at the corners of her eyes. "You look really cool, sweetie," she said, her voice soft with emotion. "Guess your father was right." Izuku paused, staring at her. "Dad, what about him? He always said you'd be a hero. Look at you, top of the leaderboard, attending UA, even breaking All Might's record. He'd be so proud if he was here." Dad believed I could be a hero. But I was quirkless. Inko tilted her head, her expression soft but puzzled. "Sweetie, don't you remember what happened when you were told you were quirkless?" Izuku scratched his neck awkwardly, looking down. The memories of his father were distant, buried under layers of pain he never wanted to revisit. Inko, sensing his discomfort, continued, her voice laced with a mix of sadness and warmth. "When they told you, I remember it like it was yesterday." Tears welled up in her eyes. "I couldn't tell you that you could still be a hero. And I'm so sorry, Izuku, for not supporting you the way you needed." She paused, smiling through her tears. "But your father, he never doubted you, not for a second. I remember you came to me, crying, saying, 'Dad, can I still be a hero without a quirk?' And you were so heartbroken." Izuku's eyes widened as she continued. "But your father," Inko said, tears trailing down her face. There wasn't a moment of doubt in his mind that you'd be a hero," Inko said, her smile softening. For a moment, Izuku stood frozen, taking in her words. Inko wiped her eyes and smiled. "Now look at me, making you late." She laughed, gently pushing him toward the door. "You should go. Kendo and Uraraka are waiting for you, and you shouldn't keep two girls waiting." Hey, Mom," Izuku exclaimed as she ushered him out the door. "Bye, Izuku. Have a great day," she called after him, shutting the door. Izuku sighed, adjusting his backpack before breaking into a run. A wide grin spread across his face as he made his way down the street. This was just the beginning of his hero journey, and now, more than ever, he felt ready to show the world what he could do. As Midoriya reached the train station, he was panting, out of breath, and leaning against the wall for support. Sweat trickled down his face as he glanced at the schedule, his expression souring when he saw the next train wouldn't arrive for a few minutes. "You know, before I had a quirk, I never understood why speedsters or flyers got so annoyed about not being able to use their powers to travel," he muttered, his eye twitching in frustration. "But now, I totally get it. If I could use Fast Track or Stinkfly, I'd be at school in no time. Or even using Spider Monkey swinging from buildings like that Spider Hero, now that'd be fun." He let out a sigh, slumping slightly. "But, nope, I guess I've gotta ride the train like everyone else," Izuku finished, resigned to waiting. "Still giving us the silent treatment, Yaoyorozu," a boy called out, trailing after a girl with elegant raven hair and a poised, mature figure. To Izuku's surprise, she was wearing the UA uniform. Izuku's eyes were drawn to a girl with striking raven hair styled into a spiky ponytail. He could only describe her as stunning, immediately captivated by her appearance. "Whoa, she's really beautiful," he thought, his heart skipping a beat. Noticing her UA uniform, Izuku guessed, she must be a second year. She has that mature look, like an upperclassman. "I told you to stop following me. Leave me alone." Her voice faltered as her eyes met Izuku's. Emerald met Onyx. For a brief moment, they simply stared at each other. Izuku, taken aback by her beauty, blushed deeply and quickly looked away. But Momo continued to stare, her gaze lingering on him before reality pulled her back. "Come on, Momo, you wouldn't just turn your back on an old friend." "We were never friends," she interrupted sharply, her tone firm yet controlled. "You only ever cared about my status as a Yaoyorozu, and you made that abundantly clear months ago." Her words cut through the air like a blade, but her expression remained calm and dignified. The boy's irritation began to show, though he smoothed it over with a condescending smirk. "Oh please, Momo, let's not pretend this is anything more than a misunderstanding. We had a good arrangement going, and you know it. If you would just listen." He reached for her arm, but Momo quickly swatted his hand away with a cold look of disdain. His smirk twisted into something darker, but he checked himself, stepping back before he could fully lose his composure. "Fine, you want the truth," he sneered. "You were useful, that's all. We liked the prestige of having Yaoyorozu in our circle, who wouldn't?" Momo's eyes flashed with hurt, but she stood tall, refusing to let him see her vulnerability. "And let's be real for a moment," the boy continued, his tone dripping with condescension. "You're deluding yourself if you think anyone's ever going to be your friend for your charming personality. People like you, you're just a prize. They're after your name, your wealth, or maybe even your body. That's the truth of the world you live in, Momo. Not everyone can afford to be so high and mighty." Momo tightened her grip on her bag, keeping her chin high as she walked away. The boy's words stung, but she refused to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. "Walk away all you like," he called after her, venomous now. "You'll never be a real hero. You're just a privileged girl playing dress-up, riding on the coattails of your family's wealth." His harangue was cut short as Izuku stepped up and walked over. Excuse me," Izuku called out. Both teenagers turned toward him, the green-haired boy glaring at the arrogant one. The girl, Momo, was surprised to see Izuku. She instantly recognized him. When the results of the entrance exam were published, Izuku Midoriya's name spread like wildfire, the boy who shattered All Might's record. His quirk, powerful and destructive, had stirred endless rumors, but Yaoyorozu knew from personal observation that they were true. "Oh, another UA student," the boy sneered, his tone dripping with superiority. "Come to make friends with the Yaoyorozu heir. Like I said before, Momo, your quirk, your status, it's all you're good for. That's the only reason anyone would ever bother with you." His smirk deepened, taking pleasure in Momo's visible distress. Momo bit back her tears, her composure beginning to falter under his words. "I honestly don't care who she is," Izuku said, stepping closer, "but I'm not going to let you harass this girl any longer." Both of them turned, stunned by Izuku's sudden intervention. The smug boy's expression quickly morphed into one of disdain as his eyes narrowed, focusing on Izuku. "Do you even know who you're speaking to?" The boy growled, his eyes glowing a faint red. He stood nearly 6 feet tall, towering over Izuku's shorter frame. But Izuku didn't flinch, holding his gaze with calm defiance. "I know exactly what you are," Izuku said, his voice steady. "A bully." Momo blinked, surprised. She remembered from the exam how timid Izuku had seemed, someone who barely stood up for himself. Yet here he was, defending her with unwavering confidence, standing his ground against someone from one of Japan's most prestigious families. The boy's expression darkened, though he kept his voice dripping with false civility. "You think because you've made it into UA, that somehow places you on our level. Don't be deluded, boy. People like you are beneath us, commoners trying to play hero. Filth pretending to matter." Izuku remained calm, unfazed by the insults. "You can think whatever you want. It doesn't change the fact you're just a bully. That's all I need to know about you. But I am not going to let you belittle her." The boy's condescending sneer wavered, clearly frustrated that his words weren't getting to Izuku. He opened his mouth to deliver a self-righteous tirade, but before he could begin, the train arrived with a soft whoosh. Izuku, sensing his moment, grabbed Momo's hand and gently pulled her into the train car. Momo was startled by the sudden action. Despite his strength, Izuku's grip was careful, guiding rather than forcing her. She couldn't help but glance at him as they stepped inside the train, both of them finding themselves in a packed car with no seats available, leaving only the standing spaces. "Guess we're standing," Izuku said, looking around to see where he could stand. Momo glanced down and noticed they were still holding hands. She blinked, then met Izuku's eyes with a soft smile. "It's not an issue for me, but, could you please let go of my hand?" Momo asked gently. Izuku's cheeks flushed a deep red as he immediately released her hand. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." He bowed profusely, his embarrassment clear. Momo watched him in confusion. Just moments ago, he had displayed such confidence, but now he was stuttering and blushing like a completely different person. "There's no need to apologize," Momo reassured him, her tone calm and composed. "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and you're Izuku Midoriya, correct?" Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "Why Yaoyorozu? As in the Yaoyorozu family?" he exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. Momo nodded, but then Izuku's expression shifted as another thought occurred to him. Wait, how do you know my name?" Momo offered a small, polite smile. "Oh, you saved my father's life," she said matter of fact. Izuku's eyes went wide with realization. Before he could respond, Momo gave a slight bow, her voice softening. "Thank you for that. My father spoke very highly of you." Izuku felt warmth spreading across his cheeks. Thanks. But, wait, if you're Mr. Yaoyorozu's daughter, why are you taking the train?" Momo smiled. "I wanted to experience what it's like. Normally, I'd be driven by our chauffeur, but I didn't feel like taking a limo to school today. I wanted to arrive like everyone else for a change." "That makes sense," Izuku replied, nodding. Momo's demeanor shifted again as she continued, her voice full of admiration. "I must congratulate you on breaking All Might's record. 600 points is an impressive achievement, but considering how you utilized your abilities during the entrance exam, I'm not entirely surprised." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, still feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. "Why, you saw me use Echo during the exam. I didn't even notice you there. I observed your performance from the observation room with the other recommended students," Momo explained. "Well, me and my father, no other recommended students showed up. Watching you was certainly exciting." Izuku felt his face heat up again. "Wait, other recommended students?" Momo looked momentarily uncomfortable, recalling her past experiences. At her old school, many students had scorned her when they learned she got in through recommendation. They probably assumed he had trained hard to achieve such a high score, but she had seen too many powerful individuals become arrogant and entitled. She took a deep breath, straightening her posture. "I got in through recommendation." Though she said it confidently, there was a small part of her that felt uneasy. "I was ecstatic when my parents told me I'd been accepted into UA, my dream school," she thought to herself. "But a small part of me worries that I didn't truly earn my place. It didn't help when my former classmates found out. How could they assume I paid my way in? Even worse, they assumed I would use my body too." Momo kept her outward composure, though her frustration simmered beneath the surface. She knew she had worked hard. And she was very confident in her own abilities. "I earned my place," she asserted, to herself. "Just like the rest of the recommended students did, knowing that I can stand among students like Todoroki fills me with pride. I imagine he's had to face similar scrutiny." With a quiet, inward resolve, Momo straightened her posture, her confidence unwavering. "Whoa, you got in through recommendations," Izuku exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across his face. "For you to be accepted into UA, you must have a lot of potential," he added, his excitement infectious. Momo felt a warm flutter in her chest at his genuine admiration. Momo stared at him in surprise, taken aback by his enthusiasm. "I heard the recommended exams are just as ruthless as the regular entrance exam. You must really be amazing," Izuku continued, and Momo could see the sincerity in his eyes and words. "To be one of only 4 people accepted through recommendation, you must have worked incredibly hard to stand out," he said, beaming with pride. Momo blinked, feeling her cheeks warm as she tucked a large strand of her black hair behind her ear, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Thank you. That means a lot to me," she replied softly, touched by his words and the earnestness behind them. Izuku, still oblivious to the effect he had on her, nodded eagerly. "I worked hard against the other applicants, and it paid off. Now I'll be standing alongside heroes in training. I hope we can work well together," Momo added. Izuku nodded in agreement, but then curiosity sparkled in his eyes. He was eager to ask something that had been on his mind, knowing that those accepted by recommendation usually possessed very powerful quirks. So, what's your quirk? Izuku asked, and at the mention of quirks, Momo's expression brightened. She was just as curious about his quirk, especially after seeing its impressive and versatile nature. With a proud stance, she cleared her throat. Well, I can create any non-living items from my exposed skin using the components of my body's fat tissue. As long as I understand the elements of the item I'm creating and have enough fat cells, I can make it, Momo explained. Izuku's eyes widened in awe, sparkling with excitement as stars seemed to replace his pupils. Momo couldn't help but feel a rush of pride at his reaction, knowing that her quirk was something special. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a notebook appeared in his hand. Where did that notebook come from? Momo asked, raising an eyebrow, but Izuku didn't seem to hear her question, too absorbed in jotting down notes. Wow, that's amazing. You can make anything using your quirk. There's so much versatility and potential. You could create medical supplies for those in need, craft weapons to defend yourself, and even conjure up everyday objects on a whim. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he scribbled notes fervently in his book, barely able to contain his excitement. Thank you, Momo replied, a warm blush creeping onto her cheeks. His admiration felt genuine and uplifting. As Izuku continued to jot down his thoughts, the sleeve of his uniform slid down slightly, exposing the Omnitrix on his wrist. His quirk is incredible. He can transform into so many different forms and gain powerful abilities. Plus, that green electricity I saw during the entrance exam suggests he must have a secondary quirk, Momo mused, her curiosity piquing even further. She cleared her throat, gathering her thoughts to engage him. Midoriya, I'm really curious about your quirk, she said, her tone encouraging. Izuku flinched a little. While they had crafted a plausible cover story for the Omnitrix, he felt uncertain about revealing his quirk. It would be hard to explain. Actually, it might even sound unbelievable, he admitted, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Not wanting to end the conversation with someone she was genuinely talking to, Momo pressed on. I watched the entrance exam closely. You used that support item on your wrist and transformed into that small white creature with cloning and sonic abilities. Then you switched to that fiery form to take down the zero-pointer. It was incredibly impressive. She smiled, her eagerness to know what he can do, especially when the fact she had never seen a quirk like his before was infectious. Izuku's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her praise. Gee, thank you. Taking a deep breath, he considered how Momo had opened up about her own quirk. It's only fair that I share mine, he thought, reassuring himself. I'll keep it simple. No need to dive into the technical details. My quirk allows me to transform into multiple forms, each with its own set of abilities, Izuku explained, pressing the button on the Omnitrix. Instantly, the device responded with a burst of green light, and the dial began to rise, showcasing various forms. Momo's eyes widened in awe as she leaned closer, captivated by the display. So you can transform into all these different forms. That's incredible, she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Yeah, pretty much, Izuku replied, a sense of pride creeping into his tone as he deactivated the Omnitrix and the dial lowered back down. Each form has its own strengths and weaknesses. How many forms do you have? How can you transform into such a variety? From what I observe, the watch seems to act as a selector. What about the green electricity? Momo asked, her interest palpable, leaning in even closer, which made Izuku's heart race and his face turn crimson. Izuku hesitated, feeling the weight of her gaze. I can explain the rest later. Going through all that might take a while. Momo nodded, her smile warm and encouraging. I hope you do. I'm really curious now. I'm looking forward to us working together, she said, her voice filled with sincerity. Izuku smiled back, feeling a sense of camaraderie. He then glanced out the window, noticing their stop was fast approaching. Hey, our stop is. Suddenly, the train lurched unexpectedly. Izuku stumbled forward, his hand still raised in a reflexive wave. Unfortunately, it landed squarely on something soft and round. The luxurious scent of expensive perfume enveloped him, and he realized with horror that he had inadvertently touched Momo's right breast. A stunned silence fell over them, and the awkwardness hung heavy in the air. Momo reacted instinctively, slapping his hand away with a surprised look on her face. Flustered, Izuku's cheeks burned brighter than ever as he began to stutter, fumbling with his words. I didn't mean to. Izuku's words stumbled out in a frantic mess, his stutter rendering his apologies unintelligible. He suddenly bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm Natapervet. Please forgive me. Momo stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the torrent of jumbled words that poured from his mouth. Is he really not going to take this seriously? The thought ignited her frustration. She felt embarrassed, flustered, and annoyed that she couldn't see the obvious signs he was trying to apologize as she hugged her arms around her chest defensively, glaring at him with piercing eyes. It felt as if he wasn't even trying to apologize properly. The stares of onlookers only compounded Izuku's anxiety. The jealousy in the boy's eyes and the disdain in the girl's glares made his heart race. Momo turned her back on him with a sharp, HMPH. That echoed her irritation, leaving Izuku feeling even more isolated. His face drained of color, caught in a moment of shock and embarrassment. Before he could collect himself to explain or sincerely apologize, the train jolted to a stop. Momo was the first to exit, her expression a mixture of anger and disappointment. Deep inside, however, she felt a wave of sadness wash over her. The words of Schwan echoed in her mind, dredging up painful memories from middle school. Am I really going to go through all that again? I thought things would be different this time. He was kinda cute, and I enjoyed our conversation. Izuku stepped off the train, his heart racing as he watched her walk away without a glance back. Frustration boiled within him, and he slapped himself in the forehead. I need to work on my stuttering. She probably didn't hear a word I said. What's wrong with me? I'm such an idiot for freezing up like that. He groaned, grabbing his head in exasperation. I need to find her and apologize properly, he thought, determination flickering within him. But how? I don't even know what class she's in, and UA is huge. As he approached the UA gates, he paused, keeping an eye on the girl as she entered the school building, her back turned to him. Just then, something pink collided with him, halting his thoughts. Oof, sorry, Izuku turned to see a girl with vibrant pink skin and small horns, her face suddenly turning a deep lilac as she blushed, her wide eyes filled with surprise. Next to her stood a boy with spiky red hair, his eyes a bit shocked. A few moments ago, Kirishima, I'm telling you, he's the one. A girl with pink skin and horns exclaimed, her excitement shining through as she bounced on her toes. Kirishima chuckled as they walked side by side. I can feel it, she continued dramatically, her eyes sparkling. When I enter the school, that green-haired boy from so long ago will be waiting for me with open arms. She opened her arms wide to emphasize her point. You seem really into a guy you've only met once, Kirishima replied, raising an eyebrow. You don't even know his name, and yet you can't stop talking about him. Don't you think you're getting a bit carried away? Mina beamed at him, her cheeks a soft shade of pink. Kirishima, I know the chances of running into him again are slim, but I've always wanted to fall for a guy. That's why I love playing matchmaker for others. But this feels different. Maybe it was just the heat of the moment when he saved my life, but my heart has been going crazy ever since. Whenever I think about him, my chest feels like there's a drum and I get butterflies in my stomach. My face gets all hot, and I can't stop picturing his messy green hair. Mina stopped, her face turning lilac, holding her beating chest. It's just, I've never had a crush on anyone before, and I'm so excited about it. It makes me feel like I'm on top of the moon. She hugged herself tightly, her enthusiasm bubbling over as she bounced on her toes. Kirishima grinned, placing his hands behind his head. I kinda want to meet him too. Mina gasped dramatically, her hands on her hips. No way, I'm not giving up my first crush to anyone. Kirishima laughed, shaking his head. Not like that, Ashido. I knew I recognized him. I saw him in the underground fight arena. He was the one managing 4 arms. Kirishima's eyes brightened, and he clenched his fists in excitement. That 4 arms guy was so cool. He fought with such strength, putting a guy in a chokehold while restraining his arms. It was incredible. And the fight with that Rappa guy. Wow. Ashido giggled and nudged him playfully. Seems like someone's a fan. Hey, cut it out. Kirishima said, waving his hands in protest. I just think 4 arms is awesome. I wouldn't mind getting an autograph. You really think he's the same guy? Ashido asked, tilting her head curiously. I hope so. If I get to meet 4 arms, that would be amazing. Kirishima said, turning to Mina with an earnest expression. But I doubt you'll find that guy. Horn buddy, love always finds a way. I'll find my curly, freckled prince. I know it's a long shot, but the way he saved me, my heart was racing so fast. I've never felt this way about anyone before. So lost in her thoughts, Mina didn't notice she had bumped into someone until she turned around. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of familiar green eyes, freckles, and messy forest green hair. Oh, I'm sorry, the boy exclaimed, stepping back slightly. And no problem. Ahem, I'm Mina Ashido. It's a pleasure, Mina said, her voice slightly shaky as she nervously tucked a loose strand of her unruly pink hair behind her ear. Her cheeks were flushed, and her heart was racing, barely able to meet the boy's gaze. Oh, pleasure. The boy, Izuku, stared at her for a moment, clearly captivated by her eyes. He's staring right at me. Does he remember me? Does he think my horns are weird? Her thoughts spiraled as she nervously shifted her weight from one foot to the other. What about my eyes? People always compare them to a raccoon's. Izuku suddenly snapped out of his trance. Your eyes? They look pretty cool, he said, offering a small, awkward smile. He then took a better look at her, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, wasn't she the girl that the bird took? I mean, I could be wrong, but, having pink skin isn't exactly unique. Mina's face turned a deeper shade of lilac as she tried to process his words. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, Izuku looked like he remembered something urgent. Sorry, but I gotta go. He quickly blurted out, his face flustered as he took a step back. Hey, Mina called out, reaching her hand slightly toward him, but he was already rushing off, leaving her standing there, her hand frozen in midair. Her shoulders slumped slightly. Wait, darn it. Man, that was totally him. That was totally 4 arms manager. Kirishima exclaimed from beside her, pumping his fist. I need him to get me an autograph. He's so manly. Guess you were right. Mina's hand slowly lowered to her chest as she felt her heartbeat still pounding. Why yeah, she muttered, almost in disbelief. She hadn't really expected to see him again. It was just a silly fantasy she kept replaying in her mind. But now, standing here, knowing that he was actually at UA, it made her dreams feel so much more real. Her heart raced faster, pounding like a drum as the excitement and nervousness washed over her. Her face stayed a deep lilac as her fingers lightly touched her chest, feeling the rapid thump of her pulse. Izuku sprinted down the halls, frantically searching for the girl he needed to apologize to before class. His steps slowed as he realized something worse. He was lost. Groaning in frustration, he looked around, gripping his head in both hands. Arg, I'm bad with girls and directions, he exclaimed, throwing his head back in despair. Hey, lil, buddy. Everything okay down there? You look lost and frustrated, a friendly voice called out, catching Izuku's attention. Izuku muttered in surprise, spinning around. Yo, a tall, muscular blonde guy grinned at him, giving a playful wink. Oh, why yeah. I'm kinda lost, Izuku admitted, slumping his shoulders in defeat. Do you know the school building? Like the back of my hand. The blonde said with a cheerful grin, then chuckled. But sorry, I can't help with the girls part. Midoriya's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and he facepalmed. I said that out loud, didn't I? Nope, the blonde responded with a smirk. Izuku blinked in confusion. Did he have some kind of mind-reading quirk? Then how did you? Izuku began, but the blonde interrupted him. You screamed it, he said, still in a cheerful tone. Izuku's face turned a deeper red as he groaned, muttering, great first day, and I've already made a fool of myself. Today is going splendidly. Haha, you're funny, first year. The blonde laughed, clapping Izuku on the back. Name's Mirio Tagata. I'm a third year in the hero course. I can show you to your class if you'd like. Before Izuku could respond, a cheerful voice echoed down the hall. Mirio, there you are. What are you doing? We need to get to the entrance ceremony. A girl with bright blue hair hurried over, but her eyes quickly locked on Izuku. Huh, who's this? Is he friendly? Izuku turned to see the source of the voice, and his face went nuclear red. His mind short-circuited the moment he laid eyes on the energetic girl approaching them. She was practically bouncing with excitement, her curiosity overwhelming. Yo, Nejire. Mirio waved at her, still grinning. I was just helping this freshman out, giving him directions. Nejire, now standing between them, leaned in close to Izuku, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Nejire Hado. What's your name? What course are you in? What's your quirk? Is it strong? Why are you so red? Is it because of your quirk? Do you need help getting somewhere? What class are you in? She fired off questions in rapid succession, leaning in closer with every word. Izuku felt the wall press against his back as he tried to put some distance between himself and Nejire's barrage of questions. His eyes darted nervously as he tried to keep up with her, but his mind was too jumbled to form coherent answers. Hey, Nejire, give the guy some breathing room. Mirio chuckled, gently pulling her back. He can't answer your questions if you don't let him talk. Izuku exhaled in relief, his blush still prominent. Izuku M. Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Tagata and Hado, he stammered, nervously scratching the back of his head. I really need to work on my stutter, he muttered under his breath. Mirio and Nejire's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, Midoriya. Mirio crossed his arms, studying the boy with new interest. You're the first year who broke All Might's record, right? Yeah. Rumor has it you scored 450 villain points and 150 rescue points in the entrance exam. That's insane, Nejire added, bouncing on the balls of her feet. When I was a first year, I only got 90 points. Izuku's face turned crimson as he waved his hands in front of him. It's no big deal, really. Humble too, Mirio said, impressed. Most first years with a score that high would be bragging left and right. I'm not really looking for attention. Izuku mumbled, scratching his cheek. Do you mind showing me to class 1A? Both Mirio and Nejire exchanged looks before wincing slightly. You're in class 1A? Mirio asked cautiously. Yeah, should I be worried? Izuku asked, noting the sudden change in their expressions. Mirio rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, that class's homeroom teacher is, known for expelling students. Izuku's eyes went wide, and he gulped nervously. He wouldn't happen to have black hair, a scarf, and a really tired look, would he? Oh, so you've met him. Nejire chirped cheerfully. Izuku closed his eyes, muttering a quick prayer under his breath before sighing in acceptance. Of course, my luck just keeps getting better. Anyway, could you please help me find the class? I don't want to be late, especially with a guy who might expel me on day 1. Without warning, Nejire grabbed Izuku's arm and began dragging him down the hall. Come on, let's go. You don't want to be expelled on the first day. Can I ask you some questions along the way? Please, I want to know more about your quirk. Before Izuku could respond, he was pulled away, his mind spinning from everything that had just happened. Mirio watched with a grin, shaking his head as Izuku was whisked away by Nejire's energy. Well, that was something. He shrugged and walked off. He'll be fine, probably. A few minutes later, Izuku stood frozen, watching as Nejire's curious blue eyes sparkled while she fiddled with the Omnitrix on his wrist, leaning in so close that his heart raced. So, you can transform into different superheroes? She asked, her fingers lightly brushing against the device. Well, yeah, basically, Izuku stammered, cheeks heating up. But I call them alien heroes. Cool, Nejire beamed, moving closer to inspect the Omnitrix more thoroughly, her wide smile nearly blinding him. Izuku's blush deepened as her proximity made his pulse quicken. How many forms do you have? Oh, I wanna ask so many questions. How many can fly? From the rumors, you can clone yourself, have sonic powers, and you destroyed half the zero-pointer with a fire quirk. What else can you do? Do you have a cute form? Do you have an ugly form? A speed form? Strength form? Nejire fired off question after question, her enthusiasm almost overwhelming. Izuku blinked, trying to keep up with her rapid-fire queries. They finally reached the classroom as he managed to answer, I have about 10 forms, and counting. 3 can fly, I can do a lot. I'm not sure what you'd consider cute. None are ugly, but, well, one's kind of scary. Yeah, I call him Fast Track, he's super fast, and I've got a strength form too. Nejire's eyes lit up as she processed all his answers, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. Wow, you answered all of them. You're amazing. She then glanced at the door. Oh, we're here. Maybe we can go flying together sometime. That'd be fun. Bye, Midoriya. Thanks for chatting, she called, waving cheerfully as she darted away. Bye, Izuku said softly, still waving awkwardly long after she disappeared around the corner. He placed a hand over his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. Talking to 3 pretty girls in one day. He wasn't sure he could survive much more of this. He turned toward the massive door marked 1A, and blinked, taking a moment to collect himself. Why's it so big? Is it for accessibility? I guess that makes sense. People do come in all shapes and sizes, he muttered, his thoughts momentarily distracted from his nerves. As he entered, a voice called out to him. Yo, Greenie, good to see you. Izuku turned, spotting Kyoka Jirou approaching with a smirk. Jirou. She crossed her arms, amusement clear in her expression. I feel like I'm entitled to an, I told you so. You really thought they'd reject you after fighting the zero-pointer. Izuku blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, it wasn't a sure thing. I mean, I did break the robot. Jirou shook her head, smirking. Well, surprise. I'm in 1A too. Izuku smiled, feeling some relief. Really? I guess we're classmates, then. Jirou nodded. Yep, looks like we'll be stuck with each other for the year. As Izuku reached for the classroom door, dread crept into his mind. I really hope Kachan isn't in this class, he muttered. I know the feeling, Jirou sighed. Personally, I'm hoping Mr. Go by the rulebook and that explosive asshole from the entrance exam aren't in here. Izuku blinked in surprise. Explosive asshole, did he yell? Die, and have an explosion quirk? Jirou raised an eyebrow. Yeah, how'd you know? Izuku winced. That's Kachan. Bakugo. Jirou's expression deadpanned. Great. She opened the door, and they both stepped inside, only to see an argument already brewing. Katsuki was sitting at a desk with his feet kicked up, glaring at a tall boy with glasses who looked ready to explode. Take your feet off the desk now. The boy scolded, chopping his hand through the air. It's the first day, and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property. Katsuki shot him an irritated glare. Your old school shove a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? He snapped, clearly unimpressed by the lecture. The dark-haired boy's face tightened in frustration, but he tried again, taking a deep breath. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Iida from the Somei Private Academy. Katsuki only grinned, leaning back in his chair with a dangerous look. Somei. Huh, so you're a damn elite. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Iida visibly recoiled at Katsuki's words, looking both offended and confused. Crush me, you're terrible. Do you actually aim to be a hero? Izuku winced, muttering to Jirou, and here we go. Ah, man, Izuku muttered as he stepped into the classroom. Someone immediately gasped at the sight of him, nervously fidgeting in her seat as she adjusted her hair. We're in the same class. Oh no, is my hair okay? I haven't cut it in a while. Maybe we can talk about how we both have curly hair, she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible as she panicked. Jirou glanced over at him with a flat expression. I knew you attracted trouble wherever you went. Izuku sighed, slumping in agreement. Yeah, it does feel like that sometimes. Nearby, an invisible girl, sitting with a Shido, shot him a subtle glare. No surprise Mr. Show-Off made it in, Toru thought bitterly. He even beat All Might's record. He probably knew fighting that zero-pointer would rack up rescue points. That punch, he could have taken it down whenever he wanted. She sighed softly before her gaze landed on a dual-haired boy. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stared at him. Todoroki is pretty cool, hot as hell and the son of Endeavor. The most promising student of our year, Toru said, though I doubt he would notice me. Momo, sitting with her nose in a book, widened her eyes when she spotted Izuku. Midoriya, he's in my class, she thought, a flicker of irritation rising within her. Iida, who had been engaged in a heated argument, turned to see Jirou standing with Midoriya. He walked up to Midoriya, his expression softening. Ah, it's you. Oh hey, Iida, Midoriya replied, bowing slightly. Thank you for offering me your points. Wait a minute, aren't you the guy who called him out in front of everyone? Jirou interjected, recognizing the boy who flinched at her words before recalling her face. Why yes, I remember you. I apologize for my actions. My nerves seemed to get the best of me, Iida stammered, adjusting his glasses. Jirou raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. You may be a stick in the mud, but you seem all right. And Midoriya here doesn't seem to hold a grudge. But the moment she uttered the name, Midoriya, the atmosphere shifted. The class fell dead silent, and Izuku felt their collective gaze on him, sending a wave of discomfort through his chest. Whispers soon erupted. Midoriya, he's Midoriya, Mina gasped, her eyes wide with awe. The Midoriya, the guy who broke All Might's record. Her voice trembled with excitement. He didn't just break the record, he completely decimated it. He got 3 times more than All Might. A boy with strange elbows chimed in, his admiration palpable. I saw it firsthand, it was incredible. He was like a one-man army, said a boy with multiple arms, eyes gleaming. And the power behind his zero-pointer takedown was unreal, his flames were like Endeavor's. Among the crowd stood a boy with dual-colored hair, seemingly detached from the buzz around him. He had heard about Midoriya when word spread that he had broken All Might's record, prompting his father to throw a fit. His father had erupted in fury upon hearing the news. He had smashed furniture and flung exercise equipment around the room, demanding to know who this Midoriya was. When he discovered that the boy possessed a fire quirk that was hotter than his own, and some even claimed it was greater, the man only grew angrier. As the whispers grew louder, the dual-haired boy glanced at Midoriya. Honestly unimpressed, he noted how obviously uncomfortable the boy was under the scrutiny. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape from the sudden attention. He sighed, deciding to ignore the commotion. Midoriya didn't seem like a threat, he seemed more like a deer caught in headlights. Deeming the boy not a threat, he returned to his book. Hey, Todoroki, Momo said, her voice soft as she tried to strike up a conversation. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her heart racing slightly as he turned to look at her. He raised an eyebrow, his expression neutral but his gaze sharp. She wasn't sure what she should talk about before the topic of conversation that had been around the class. Momo hesitated, a hint of nervousness creeping into her tone. I was at the entrance exam and saw it. His power is actually quite incredible. I mean, those flames he... Momo was cut off by Todoroki's blunt interruption. I'm not interested in talking right now, he said, his voice flat. And honestly, he doesn't seem like a threat. You don't need to worry about him. With that, he returned his attention to his book, dismissing her completely. Oh, right. Momo's shoulders slumped, feeling disheartened as a familiar wave of disappointment washed over her. I just thought you might want to chat about it, she murmured, her voice trailing off. She let out a soft sigh and turned her gaze back to her book, trying to focus but unable to shake the feeling of rejection. Around them, murmurs erupted among the other students. That test site felt like a furnace. A boy with a tail exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. He gestured animatedly, his tail swishing behind him. I swear, I thought I was going to melt. Yeah, it was insane. The purple-haired boy chimed in, leaning forward in his seat. I felt like I was standing right in front of a blast furnace. Those flames were no joke. Jirou flinched at the sudden shift in focus, a pang of guilt washing over her. She could tell Midoriya didn't like being the center of attention, something they both shared. Sorry, Green, I didn't mean it, she said, her tone apologetic, starkly contrasting with her usual teasing demeanor. It's fine. Though I don't like being the center of attention, it's not like it was gonna stay a secret, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his neck, his gaze darting around the room to avoid making eye contact. Hagakure wanted to roll her eyes. For a guy who doesn't like attention, you really made a showing in the entrance exam, she thought, a flicker of envy igniting within her. While people often overlooked her, Midoriya's explosive performance had drawn everyone's gaze, and the fact that he had stolen most of the points only frustrated her further. Meanwhile, Ashido leaned forward in her seat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Not only is he in my class, but he's Izuku Midoriya. The top scorer, the record breaker. His quirk must be powerful. He earned so many rescue points. He must be a nice guy. She rested her chin on her arms, her face lighting up with admiration. The guy probably has a girlfriend, she added, glancing at Jirou, who was teasing Midoriya while he smiled shyly in response. This brought a storm of rage to Bakugo, who was on the verge of exploding. The way everyone talked about that bastard only fueled his frustration. A silent snark twisted his lips, but it was the malice in his eyes that spoke volumes. Deku, he muttered under his breath, his hands clenching into fists. I'm going to ruin that little shit, right after I figure out how he got in and racked up those points, Bakugo thought, his face twisted into a scowl. Clearly, you managed to devise the true meaning of the test and thus earned your place at the number 1 spot on the board. I must admit, you are the better man, Iida said, his serious expression unwavering as he looked at Izuku's secret. Izuku asked, flustered, his cheeks tinged pink as he shifted nervously in his seat. Of course, that's why you took on the 0-pointer. You must have known it was a logical ruse, providing an opportunity for you to get rescue points. Iida exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Jirou couldn't help but stifle a laugh. PFF'd, she snickered, unable to contain herself. No, he was completely clueless about the rescue points, Jirou teased, a playful grin on her face. The class fell silent, and Iida's eyes widened in shock. Momo, who had been trying to read her book, glanced up in surprise but quickly masked her reaction. Toru, who had been staring at Todoroki, froze before turning her attention back to the group. You should have seen him before the results. He totally thought he failed the exam, he was moping around. Jirou said, a mischievous glint in her eye as she looked at Izuku, who was now blushing furiously. Why yeah, I thought I failed the practical exam when Present Mike told us we would get deducted points if we fought it. I really thought I messed up, Izuku admitted with a heavy sigh, scratching his head sheepishly. But you beat the 0-pointer in one punch. I assumed you turned it into scrap. Wasn't that a plan to show the judges your incredible power? Tenya asked, furrowing his brow with curiosity. No, that was an accident. I was just trying something, and it worked out, Izuku chuckled nervously, his embarrassment still evident. Though I'm really glad it turned out this way. I thought I would have to go to an entirely different hero school, Izuku added, relief breaking through his embarrassment. From afar, Toru began to feel guilt rising within her. Not only had she insulted him, but he had also proven that he wasn't just a great hero. He really sacrificed all his points just to save those two, she thought, her gaze softening as she looked at him, realizing the weight of his actions. That only makes your actions more admirable. You acted without a desire for a reward. No, more accurately, you thought the act of saving someone was a reward in itself. I can't think of anyone more suited to be a hero, Iida exclaimed, his voice resonating with passion. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Izuku, who felt heat rising to his cheeks, the flustered boy struggling to respond. That means a lot coming from Ingenium's little brother, Izuku said, offering a shy smile, his hands fidgeting in his lap. Iida immediately straightened, his expression shifting to surprise. How did you know? Wait, you're actually his little brother. The earphone girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she leaned forward, her hair swaying with the movement. Izuku nodded, his excitement bubbling over. Well, I kinda met Ingenium a few months back, and I saw his face. You two look a lot alike. Plus, your engine quirk and the Iida name are kind of a dead giveaway. Sorry, dude, did you want it to be a secret? I see. You're also very observant, and your deductive skills are impressive, Iida replied, his posture relaxing slightly as he adjusted his glasses. But I would prefer people not treat me any differently, so I would rather keep it a secret, he added, lowering his voice to a whisper, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Jirou and Midoriya both nodded in agreement, their expressions understanding. Just then, a red-haired boy bounded over, his energy infectious. Hey, I'm Ejiro Kirishima, nice to meet you, he said, his wide grin lighting up his face as he extended a hand toward Izuku, his excitement radiating from him. And nice to meet you too, Midoriya started, his voice shaky as he raised his hand to shake Kirishima's, but he was abruptly cut off by the enthusiastic boy. Everyone knows who you are. By the way, are you the manager of Four Arms? Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he leaned closer to Izuku. Midoriya's face went blank, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. What? I knew it, you're him. Dude, you've got to introduce me to him. Not only did you get the top score, but you're also the strongest guy the first know who manages Four Arms. This is epic, Kirishima said, practically bouncing on his feet, his enthusiasm infectious. Izuku blinked rapidly, trying to process what Kirishima was saying. That's going to be easier said than done, he replied, glancing around at the curious faces, including the earphone girl's look of intrigue. Really? Said a boy with unusual elbow joints, his excitement palpable. I saw the fight. Four Arms was a beast. Especially that last round. I know, right, how can a guy take a punch like that? Kaminari chimed in, shaking his head in disbelief, admiration flooding his expression. Trust me, they hurt like hell, Midoriya admitted, rubbing his sore arms instinctively as he recalled the pain from his battles. Iida straightened, a serious expression crossing his face. Midoriya, I'm surprised that someone as promising as yourself would be affiliated with such a brute. But I must admit, Four Arms' fighting prowess is impressive, he stated, crossing his arms, nodding in acknowledgement. Midoriya slumped his shoulders, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. He isn't that bad. He just gets a little carried away sometimes. By the way, they said you caused that massive heatwave, said a guy with blonde hair and a tail, his eyes wide with curiosity as he leaned forward. I've never felt a heatwave like that, and leveling a 0-pointer in just one punch. Oh, man, dude, you were really cool. The praise that flooded the room made Bakugo's blood boil. Each compliment directed at Midoriya felt like a personal attack, igniting a furious fire within him. Why is everyone talking about that worthless piece of shit? He screamed in his head, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, blood trickling into his pockets from the pressure. That bastard took my #1 spot. He ruined everything. No way I was beaten by that insignificant, useless, worthless nobody. He doesn't deserve to be here. Just look at him, acting like he's some kind of hero. There's no way he destroyed that 0-pointer or even managed to get 1 point. I'll prove that he's trash, and I'll make everyone see it. Bakugo thought, grinding his teeth as more praise echoed around him. Dekiru, there you are. A cheerful voice pierced through Bakugo's thoughts, instantly redirecting his ire. He looked up to see Uraraka approaching Midoriya, her eyes sparkling with delight. Uraraka, Midoriya replied, a genuine smile breaking through his earlier fluster, only to be met with rapid punches on his shoulder. Me and Kendo waited for you. And you were already here. She chided, her playful annoyance a stark contrast to Bakugo's simmering rage. Ow, 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 please stop hitting me, and I'm sorry I kinda, Midoriya trailed off, glancing nervously at Yaoyorozu, who was pointedly ignoring him. When their eyes met, she simply huffed and turned away, further deepening his embarrassment. Got distracted, he finished sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Ashido and Jirou watched from a distance, both feeling a pang of envy as they observed Uraraka converse with Izuku. Ashido felt a twinge of jealousy at how close they were, her cheeks puffing slightly as she crossed her arms. Jirou tried to shake off her own feelings, knowing that they were just friends. But still, it's annoying to see them so comfortable with each other. If you're here to make a friend, then you can leave, a cold voice interrupted, sending chills down Midoriya's spine. He turned to see their new homeroom teacher standing at the entrance, his presence sucking the warmth out of the room. "Ah, man," he muttered, his complexion paling as he realized the authority standing before him. Everyone stopped what they were doing, eyes glued to the figure in the doorway. The man was wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag, his messy, shoulder-length black hair framing a tired, droopy face that looked as if he had just rolled out of bed. The class chorused in disbelief, shock rippling through them like a wave. The man unzipped his sleeping bag with a grunt and stepped out, revealing a slender form and a worn-out appearance. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you," he said flatly, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Homeroom teacher, the entire class thought, a mix of confusion and disbelief washing over them. Aizawa then reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a stack of PE uniforms, tossing them nonchalantly to the students. "It's kinda sudden, but put this on and go onto the field. Don't make me wait." He turned and left the room as abruptly as he entered, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Midoriya gulped, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He knew Aizawa's reputation. He could easily expel students for the slightest infraction. Panic surged through him, and he bolted toward the locker room, a mixture of fear and urgency propelling him forward. Everyone watched in confusion as the boy dashed away, eyes wide with trepidation. Bakugo merely scoffed, tch, his irritation simmering just below the surface. How can everyone admire that loser? He's just a quirkless nobody who somehow managed to trick everyone into thinking he's worthy of being a hero. I'll show them he's nothing but trash. They're all so stupid for falling for his act. I'll crush him. Just you wait, Dekiru. You're nothing. Just a worthless nobody. In the girls' locker room. The girls were changing into their PE uniforms when Ishido and Hagakure seized the opportunity to spark a conversation. "So, what do you guys think of our homeroom teacher?" Hagakure asked, her invisible hands deftly unbuttoning her shirt. "He seems interesting, to say the least," Uraraka replied, glancing over her shoulder with a hint of disbelief. "I didn't expect him to look like that." "I wasn't expecting our new teacher to look like a hobo," Asui commented bluntly, shaking her head. "He doesn't seem the most professional," Momo added with a sigh, crossing her arms and furrowing her brow. "So, Jirou, was it?" Ishido asked, turning her attention to the punk girl, who was adjusting her uniform. "Yeah, what's up?" Jirou replied, curious. "So how do you and Uraraka know Midoriya?" Ishido inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Both girls exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. "You both have nicknames for him. Are you like his girlfriend or something?" Ishido asked with a teasing grin. Uraraka's face turned bright red, her heart racing as she tried to suppress her flustered state. Wait, what?" she stammered, glancing nervously at Jirou. Jirou's cheeks flushed as well, both girls momentarily frozen at the implication. And no, we're just friends," Jirou muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "And no, don't get the wrong idea," Uraraka exclaimed, flustered as she waved her hands defensively. "So he's single is what I'm hearing?" Ishido asked, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she leaned in closer, eager for gossip. Both girls glanced at each other again, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. "Yeah, he's single," Uraraka admitted, her blush deepening. Just then, Toru, sensing Ishido's love-struck demeanor, couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, someone's got their sights set on Midoriya," she said, grinning. Ishido's face turned a shade of lilac. "And no, I just think he's pretty cool," she stammered. "Though, I kinda wanna get to know him better," she added, her expression softening. Ishido then turned to Momo, a teasing glint in her eyes. "What about you, Yaoyorozu? Got a boy on your mind?" "Yeah, are you also crushing on Midoriya?" Toru chimed in playfully. "He couldn't keep his eyes off you, he totally has a crush on you." Momo crossed her arms tightly, annoyance flashing across her face. "I'm not particularly interested in anyone right now, especially not Midoriya," she replied firmly, her tone edged with irritation. "And frankly, after his actions during our train ride, I don't think I ever will." She turned away, her posture tense as she recalled the incident, still frustrated. "Huh, what do you mean?" Toru asked, tilting her head in confusion. Momo proceeded to recount her experience meeting Midoriya, her voice steady but laced with annoyance. "He accidentally touched my breast," she explained, her cheeks tinged with irritation. Suyu tilted her head in confusion, Ochako facepalmed, and Jirou stifled a laugh. "Oh, that absolute doofus," Jirou said, doubling over with laughter. "No, he's a pervert," Mina exclaimed, her face distraught. "How can he do that to a girl?" "Really? Because from your story, it sounds like it was an accident," Suyu countered, raising an eyebrow and looking skeptical. "Oh, so he just happened to fall on your chest?" Hagakure asked sarcastically, smirking. "Yaoyorozu, let me guess." After that, the next words out of his mouth were some incoherent nonsense. Jirou asked, unable to hide her amusement. Momo looked surprised before recalling the events. "Yes, how did you know?" she asked. Ochako sighed in exasperation. He probably bowed at a 90-degree angle and stuttered his way through an apology, right? She speculated. Momo nodded, her posture beginning to relax slightly as she thought about how flustered he had looked. "Yes," she admitted, guilt creeping in. Ochako walked up to her, concern replacing her teasing demeanor. "Look, I know Dekiru, and trust me, he wouldn't touch a girl without her consent. If I'm being honest, I honestly don't think he physically could without passing out," she giggled, lightening the mood. "He's really thoughtful. He cares about a lot of people," Ochako began, her tone turning sincere as she looked at Momo. Everyone's attention shifted toward her, intrigued by the sincerity in her voice. "He's always thinking of others and respecting people's boundaries to an almost nauseating degree. It's kinda cute, actually." Ochako's cheeks turned pink as she continued. "He barely could stand anywhere near me without turning into a tomato, let alone touching me," she added, chuckling at the memory. Momo's expression softened, rubbing the back of her neck. "Looking back on it now, it does seem like he was trying to apologize," she admitted softly, her expression softening as guilt washed over her for giving him the cold shoulder. Ochako and Jirou exchanged knowing glances before placing a supportive hand on Momo's shoulder. "I'm sure Dekiru feels really guilty about what happened, and knowing him, he probably won't stop until he makes it up to you." "Yeah, the guy isn't a perv," Jirou reassured her, her smirk fading into a genuine smile. Momo nodded, a small smile breaking through her initial frustration. "A Quirk assessment test," the entire class repeated Aizawa's words in confusion. Uraraka stepped forward, tilting her head. "But what about the entrance ceremony or the guidance sessions?" she asked, her voice light and curious. She had been excited to experience the traditional start of school and to meet her new classmates and teachers. "A waste of time if you want to become heroes," Aizawa replied lazily. "You have very little time here at UA to learn what you need to. Our school prides itself on its freestyle education system, and that applies to the teachers as well." The students exchanged puzzled looks. The softball throw, the 50-meter dash, consecutive side steps, endurance running, grip strength, the standing long jump, seated toe touches, and sit-ups. You've all done these in middle school without using your quirks. It's outdated, but the Department of Education drags its feet on updating standards. His gaze shifted toward Midoriya. "Midoriya." Izuku straightened instinctively, standing like a soldier. Aizawa noticed, a small smile forming in his mind. He must be nervous after hearing about the whole expelling a class thing. No wonder he was here first. Still, he's got potential. In the last 7 months since I saw him, he's grown a lot. He won't be one of those heading home. With the Omnitrix and his quirk, he should manage just fine, Aizawa mused internally. Even though his quirk control in those forms is lacking, it's not surprising given his background. We'll work on merging his quirk with the Omnitrix forms later. All Might's training didn't exactly prepare him for this. Aizawa's eyes then shifted to Momo. Momo Yaoyorozu accepted through recommendations. She's sharp, probably already figured I'm bluffing about the expulsion. But she'll still give it her best. He glanced at Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki barely used his fire quirk in the recommended exams. There's clearly something off when his father's mentioned. No point speculating now, but it's obvious he won't be using his full power today. I'll deal with that reluctance after the sports festival he'll likely lose because of it. My words won't hit home without some backing it. The sports festival should at least allow him to be open to it. His gaze moved across the rest of the students. So far, the only clear problem child is Minoru Mineta, Aizawa thought grimly, before turning his focus back to the group. Midoriya, Aizawa called out, his voice cutting through the chatter. Izuku immediately straightened his posture, his body tense. Why yes sir, he stammered. You got the highest score in history, beating All Might's record. How far could you throw a ball in middle school? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but before he could answer, Bakugo's growl echoed through the air. Damn nerd couldn't even get over 50 meters, Bakugo sneered, venom dripping from his voice. Jirou shot a sharp glare at Bakugo. The hell is your problem? She snapped, noticing the way Bakugo's eyes seemed to burn holes through Izuku. Bakugo's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white as he reached the boiling point. His voice erupted in a furious snarl. My damn problem is that damn nerd doesn't belong here. Bakugo shouted, his words hanging in the now suffocating silence. All eyes were on him as he stormed over to Izuku, every step heavy with rage. Izuku flinched, his heart pounding in his chest, frozen in place as Bakugo stood mere inches away. The blonde towered over him, his face twisted in primal fury. Bakugo leaned in, his hot breath and spit hitting Izuku's face as he roared. Is that this worthless, useless, sorry excuse is here at this damn school? Izuku winced, his shoulders hunched as Bakugo's voice thundered in his ears, every word like a blow to his self-worth. The room remained tense, no one daring to move, their eyes locked on the unsettling confrontation. There's no fucking way I lost to this worthless, useless Deku. Bakugo spat, jabbing his finger hard into Izuku's chest with each cruel word. Izuku stumbled back slightly, each poke forcing him further into himself. His breaths were shallow, his eyes wide with fear. Ochako's eyes widened in shock, her heart sinking at the sound of that nickname, the one she knew Izuku hated. You fucking cheated to get all those points, you worthless piece of shit. You don't belong here, Bakugo continued, his voice raw with hatred. Not someone so pathetic they had to cheat or bribe the fucking judges to get in. There's no way a quirkless loser like you could beat me. Izuku's gaze dropped, his hands trembling slightly as Bakugo's words crashed into him like a tidal wave of bitterness. There's no fucking universe where I'd be number 2 to someone so useless, so pathetic, who's been nothing but a shit stain on my life, could ever beat me. Bakugo's voice cracked as he shouted the final words, his face flushed and chest heaving. Izuku stood there, his body stiff, fear etched across his face as Bakugo's rage threatened to consume him. Aizawa was glaring very dangerously at Bakugo. His eyes were glowing crimson veins on his face red. Not only had he insulted the son of the man who had trained him, saved his life more times he could count, but had the audacity to claim he cheated. He sighed, his tone deceptively calm. All right Bakugo, Aizawa said, began, though his voice had hint that they would be consequences. All right, you got second to Midoriya. What was the farthest distance you threw the ball in junior high? Aizawa asked, deliberately stirring the pot as Bakugo clenched his fists in frustration, feeling humiliated being reminded he was second to Deku. 67 meters, I think, Bakugo answered through gritted teeth, doing his best to keep his anger in check. All right, Midoriya, give him the ball. You'll go with the rest of everyone else, Aizawa said, his voice steady. The blonde snatched the ball from Izuku, who felt a surge of frustration bubbling inside him. He had just been accused of cheating, and yet he had said nothing to defend himself. Okay, try using your quirk, Aizawa continued as Bakugo began to stretch in preparation. Anything goes. Just stay within the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time, Aizawa instructed, keeping his eyes on Bakugo. All right, man, you asked for it, Bakugo replied, determination sparking in his eyes as he walked to the pitch. The rest of the class began murmuring about the tension of the moment. Dude, what's his problem with Midoriya? Kaminari asked, instinctively backing away from the explosive blonde. That guy is unhinged, another student replied, eyes wide with concern. You really think Midoriya actually cheated? I mean, 600 points is an awful lot, a blonde-haired boy speculated, crossing his arms as he eyed Izuku skeptically. No way, don't be stupid, someone shot back. The number is absurd, Tokiyami mused. Izuku clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. How could they accuse him of cheating? He had earned every damn point, and Bakugo's relentless taunts only stoked the fire inside him. As the murmurs continued to swirl around him, Ochako stepped forward, determined to support her friend. Dekiru, she said gently, concern etched on her face. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, frustration boiling over. I'm fine, he snapped, though the tension in his voice betrayed his anger. Aizawa watched from a distance, feeling a pang of sympathy for Izuku. This was the son of the man he had once admired, the one who had trained him. With a sigh, he walked past Bakugo, who was marching to the pitching area, determination radiating from him. Aizawa's gaze drifted into the past, his eyes clouding over with nostalgia. I knew this man long ago, he said softly, a rare hint of emotion slipping into his usually monotone voice. He taught me something that's stuck with me ever since. He said, words can only do so much. Actions speak louder than words. He paused, as if reflecting on the weight of that lesson, before his focus shifted back to the present. His eyes sharpened, locking onto Izuku with unwavering intensity. You, Midoriya, he said, his tone firm but carrying an underlying warmth that caught Izuku off guard. You have potential. Izuku's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat at the unexpected praise. Never had a teacher aside from All Might openly acknowledged his worth. The words sank deep, igniting a mixture of surprise and gratitude in him. You earned those 600 points, Aizawa continued, his voice steady but resolute. I've seen potential in many students, but your actions during the exams. They spoke for themselves. Aizawa's eyes briefly flickered, as if recalling something, before returning to Izuku with renewed focus. Now, show them why you surpassed everyone else. Even All Might. You broke 600 points while no one else could even reach 100. Demonstrate the gap between you and the others. The weight of Aizawa's words hung in the air as Izuku stood frozen, stunned by the unexpected encouragement. His fists clenched as the flames of determination and the power of one for all surged through him. This was his chance not just to prove himself, but to rise to the challenge and live up to the expectations placed upon him. Aizawa's final words echoed in his mind. Show them why you earned that number 1 spot. Ochako widened, seeing his resolve on his face. I'll blow that nerd's score out of the water. Bakugo shouted, instantly drawing the attention of the entire class. That damn nerd is useless. You're all looking at the next number 1 hero. He jabbed a thumb into his chest, his arrogant grin widening as the class stared at him, some with confusion, others with growing tension. This is getting intense, Kirishima said, his voice tinged with excitement. Yeah, but why's he got such a problem with Midoriya? Kaminari muttered, uneasy. Iida, ever the analyst, adjusted his glasses. Our teacher seems intent on curbing Bakugo's rude behavior. He aims to discipline him for the better. Meanwhile, Momo watched the whole exchange, her eyes softening as she glanced at Izuku. She understood all too well the sting of having your abilities questioned, of having someone try to invalidate your hard-earned success by claiming you cheated. Seeing Bakugo so recklessly spewing insults stirred a flash of disdain within her. How dare he act like this? With a confident smirk stretching across his face, Bakugo rolled his shoulders. I'll add a little boom to the pitch. He wound up dramatically, his muscles tensing. With a loud roar, he flung the ball, die. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, the blast so powerful that smoke rings followed the ball as it flew out of sight, rocketing into the distance. Did he just yell, die? The class collectively blinked in bewilderment, trying to process the sheer absurdity of his words. Aizawa, unbothered by Bakugo's outburst, glanced at his device and then casually displayed the result for everyone to see. 705.2 meters. The class erupted into stunned gasps. Whoa, that's incredible, Kirishima exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. That's one manly score. Bakugo's smirk deepened. Hey, Deku's gonna get a lower score. Everyone will see I'm the best. Kirishima, still impressed, couldn't help but admire how boldly Bakugo challenged the rest of the class. But it was also clear to everyone that his main target was Izuku. None of you extras can even compare to me, Bakugo sneered, casting a cold, threatening glance toward Izuku. You think that Deku earned first place? No, that should have been me. I earned my spot. The tension in the air grew heavier as Bakugo looked around, his gaze daring anyone to challenge him. Ha, see that, you extras. That's a real score. I'm the best. None of you, especially you, Deku, will even come close to touching my score. The class remained silent, a mix of awe and unease settling over them as Bakugo stood proudly, his ego seemingly soaring as high as the ball he just threw. Aizawa glanced at Bakugo, his unimpressed gaze sharp enough to cut through the tension. Without a word, he turned back to the class, his tone calm yet commanding. You have just 3 years to become heroes, he began, his voice cold and direct. We can't afford to waste time being friendly. These tests will be a judgment of your strengths and weaknesses, what you can do, and what you can't. Ashido's hand shot up eagerly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. So we get to use our quirks. Kaminari chimed in, trying to keep the mood light. Besides the whole Bakugo thing, this is gonna be fun. Aizawa's lips curled into a sadistic smile. Fun, huh? His gaze swept over the class, his next words dropping like a bomb. If you think this is fun, then let me add a twist. Whoever comes in last place in these tests will be judged as having no potential and expelled. A heavy silence gripped the class. Izuku's heart raced. He's serious. I have to give it everything I've got. But I still can't control one for all with my alien forms. Damn it. Think, Izuku. Ochako's voice broke through the tense atmosphere. But that's not fair, she exclaimed, clearly distressed. Aizawa's expression darkened. Fair. Life isn't fair. It won't be fair to heroes or the people we're supposed to protect. If life were fair, we wouldn't need heroes. There wouldn't be crimes, disasters, or people desperate for help. Murder, robbery, assault, none of it is fair. Only a few can do something about it. His words weighed heavily, pressing down on the students. Give your plus ultra performance, because if you can't, you'll never become real heroes. Then Aizawa turned his full attention to Bakugo, his voice dropping into a lethal calm. Bakugo, call it my UA pride as a teacher, but I don't take kindly to my students being called cheaters. Since you're so confident that you're the best, if you don't beat Midoriya in any of the tests, you will be expelled. A thick silence blanketed the class, everyone too stunned to speak. Izuku paled, his mind spinning as Bakugo's eyes widened slightly before he quickly masked his surprise with a smirk. TCH, as if I'd lose to that damn nerd. Bakugo barked, folding his arms with a cocky grin. You think a stupid threat's gonna scare me? I'll blow Deku out of the water like I always do. Keep your expulsion, I'll still come out on top. Aizawa's gaze didn't waver. We'll see. The weight of the threat still hung in the air, and the class could feel the growing tension between their teacher and Bakugo. Midoriya, come with me, Aizawa ordered, motioning for him to follow. As they walked away from the group, Aizawa spoke again, his tone flat but carrying a seriousness that made Izuku tense up. You're a special case. You essentially have 2 quirks. Your transformations, which are basically 19 different abilities, and your power-up quirk. Is that correct? Izuku nodded. Yes, but the power-up quirk, it puts a lot of strain on my body. If I go over a certain limit, I'll end up injuring myself. Right now, I can only handle about 8% without getting hurt. Aizawa frowned slightly, which means you're turning yourself into a liability. Izuku hung his head, nodding again. I'm still struggling to use it with my transformations. Aizawa's sharp eyes focused on him. Then here's how it will go. You'll go twice in each test. Once in an alien form and once as yourself. Izuku straightened, determination filling his gaze. Understood, sir. Aizawa began to walk away but paused, throwing one last piece of advice over his shoulder. Oh, and one more thing, quit thinking of your forms as separate beings. No matter what they look like, they're still you. They're a part of you. Understand that, or you'll never master them. Izuku blinked, momentarily confused by the comment, but nodded as Aizawa turned his back and rejoined the rest of the class. As everyone prepared for the tests, Bakugo's furious scowl was fixed on Izuku. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. I'll destroy him in all the other tests, Bakugo muttered to himself, the fire of competition burning in his eyes. Test 150-meter dash. Midoriya stood at the sidelines, intently observing his classmates as they showcased their abilities. He marveled at Yaoyorozu, who effortlessly crafted skates from her materials and zipped past the competition. Iida was currently the fastest, his movements sharp and precise, while Suyu leapt gracefully, her frog-like agility on full display. Ashido, with her acid, glided across the ground, leaving behind a slick trail as she outpaced Aoyama. Midoriya, Bakugo, you're up, Aizawa called, his voice steady and commanding. Izuku felt a rush of nerves as he shakily approached the starting line, getting into a runner's position. Beside him, Katsuki glared, a storm of rage simmering beneath the surface. Hi, Kachan. Shut the fuck up, Bakugo snapped, not bothering to look his way. Izuku swallowed hard. That's about what I was expecting, he muttered under his breath, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Aizawa raised his timer, on your marks. As Izuku focused, he caught a glimpse of Kyoka in the crowd. She mouthed the words, kick his ass, and he felt a surge of determination. He brought his wrist to his face, activating the device just as Bakugo boiled over with silent rage, his thoughts spiraling. He doesn't belong here. This will prove it. The rest of the class watched with skepticism, though Ochako and Jirou couldn't hide their excitement. You got this, Dekiru. Ochako cheered, her fists clenched in anticipation. With a press of the button, the dial shot up, and the device flared to life. The attention of the entire class shifted to him, confusion and curiosity dancing in their eyes. What is he doing with his watch? A blonde kid wondered aloud. Don't know, but I've never seen a watch like that before, Kirishima replied, intrigued. Stop wasting time, you quirkless nerd. Bakugo shouted, his voice laced with disdain as Izuku scrolled through his forms. At last, he found the alien he was searching for. He raised his hand, causing everyone to lean in closer in anticipation. With a powerful slam, a massive green light erupted from the device, blinding everyone. They shielded their eyes, gasping in awe. As the light faded, a collective shock washed over the crowd. Where Izuku had stood now towered Fast Track, the alien form that left everyone speechless. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the transformation, momentarily frozen in shock. What the hell? Kirishima breathed, his mouth agape. Did he just? No way, Kaminari exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly, as if time itself had slowed, Fast Track began to contemplate Aizawa's words. They are part of me. What did he mean? The world around him blurred, and he locked eyes on the frozen Bakugo, the anger within him boiling over. He recalled every insult, every claim of cheating, every time he had been called a useless Deku. His fist slammed into the ground, sending a tremor through the earth. I can't let him define me, he thought, the pressure of his emotions building. Then, with a fierce determination, he attempted to summon the power within him. Just as the world snapped back to normal, Fast Track's eyes burst open, and the air crackled with electricity. One for all, 8%. He shouted, blue lightning dancing around him as the power surged through his veins. Dust kicked up around him, and Todoroki stepped back, stunned by the energy radiating from Fast Track. I've been seeing my aliens as separate beings, but they are a part of me. They are me, he realized as the starting gun fired. In an instant, Fast Track vanished from his spot, leaving behind a whirlwind of confusion. The sheer speed was overwhelming, a sonic boom exploding through the air as he rocketed down the track. The force created shockwaves that rattled the ground, leaving the spectators in utter disbelief. Whoa, did he just? Jirou stammered, eyes wide. I knew he was fast. But, holy shit. How fast is he going? Iida gasped, adjusting his glasses in disbelief. As he neared the end of the track, Fast Track struggled to come to a halt, tumbling slightly before regaining his balance. The ground beneath him bore the marks of his speed, deep trenches etched into the earth where he had raced. The entire class fell silent, jaws dropped in shock, eyes wide as they tried to comprehend the speed that had just obliterated their expectations. Unbelievable, he broke the sound barrier. Kirishima shouted, pumping his fist in excitement. Fast Track was panting. He stood up, one for all crackling around him, a smile forming. Momo stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Izuku had told her about his multiple forms, but she had never fully grasped just how powerful they truly were. At the starting line, Bakugo was similarly stunned, his expression a mix of shock and frustration. He had lost to Deku again, and this time, it had happened in an instant. He created a sonic boom. He stammered, still trying to wrap his head around it. Yeah, one of the classmates replied, still in awe. Super strength, speed, fire powers. This guy is the whole package. Another chimed in. Bakugo's eyes widened further as he processed this new information. Not only does Deku have a quirk, but he has more than one. Are you guys alright? Fast Track called out as he skidded to a halt, concern flashing in his eyes. He knew he couldn't hold back, but he didn't want to hurt any of his classmates. They all nodded, still reeling from the display. Uraraka approached him, a look of wonder on her face. Whoa, Dekiru, you're so much faster than before. Why yeah, but if the distance were a little longer, I think I could have moved even faster, he replied, still catching his breath. 0.15 seconds. The robot announced, its mechanical voice cutting through the chatter. Momo's mind raced as she processed the implications of his speed. What speed? To cover that distance in only 50 meters. He must have been moving at Mach 2. He broke my record. So easily, and by a mile at that, Tenya thought, clenching his fists in a mix of frustration and admiration. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained rooted at the starting line, grappling with his shock. What the fuck was that? If he had a quirk, he would have had it since we were kids. This is impossible. No, he must be up to something. It has to be that watch. Bakugo's mind raced, searching for an explanation. Hey, you're wasting our time, Aizawa called out, glaring at Bakugo, who flinched at the reprimand. Realizing he hadn't gone yet, Bakugo propelled himself forward using his explosions, quickly closing the gap to the robot. 4.13 seconds, the robot announced, but compared to Midoriya's score, no one was impressed. All eyes were still on the boy who had just shattered expectations. Seeing how hard Fast Track had pushed himself, the rest of the class felt a renewed determination to perform better, especially Bakugo, whose anger began to boil over. However, Kaminari, usually the first to jump into the fray, suddenly looked terrified. Crap, it's him. Hopefully, he doesn't remember me. Midoriya, you're up, Aizawa said, his voice cutting through the chatter of the students. Confused murmurs spread among them as Fast Track touched the Omnitrix on his chest, a flash of green light enveloping him before reverting him back to Izuku. He gets to go again? Sato asked, puzzled. Momo frowned, equally confused. Why does he get a second turn? Izuku took his place at the starting line, stretching his muscles briefly before settling into a runner's stance. His focused gaze met the track ahead as Aizawa raised his marker. Izuku inhaled deeply, and suddenly his skin began to glow with reddish-pink lightning that crackled violently before shifting into a bright green. The electric arcs danced around his body, briefly bouncing off his skin before merging back, creating an aura of energy that radiated power. The sight left everyone stunned. Wait, how can he do that? Mineta yelled, eyes wide. Holy crap, it's green. Jirou whispered in awe. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, barely containing his fury. First, that transformation, now this. What the hell? This isn't supposed to be possible. Ochako clapped her hands, smiling. Oh, I get it, he's showing what he can do without using his forms. Wait, you knew he could do this? Jirou turned to her, shocked. Oh, yeah, Ochako admitted with a sheepish smile. Midoriya, get ready, Aizawa called out, his tone neutral as he shot the gun into the air. Like a bullet, Izuku shot off the line, his form a blur as he raced across the track. In mere seconds, he crossed the finish line, coming to a stop, breathing heavily but controlled. He glanced at the timer, seeing the display. 3.16 seconds, the machine beeped. The shock rippled through the group, with Ida's jaw dropping in disbelief. Even without a form, he's faster than me, Tenya muttered, feeling a mix of awe and frustration. All eyes were on Izuku now, as the realization hit, his quirk wasn't just powerful, it was incredibly versatile, showing just how far ahead of them he truly was. Test 2. Grip Strength. The students were given grip machines that recorded how many pounds of pressure they could pull. Jirou did well, snaking her jacks around the handle and pulling a solid score. Yaoyorozu created some clamps to help her achieve a high mark. The best score so far was Shoji, who utilized his multiple hands to pull an impressive 1,190 pounds. Wow, he's strong, Kaminari remarked. He's like an octopus or a gorilla, Shiro added. Octopuses are really sexy, Mineta chimed in with a pervy grin. Everyone instinctively took a step away from him, redirecting their attention to Shoji. Looks like he has the best score, Aizawa began, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud crunch. Everyone turned their heads to see the source of the noise. It was Izuku, looking alarmed as he stared at the remnants of the grip machine, which had shattered under his grip. Sorry, he stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Confusion washed over the crowd as they processed that the usually mild-mannered boy had just destroyed the grip machine with an accidental display of strength. Aizawa's eye twitched, and he let out a resigned sigh, closing his eyes. There's always one, he grumbled under his breath. It's fine, kid, we have extras just in case this kind of thing happens, he reassured Izuku, though his irritation was palpable. Deku, Bakugo hissed, casting a pointed glare at him, still trying to wrap his head around the unexpected mishap. Izuku activated the Omnitrix, prepared to go alien again when Aizawa stopped him. No need, Aizawa said. He sighed. Let's try not to destroy more of UA's equipment. I don't want the rodent breathing down my neck. Izuku nodded before everyone else continued doing their. Momo couldn't help but steal a glance at Izuku. Even without his forms he's incredible powerful, his versatility alone is impressive. Ashido couldn't but steal glances at Izuku, feeling a bit flustered. He was able to go that fast and I couldn't even see him. He even beat our resident pretty boy without even breaking a sweat, she thought with a smile. She glanced at Momo and Toru. It was obvious they were crushing on Todoroki, which made her more happy. She didn't want to have competition from the girl who was crazy beautiful, and she was really starting to enjoy Toru's company. Test 3. Standing long jump. The class gathered around the sandpit, eager to showcase their abilities in the long jump test. Each student took their turn, eager to impress. Laser Boy blasted off with his naval laser, cutting through the air with precision. Bakugo propelled himself into the sky, his explosions giving him a fierce lift, while Asui demonstrated her remarkable jumping skills, clearing the pit effortlessly. Izuku stepped up next, anticipation sparking in his eyes. He activated the Omnitrix with a familiar hum, the faceplate lifting to reveal a holographic interface. Dialing through the options, a sly grin spread across his face as he considered the possibilities. The crowd watched in awe as he slammed down on the Omnitrix, unleashing a blinding green flash that illuminated the area. When the light faded, Izuku had transformed into Crash Hopper, his new form sending shockwaves through the assembly. Crash Hopper, he exclaimed, admiring his reflection, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air as the quiet boy cowered behind Shoji, trembling with fear. The others exchanged confused glances before redirecting their attention back to Crash Hopper, their intrigue outweighing their apprehension. Now, let's see what this guy can do with one for all, Crash Hopper thought, a confident smirk stretching across his face. Green electricity crackled around his body, pulsating with raw power, but a sudden pain coursed through him as one for all surged into his upper body, the power straining against his form. Jirou and Ochako exchanged concerned looks, noticing his wince, but he quickly shook off the discomfort, unwilling to show any weakness. Okay, can't use one for all through my whole body, it stings, a lot, he thought, refocusing on his legs as the crackling energy intensified around them. With a mighty roar, Crash Hopper launched himself into the air, defying gravity. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as he soared higher and higher, surpassing the height of the UA building. The breathtaking panorama of Musudafu unfolded beneath him, the city sprawling out like a vibrant tapestry, and his heart raced with exhilaration. Woo-hoo, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the air, pure elation coursing through him. As he began his descent, sonic booms rippled through the atmosphere, each one a testament to his incredible velocity. The crowd instinctively covered their eyes, bracing for the impact of his return. Crashhopper hurtled toward the earth, generating a massive shockwave upon landing that sent dust flying in all directions. The force rattled the ground beneath their feet, creating a tremor that reverberated through the sandpit. When the dust settled, the class stared in awe, struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of Crashhopper's leap. The impact left ripples in the sand, evidence of the power he had unleashed. As the dust cloud settled, Tsuyu approached Izuku, her eyes catching a faint green flash within the haze. Soon, he emerged, coughing and trying to catch his breath. Okay. Note to self, my quirk really boosts my leaping ability, Izuku muttered between breaths. That was impressive, Ribbit, Tsuyu said plainly. Izuku flushed at the blunt praise. Thanks, Asui, he stammered. Call me Su, she replied, tilting her head slightly. You jumped really high, must have been the highest score now, Ribbit. Why, you were amazing too. You had the best score, before, Izuku trailed off, realizing he had likely surpassed it. Ribbit, if you're saying I had the best score before you, then thanks, Tsuyu replied matter of fact. But you were still amazing regardless. I can really tell you've got powerful legs from your leaping prowess alone, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. Tsuyu smiled in response. In the background, Bakugo stood rigid, his fists tightening by the second. His eyes were locked on Izuku, and his jaw clenched in silent rage. This Midoriya guy is a beast. First that insane speed, now this massive leap. No wonder he scored so high, Shiro exclaimed, unable to hide his amazement. Indeed, Tokiyami mused. His transformations seem to be highly specialized. I wonder what form he'll take next. Momo, watching from a distance, couldn't help but comment. His abilities far exceed what most would consider humanly possible. That speed alone was remarkable, surpassing even Hawk's, she said, her voice thoughtful and poised. She cast a quick glance at Bakugo, who seemed on the verge of exploding. I suppose his 600-point score was well earned, Momo added, speaking with refined precision. Everyone around her grew silent. Bakugo's fists trembled as his face turned red, rage seething under the surface. Izuku, surprised by her words, turned toward Momo, but his attention quickly shifted to Bakugo, who was glaring at him with unspoken fury. Veins bulged in Bakugo's temple, his lips twitching as if he were struggling to hold back an outburst. From what we've observed, his abilities are extraordinary. It's no wonder he secured the top spot in the entrance exam, Ojiro commented, his tail flicking in thought. Yeah, it's pretty hard to fake transformations like that, Toru added, her tone full of admiration. Momo sighed, glancing toward Bakugo but not addressing him directly. Only a fool would assume that a school as prestigious as UA would allow something as ridiculous as cheating. Bakugo's face twisted in anger, his silence only amplifying the tension. He stood frozen, fists clenched so tight his knuckles had turned white. Everyone could feel the pressure, but Bakugo held back barely. Izuku turned to the girl who seemed to cast him a small smile. Izuku blushed anytime someone ever stood up for him, it just felt so amazing. As he smiled. Test 4. Repeated side steps. One student stood out as he expertly used the balls on his head to bounce from side to side, navigating the exercise with surprising agility. Izuku watched with a thoughtful expression, his finger resting on his chin as he tried to recall where he'd seen such a familiar quirk before. Midoriya. A voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and he turned to see Iida approaching. Oh, Iida, you seem lost in thought. Izuku blinked before shaking his head. Oh, sorry, that guy with the purple balls, his quirk feels so familiar, but I can't put my finger on where I've seen it before. But for now, I'll shelf it, these tests are more important. Iida nodded firmly. Indeed, we must focus. Expulsion on the first day would be entirely unbefitting of a hero. Izuku smiled at his friend's seriousness before stepping up for his turn. It was time for the side-to-side speed test, and he activated Fast Track. In an instant, his body became a blur, darting from side to side with lightning speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. The ground under his feet tore up slightly, marking the trench his rapid movements had carved. The sheer force of his side steps kicked up dust, and he felt his body pushed to its limits. As he skidded to a stop, the world spun around him. Izuku wobbled slightly, his vision filled with swirling colors as he tried to regain his balance. "You okay, Green?" Jirou asked, her earphone jacks twitching slightly as she noticed his shaky stance. Izuku, still dizzy, gave a weak thumbs up, blinking rapidly. "Why yeah, just a little dizzy from all that," he admitted, his voice a little breathless as he fought to steady himself. Jirou smirked lightly, though her tone carried concern. "You looked like you were about to tip over there for a second. You might want to take a second before your next move." Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. I think you're right. Test 5. Ball throw." Izuku watched in fascination as his classmates approached the ball throw, each showing unique uses of their quirks. His attention locked on Yaoyorozu as she casually created a cannon from her body and launched the ball skyward with tremendous force. His analytical mind buzzed with questions. How exactly did her quirk work? Could she create anything? He was dying to ask, but nerves held him back. Between the intensity of the exams and the fact that she was a pretty girl, his courage failed him. As Momo adjusted her shirt after the throw, some of the boys couldn't help but blush. Focus, Izuku, he mentally scolded himself, cupping his chin. "I need to figure out how I'm going to throw this ball." Izuku pressed the Omnitrix on his wrist, catching the attention of everyone nearby. The subtle glow and movement of the device never failed to draw curiosity. Meanwhile, Momo, walking back to the group, kept glancing at him, her brow furrowed slightly. She couldn't help but analyze the boy's abilities. "His quirk is unbelievably versatile," she thought. "Far more than mine. He not only has adaptability but also raw power, something I lack." Her competitive nature simmered, but she admired his skills nonetheless. Next up was Uraraka, who simply touched the ball and released it, her quirk erasing its weight as it soared higher and higher until it disappeared. "Infinity!" the class yelled in astonishment. Bakugo clenched his fists in frustration, a vein bulging in his temple. This gravity chick just had to defend Dekiru, seriously. Useless. How did she beat my score? As Uraraka made her way back, the class was still buzzing. "That was amazing, Uraraka," a few students praised. Bakugo shot her a death glare, but his attention quickly shifted when Aizawa called the next name. "Midoriya, you're up." Izuku gulped and walked toward the pitching platform, his heart racing. He could feel everyone's eyes on him, but none more intense than Bakugo's burning glare. His mind swirled with thoughts as he approached, knowing exactly who he wanted to transform into. Pressing the button on the Omnitrix, he drew in a breath as the faceplate lifted, and a holographic figure projected above it. "So, what do you think he'll turn into this time?" Toru asked curiously. "The ball throw is all about raw strength. That'll be his focus," Iida remarked, adjusting his glasses. "We've only seen 4 of his forms so far," Toru continued. "I doubt he's going to show them all today. Maybe the fire guy." Kaminari chimed in excitedly. "He totally demolished that zero-pointer with one punch." "I don't think that would work," Momo added thoughtfully. "A fire form might burn the ball. Plus, Heat Blast isn't even his strength form," Ochako noted casually. The class froze at Ochako's words, jaws dropping in disbelief. Wait, the form that obliterated the zero-pointer wasn't his strength form?" Toru asked, her voice tinged with awe. "Are you serious?" Mina added, her eyes wide as she remembered hearing how the robot had been blown to pieces. Ochako nodded, flexing her arm. "Yep, he's got a form with way more muscle." Bakugo was seething at this point, his face twisted with fury. Useless Deku had already beaten him in 4 tests. To make things worse, Momo had the nerve to call him a fool, and her words seemed truer with every test Midoriya excelled in. But what pushed him over the edge was that Yaoyorozu had beaten him in 5 tests now. His teeth ground together in anger as he barely contained his rage. Izuku smiled as the hologram of 4 arms appeared above the Omnitrix. "Mr. Aizawa said I need to go plus ultra." He slammed his hand down on the device, and a bright green flash erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the light dimmed, the entire class gasped. Hiroshima's eyes widened as a towering, 12-foot, red-skinned giant with 4 massive arms stood in Izuku's place. Wait, he's not 4 arms manager." Sato stammered. "He is 4 arms," Hiroshima said, his voice filled with awe. His respect for Izuku skyrocketed as he admired the alien's immense power. Four Arms flexed his muscles, the sheer size and definition causing some of the girls to blush, their eyes fixed on the overwhelming display of strength. Four Arms, now in his towering form, cracked his knuckles, ready to make his mark. Four Arms gripped the softball, red lightning rippling around his massive body like chains of fire. The air itself seemed to pulse with his presence, swirling dust at his feet. With a sudden, explosive motion, he hurled the ball forward. Smash! For an instant, there was nothing, no sound, no movement, only the lingering tension in the air. Then, a massive crater burst beneath Four Arms' feet, sending shockwaves rippling across the ground. The ball vanished, rocketing skyward, swallowed by the horizon in mere seconds. The silence that followed was haunting. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom shattered the atmosphere, crashing down from the heavens. The ground convulsed as violent winds howled through the area. Class 1A fought for stability in the tempest. Aizawa's capture scarf whipped around Mineta, securing him just as the wind threatened to sweep him away. Iida braced himself, his arm trembling as he shielded Ochako and Aoyama. Jirou drove her ear jacks deep into the ground, holding herself steady. Momo summoned a thick tungsten riot shield, straining to hold back the furious storm. Where does he get this kind of power? Momo shouted, her shield creaking from the pressure. Bakugo skidded back, palms blasting out rapid-fire explosions to resist the force. Kirishima, skin hard as iron, caught both Mina and Toru, anchoring them. Siro's tape shot into the ground, taut and straining under the winds. Sato gripped Koda, their feet sliding despite their size. He can create so much wind pressure with a single throw. Tokiyami summoned Dark Shadow, its claws sinking deep into the earth to stay rooted. Shoto conjured a massive ice wall, cracked spider webbing through its surface. How can he be this powerful? Toru's voice quivered, her invisible form clinging to Kirishima. That kind of strength, Todoroki muttered, his face darkening in realization. He had once deemed Four Arms no threat. How wrong he had been. You said I had to go plus ultra right, Mr. Aizawa. Four Arms said to the pro's confusion. Four Arms grinned, his muscles rippling with one for all as he leapt into the air. The shockwave from his jump sent a crushing wave of wind across the field, nearly flattening the class. As he ascended, the sky itself seemed to tremble in his wake. It's still in sight, he boomed from above, reeling back his arms for another throw. Then, with a clap like thunder tearing the world apart, he hurled the ball even further. The air split with the force, the shockwave booming across the campus. The very clouds above tore apart, splitting as if ripped open by the sheer force of his throw. The ball surged through the gap, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. The clouds split, Jirou shouted. And no way, Toru said. Aizawa's scarf stretched taut as Mineta flailed against the wind. Iida's legs buckled, his arm barely holding back the storm as he protected his friends. Jirou's ear jacks quivered, driven deep into the earth, struggling to anchor her. Momo's shield shuddered, on the verge of collapsing from the relentless force. Bakugo's explosions roared louder, his body shaking as he fought to stay upright. Kirishima's hardened skin cracked, struggling to keep his balance while shielding his classmates. Siro's tape stretched to the breaking point as he held fast to the ground. Sato and Koda, despite their strength, were forced backward as the winds overwhelmed them. Such tremendous force, Tokiyami muttered. Dark Shadow snarled, its form rippling as it gripped the ground desperately. Shoto's ice wall shattered with a thunderous crack, chunks of ice scattering as the pressure broke it apart. The wind pressure alone, I can barely stand, Todoroki muttered, eyes narrowing in disbelief. The boy he had once dismissed as no threat now loomed in his mind as a force beyond comprehension. The ball continued to soar, rocketing higher and higher, its path carving through the sky with unstoppable force. As it climbed, the air around it warped, creating shockwaves as it shattered the sound barrier with a deafening crack. A trail of turbulence rippled in its wake, distorting the clouds as the ball pressed forward. Higher still, the ball shot toward the outer edges of the atmosphere. The sky around it darkened as the thin veil of blue gradually gave way to the deep, inky black of space. Heat began to build, a fiery orange glow enveloping the ball as it blazed through the upper atmosphere, pushing the very limits of the Earth's gravity. 4 Arms began his descent from the sky, his massive form plummeting like a meteor. The wind whipped violently around him, his red skin gleaming under the fading glow of the sun. 4 Arms plummeted from the sky like a living missile, the wind screaming around him as he contorted his body. Just before impact, he shifted his weight, dropping into a controlled descent. He slammed into the ground with incredible force, landing in a perfect superhero pose, one knee firmly pressed into the earth, his other leg extended behind him. One arm was bent and braced against the cracked ground, fingers digging into the dirt, while his opposite arm extended outward, as if warding off the destruction around him. The ground beneath him shattered, a deep crater forming instantly from the sheer power of his landing. The shockwave rippled outward, shaking the ground for meters in every direction, but 4 Arms held his pose, unmoving, his presence commanding and unshakable amidst the chaos. Everyone just stood there stunned, looking at the alien in absolute awe. 4 Arms began to break into a grin. Superhero landing, he whispered to himself. Kyoka blinked in surprise before he stood up slowly. All Might watched from the corner, a proud smile tugging at his lips. He's managing to channel the power of One for All through his transformations, enhancing their natural abilities in the process, he thought, his eyes fixed on 4 Arms. From what I can see, the way One for All interacts with each form, it's almost as if I've given that species the quirk itself. The sheer storm of power it creates is terrifying. His grin widened as the realization sank in. Tetramans are already immensely strong on their own, but him pouring 8% of One for All into that form. He couldn't help but chuckle, brimming with admiration. Young Midoriya, how do you keep getting so cool? The ground was shattered beneath a massive crater, dust swirling in the air as a giant figure slowly emerged from the epicenter. A hulking silhouette rose, the swirling dust clinging to him like a cloak of power. Izuku in his Tetraman form, towered over the battlefield. His red-skinned body rippled with muscle, crackling with the energy of One for All. His 4 glowing emerald eyes blazed with intensity, their light piercing through the dust cloud. It was as if a force of nature had taken on the shape of this alien titan. Each of his steps caused the ground to tremble, his immense form sending out waves of raw power. Izuku's presence dominated the field, larger and more powerful than anyone in Class 1A could have ever imagined. His sheer size, combined with the lightning of One for All dancing along his arms, left everyone watching in awe. Bakugo stood frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was witnessing. The nerd Deku had transformed into something beyond recognition, a being of overwhelming strength. The wind pressure from Izuku's earlier throw had knocked everyone back, and Bakugo's usual bravado faltered as he stared at the giant alien form before him. 4 Arms' glowing eyes locked onto Bakugo, and in that moment, it was clear that this wasn't just a show of strength. This was a declaration. Izuku's deep, booming voice broke the silence, the sound carrying a weight that rippled through the air. Aizawa, his voice echoed, each word filled with raw determination, his gaze fixed on Bakugo. I know you said actions speak louder than words, but... He took a step forward, the ground cracking beneath his weight, the storm of power around him growing. Bakugo, his voice lowered, filled with conviction. I earned my spot, I earned every single damn point. Not even you are going to tell me I don't belong here. His words reverberated through the air, a declaration of everything he'd fought for. Izuku's towering form, with the power of One for All coursing through it, stood like an immovable mountain. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, smirked. This kid, he muttered, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Izuku's sheer force of will. But Izuku wasn't done. His voice rose again, each word filled with a resolute strength. I earned my place here. I earned my #1 spot. And I don't care what you say, nothing is going to stop me from becoming a hero. The intensity in his voice hung in the air, pressing down on everyone who heard it. Bakugo's hands clenched into fists, his face twisted in anger. This wasn't the Deku he'd known. This was something else entirely. Deku was challenging him, and the fury building inside Bakugo was only getting stronger. A sharp beep from Aizawa's machine finally cut through the tension, and with a smirk, he revealed the score. 100,000 meters. 100,000 meters. What? He threw it over 100,000 kilometers. The class shouted in shock as the score was revealed on the screen. That thing probably went into orbit. Kaminari said. That's so manly, Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. Yes, he did it. He unleashed his full power. Uraraka cheered, her face lighting up with pure joy at the sight of Izuku's record-breaking throw. Talk about power, those forms are no joke, Ojiro added, shaking his head in disbelief. Todoroki, who had initially underestimated Izuku's strength, narrowed his eyes as he watched the towering figure of 4 arms. I didn't think he was that strong before, but to be able to create such wind pressure, this is something else. He's far stronger than I thought. I'll need to keep an eye on him. Momo stood in awe, her eyes wide. The sheer power he's displaying, she muttered, unable to fully grasp what she was witnessing. I didn't know he could push himself this far. In the background, Toru's invisible form trembled slightly as she watched Izuku's giant form. He wasn't showing off at all, he gave everything just to win and pass. Guilt crept into her thoughts, her heart sinking. Why didn't I push myself harder? The sense of inadequacy washed over her. Meanwhile, Mina's heart pounded in her chest as she watched him stand there, victorious. Her hands gripped tightly, a blush creeping onto her face. He's amazing. She tried to calm herself, but her feelings surged. Why is my heart pounding like crazy? Bakugo's hands immediately sparked with small explosions, his face contorting with fury as he stormed forward. What the hell is this? He yelled, his eyes burning with rage as they locked onto Izuku. Deku, you damn nerd. But before he could launch himself at Izuku, something pulled him down. His body slammed face first into the dirt, gravel biting into his skin. Dazed and disoriented, Bakugo growled, looking up to see Ochako standing over him, her expression sharp with frustration. Her grip on his arm was firm, her eyes glaring down at him. Pink cheeks. What the hell are you doing? Get off me. Ochako's grip tightened, her voice sharp and full of frustration. You seriously want to know what my problem is, Bakugo? Her words were laced with annoyance, her patience clearly gone. You had the nerve to say Dekiru cheated. When he worked just as hard, no, harder than anyone else to get into UA. Bakugo struggled to free himself, but Ochako didn't let go. Fact is, she said, her tone hard, you got second place on the entrance exam. Second. And just like now, Dekiru beat you. Her words cut through the air like a knife. I watched him train until he broke every day, and I'm not going to sit here and let you say he didn't earn his place. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a more dangerous tone. The only one who doesn't belong here is the one who couldn't even get a single rescue point. And what exactly were you trying to do? Aizawa's voice was low and deliberate, yet carried enough authority for everyone to hear. His disheveled hair stood on end, and his eyes glowed a fierce red. Attacking or harming a fellow student or a member of the staff outside of training exercises is grounds for immediate expulsion. So I suggest you back down. Uraraka, please get off him. With a swift motion, Aizawa wrapped his scarf around Bakugo, yanking him closer. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury, a seething tempest of emotions churning within him. Let me go, he growled, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The humiliation of losing to Deku, the kid he'd always deemed worthless, ignited a firestorm of rage inside him. I don't care about your quirk or how talented you think you are, Aizawa continued, oblivious to Bakugo's internal struggle. You are not a child, and you will not be treated as one. You've interrupted my class due to your broken pride. You got second place, that's a fact. Now, it's time for you to man up, take these tests seriously, and stop wallowing in your defeat. Bakugo's heart raced, a mix of anger and disbelief coursing through him. The truth of Aizawa's words cut deeper than any blow. Not only had Deku beaten him, but he had done so with a power Bakugo could scarcely comprehend. The gap between them was staggering, and the realization gnawed at him like a relentless beast. Deku, he muttered under his breath, the name tasting bitter on his tongue. A green flash erupted from where 4 arms stood as Izuku emerged from the dust cloud, panting heavily, the weight of his transformation evident in his weary posture. Everyone looked at him with a mix of admiration, respect, and curiosity, but Bakugo's glare cut through the atmosphere like a blade, filled with unspoken resentment. Izuku winced in pain, his gaze dropping to his palms, where the skin was torn and raw. The thunderclap must have damaged my palms, he muttered to himself, masking the discomfort as best he could. Though he tried to hide it, Momo noticed, her keen eyes catching the way he clenched his hands. All right, let's go. We've wasted enough time, Aizawa commanded, his tone brokering no argument. As everyone began to follow him, Izuku lagged at the back, a faint smile forming on his lips as he took in the remnants of his destruction. His fingers brushed against the Omnitrix, and he clenched his bloodied palms. It's hero time, he whispered, a renewed sense of purpose sparking within him. Ahem. Momo's voice cut through his thoughts, and he jumped back in surprise, his heart racing. Why Yaoyorozu? Izuku stuttered, his cheeks flushing. Panic filled his mind. Was she mad at him for the earlier incident? Thank you for standing up for me, with Kachan, he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Momo met his gaze, her expression softening. Give me your hands, she instructed gently. Izuku widened his eyes in shock, hesitating for just a moment before reluctantly offering his palms. She carefully created bandages from her exposed skin, wrapping them around his injured hands with a tenderness that made his heart race. The warmth of her touch sent an unexpected thrill through him. In the moment of silence that followed, their breaths intertwined, and they both spoke up at the same time. I am sorry. They looked at each other in surprise, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You don't need to apologize, Momo reassured him, her tone soothing. Uraraka made it very clear that it wasn't your intention. She continued, her voice softening, I acted too hastily. I should have recognized how flustered you were during the confrontation. Izuku blinked, the warmth of her understanding washing over him. And no. He inhaled deeply, his heart pounding. No, I shouldn't have to apologize either. I stutter when I'm around girls, and my words often come out wrong. That shouldn't excuse my failure to offer a genuine apology. But not only did you defend me, Momo countered, her sincerity unwavering, but I was rude afterward. I owe you the apology. You defended me from Bakugo, and when he said people would only use you, it must have hurt even more when I touched you afterward. I'm really sorry for that, Izuku said, his voice heavy with sincerity. Momo felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she finished wrapping his hands, touched by his genuine concern. Well, at least you're not stuttering through this apology, Momo teased lightly, a soft smile playing on her lips. The tension eased between them as they shared a quiet laugh. Yeah, I guess not, Izuku replied, a faint smile appearing on his face as he met her gaze, feeling a warm connection growing between them. A shared smile broke the tension, and they both let out a light laugh, the air between them shifting towards something warmer. How about we start over? Izuku proposed, extending his now bandaged hands, his heart racing with hope. Hey, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, he said, his voice tinged with excitement. Momo's cheeks flushed slightly as she took his hands, feeling the sincerity in his grip. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. It's a pleasure, she replied, her own heart fluttering at the genuine connection they were forging. So, friends? Izuku asked, his voice filled with uncertainty but laced with hope. Momo's eyes widened in surprise, it was the first time someone had asked to be friends so genuinely. Her heart swelled with warmth. Friends, Momo confirmed, her smile radiant as she embraced the newfound bond between them. Test 7. Seated toe touch. Thanks to his training with Kendo, which required a good deal of flexibility, Izuku managed to ace the test, finishing just behind Hagakure and Ashido, who surprisingly excelled in that area. Noticing his performance, Mina walked up to him with a playful grin. Why, you're pretty flexible, huh? Mina Ashido, right, I guess I'm somewhat flexible, he replied, a bit taken aback. No way, you totally outdid me, and you should definitely try dancing, she said, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear, maybe we can see just how flexible you really are, Midoriya. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red, resembling a ripe strawberry. The sight made Mina smile wider as he stumbled over his words, eliciting a cute giggle from her. Sorry, you just seem really easy to tease. Flustered and unable to meet her gaze, Izuku stammered, no PP problem. Test 8. Long distance run. After a while, only Ojiro, Midoriya, Iida, and Yaoyorozu remained on the course. Yaoyorozu had created a bike and was pedaling steadily, her expression focused. Tsuyu may not have been the fastest, but compared to everyone she had the highest endurance, not including Midoriya. Iida was moving incredibly fast, sweat glistening on his brow as he pushed through his limits, determined to give it his all. Ojiro lagged behind, struggling to keep pace. In contrast, Midoriya had transformed into Fast Track, a blue blur streaking past them with effortless speed. He resisted the urge to tease, simply calling out, "On your left," as he zipped by them repeatedly. Aizawa, observing the scene with his usual indifference, muttered, "It would be a waste of time to explain how everything was calculated, since it was only your performances recorded. Let's just get to the final rankings." With that, he clicked a button on his device, and a holographic screen materialized above them, ready to display the results. Number 1. Izuku Midoriya. Number 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. Number 3. Shoto Todoroki. Number 4. Katsuki Bakugo. Number 5. Tenya Iida. Number 6. Fumikage Tokiomi. Number 7. Mezzo Shoji. Number 8. Mashiro Ojiro. Number 9. Eijiro Kirishima. Number 10. Mina Ishido. Number 11. Ochako Uraraka. Number 12. Koji Koda. Number 13. Rikido Sato. Number 14. Tsuyu Asui. Number 15. Yuga Aoyama. Number 16. Honta Siro. Number 17. Denki Kaminari. Number 18. Kyoka Jirou. Number 19. Toru Hagakure. Number 20. Minoru Mineta. Izuku's eyes scanned the ranking from the bottom up. Yes, I'm not in last place. His excitement was short-lived as he continued upward, slightly widening his eyes when he realized he wasn't among the last 10. As he climbed higher, disbelief washed over him. "I don't believe it," he muttered in astonishment. "I got first again." Yaoyorozu glanced at the rankings, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face at not securing first place, but she quickly reminded herself that second wasn't bad. With determination, she walked over to Midoriya, who was still stunned by his achievement. "Ahem," she coughed lightly, drawing his attention. "Oh, why Yaoyorozu?" Izuku said, his nerves palpable. "Congratulations on your placement," she said warmly, trying to break the ice. It's no big deal," he stuttered, his face flushed. "You still need to work on your stutter. An upcoming hero shouldn't stutter every time a female is in his presence," Momo pointed out, watching as Izuku blushed deeper. "I'll try," he replied, determination creeping into his voice. Nearby, Jirou slumped to the ground in relief, her backside hitting the ground with a thud. "Thank God I didn't get last place." Izuku approached her, trying to be supportive. "I mean, most of the tests your quirk wouldn't have helped with." "Don't rub it in," Jirou shot back, her mood lightening despite herself. "But you still managed a decent placing," Momo added, trying to encourage her. "Yeah, though I don't think last place is so thrilled we beat him." Jirou jerked her thumb towards Mineta, who was on the ground, wailing. "No," Mineta cried out, his voice rising to a lunatic pitch as he began to sob, tears of blood streaming down his face. Everyone paused, shocked by his outburst. Aizawa stood a short distance away, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold with a bemused expression. He was oddly silent, yet the intensity of his gaze conveyed everything: his disbelief, his mild amusement, and perhaps a hint of concern for the boy's mental state. "I was supposed to go to the hero school. Become a hero. Start a harem. Yaoyorozu was going to be the first girl. I was going to fondle them every day throughout the school year. Then there was Tsuyu, her tongue. I can't leave." "Is he actually crying blood?" Kaminari exclaimed, his eyes wide in surprise. "I can't believe he said that out loud," a boy with big lips muttered, shaking his head. Tsuyu's voice was flat, her expression unimpressed. "Guess we found the pervert of the class," the invisible girl remarked, her tone dripping with disdain. "Lech," Ishido added in disgust. "So gross." Momo looked at Mineta, utterly repulsed by his antics. Just as she was about to speak up, he cried out again. "And no, I don't want to be expelled," Mineta wailed, still sobbing. "I haven't even felt up Momo Yaoyorozu. She would have been my Opai princess." Having reached her limit, Momo spoke up, her voice steady but firm. Would you stop whining? It was a lie. Huh, everyone chorused in confusion. It was a ruse for all of us to push ourselves beyond our limits, Momo clarified, standing tall. A collective blink of surprise passed through the group. What? They shouted in shock, their voices echoing. Aizawa remained quietly observant. It's quite obvious, Yaoyorozu said with newfound confidence, facing her classmates, who shot her slight glares. Yeah, you should have. Yes, I'm not getting expelled, Mineta sobbed, his voice cracking. My harem dream lives on. Izuku glanced nervously at Aizawa, whose cold, unsympathetic gaze swept over the students. Izuku gulped, anxiety pooling in his stomach. Why Yaoyorozu? I think you should know Mr. Aizawa expelled his entire class last year, Izuku said, his voice barely above a whisper. A tense silence fell over the group. Pale faces turned toward Midoriya, who quickly covered his mouth, realizing the weight of his words. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in alarm, taking a step back from Aizawa, whose gaze sent shivers down everyone's spines. He then turned his attention to Bakugo, and with a flick of his wrist, his capture scarf wrapped around Bakugo like a snake, pulling him closer. Now, if I recall, I said I would expel you if you scored lower than Midoriya, Aizawa said, his voice steady but filled with unsettling authority. Bakugo's eyes widened in realization, and he quickly glanced at the scoreboard, dread washing over him as he saw he was below the worthless nerd. He tried to mask his fear with bravado, clenching his fists. You wouldn't, Bakugo scoffed, a scowl plastered on his face, but sweat dripped down his brow. In my time at UA, I have expelled a total of 152 students, Aizawa replied flatly. Don't think I'm bluffing, boy. A chill spread through the group, and everyone instinctively stepped back, eyes darting nervously. I know the type of student you are, and I have a pretty good record of expelling arrogant students like you. Big fish in a small pond. Now you're realizing the world doesn't revolve around you, Aizawa continued, his gaze unyielding. Bakugo clenched his jaw, anger boiling beneath the surface. He felt humiliated and trapped, but he remained silent, the heat of his frustration radiating from him like a furnace. Students like you can't let go of their pride and ego. Instead, you cling to foolish assumptions to live in your delusions, Aizawa added, his voice unwavering. Bakugo's heart raced as he glared at Izuku, his contempt evident. The idea of having to apologize to someone he considered worthless made his skin crawl. But he knew he had no choice. Izuku flinched, instinctively taking a step back from Bakugo's fury. Hey, Aizawa forced Bakugo to look him in the eye. Don't look at him, look at me. The only person you can blame is yourself. You lost to him. You couldn't let go of your damn pride and threw a tantrum like a child. Izuku decided to interject. Mr. Aizawa, you don't have to. Midoriya, head back in line. I'll discipline my student as I see fit, Aizawa snapped, his tone leaving no room for argument. You do have potential, Bakugo Katsuki. If you can prove that you can let go of that pride of yours, I won't expel you, Aizawa stated. Bakugo didn't respond. He simply nodded, the weight of Aizawa's words settling heavily on his shoulders. You will bow your head and give me, and the rest of the class, a formal apology, Aizawa commanded. Bakugo's eyes flared with disbelief at the idea of having to apologize, the thought of lowering himself to that level sickening him. And lastly, you will apologize to Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa added, his icy tone leaving no room for negotiation. Bakugo's heart raced as he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. The very thought of acknowledging Izuku as anything other than useless felt like poison. There's no way I'm apologizing to that damn, Bakugo began, but Aizawa's glare cut through his protest like a knife. Then you can walk out of these school gates right now, Aizawa said, his voice cold and final. Bakugo fell silent, his head drooping as the weight of his situation sank in. He knew he had to comply. You will apologize and admit that he beat you and congratulate him on his first place placement. If you want to throw tantrums like a child, you will be treated as such, Aizawa said, his authority unyielding. Bakugo felt frozen, struggling to muster the strength to comply. The gaze of his classmates felt like daggers, and the idea of admitting defeat to Midoriya was suffocating. After a moment, Aizawa released him, And Bakugo took a deep breath, steeling himself. With a heavy heart and a boiling rage, he bowed his head. The shame was suffocating. I am sorry for taking up your time and accusing the school of bribery, he mumbled, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. Aizawa nodded, indicating he should continue. Bakugo straightened and faced Class 1A. I am sorry for wasting your time, he said, but his tone was laced with insincerity. Everyone sensed his disdain, and a few snickers erupted among the students. Oh man, this is so embarrassing, Jirou said, barely holding back laughter. He talked a big game about being first, but he couldn't even make top 3, Kaminari chimed in, snickering. Jirou held a hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh. Sorry, could you speak up? We didn't hear, said the girl with super hearing, prompting Bakugo to grit his teeth in frustration. I am sorry, he yelled, his anger bubbling over, drawing more laughter from the group. Bakugo's gaze burned as he lifted his head, his expression dark and full of fury as he approached Izuku, who looked uncomfortable. His face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. I am sorry, Deku, for accusing you of cheating. Bakugo inhaled sharply, his fists clenched so tightly that blood dripped from his palms. Every word felt like a dagger in his chest, a painful admission of defeat to someone he considered beneath him. You beat me. You earned your first place, congratulations. The words felt like poison in his mouth, the admission nearly suffocating him as his anger and resentment simmered just beneath the surface. Aizawa surveyed the scene, his voice cutting through the tension. Deku, did you get that? He said, looking around. Deku. Aizawa glanced back at Bakugo, whose face was twisted with a mixture of anger and humiliation. Huh, weird, seems there's no Deku here, Aizawa remarked, his tone matter of fact. Bakugo's expression shifted from rage to horror, realizing the implication. He had to address Izuku by his name. The thought of acknowledging him as anything more than a worthless loser made him feel sick. Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, the taste of iron mingling with the humiliation. I am sorry for accusing you of cheating. Congratulations on your first place placement. The admission felt like swallowing glass, the weight of it nearly crushing him as he forced the words out through clenched teeth. Bakugo raised his head, glaring at Izuku before heading back. Ochako placed a comforting hand to his shoulder. You okay? Why, yeah, as just a teacher has never stood up for me like that. Izuku said, giving a small smile. Aizawa, hearing this, felt a red flag. He sighed, putting the thought in the back of his mind and addressing the class. The students I expelled showed no potential whatsoever. I expelled them so they wouldn't get themselves killed, Aizawa stated, his voice flat but authoritative. The class widened their eyes in shock, gulping audibly at the weight of his words. And that goes for the rest of you. If I think you're not taking your position here seriously, I won't hesitate to kick you out. Now, good day, students. Please introduce yourselves and get to know each other better, he added before turning to walk away. Iida, ever the diligent one, suddenly perked up. Wait, if you aren't expelling any of us, then you must see great potential in all of us. Wait, even Mineta, someone chimed in. Hey, Mineta protested, indignant. Aizawa remained silent, the corners of his mouth barely twitching. Pick up your syllabus and read it before tomorrow morning. Have a good day exploring the campus, and make sure to introduce yourselves, he instructed, his tone serious. Just as he was about to leave, he paused. Before anyone could relax, his scarf began to float ominously in the air. You will not break the rules. You will leave it to the pros when someone's in danger. You will be model students. Confusion rippled through the group, except for Izuku, who felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly began to back away from Aizawa, anxiety creeping in. Sir, are you suggesting we would break the rules? That is unbecoming. Iida started, only to be cut off. I wasn't talking to the class. Midoriya, did you hear me? Aizawa interjected, his gaze sharp. Izuku's eyes widened as he let out a small eep, before getting ensnared in the scarf, pulled closer to Aizawa. You know, I've been hearing reports lately of a four-arms titan fighting in an underground arena, a black and blue streak speeding through the city, and a crazy teenager riding a giant bird, Aizawa said, his tone almost casual, though the implications hung heavy in the air. Izuku gulped, sweat beading on his forehead. You understood, sir. Good, Aizawa replied, releasing him with a flick of his wrist. Izuku managed to slip away when Kaminari and Mineta began to talk and awkwardly hit on the girls, trying to get their numbers. Some of the guys stayed behind, comparing performances, but Izuku had no interest in sticking around. He originally wanted to walk back with Uraraka and Jirou, but as he glanced over, he noticed they were preoccupied with the group. Mineta was clearly pushing his luck, and Kaminari wasn't far behind. Jirou had an annoyed expression, her patience visibly wearing thin, while Ochako looked confused, her laughter growing increasingly uncomfortable as she tried to be polite. Sighing, Izuku slipped away unnoticed, glad to have avoided the awkwardness. Now back in his uniform and heading to class, he looked down at his palms, noticing the bandages wrapped tightly around them. I must have torn some of the skin during the thunderclap, Izuku muttered to himself, flexing his fingers slightly. It'll probably heal in a day or so. No need to bother recovery girl for something this minor. As he made his way down the hallway, Izuku's attention was caught when he saw Momo Yaoyorozu approaching, also dressed in her uniform. She seemed deep in thought, her steps measured and purposeful as she walked towards class. He raised a hand slightly to catch her attention. Yaoyorozu, Izuku called out. The girl stopped and turned, surprised to see him. Oh, Midoriya, she greeted with a polite smile. I assumed you had already left. I was just heading to grab the syllabus and any other stuff we need before lunch, Izuku explained with a slight shrug. You too. Momo let out a soft sigh, her expression shifting ever so slightly. Yes, but, well, I needed to step away from the others for a bit. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Something wrong? Momo glanced around briefly before giving him a knowing look. I'm not as oblivious as some people might think when it comes to boys, Midoriya. During the quirk assessment, I noticed that boy with the purple hair balls Mineta, right? And that blonde one Kaminari. They were ogling me the entire time. She rolled her eyes slightly, clearly exasperated. I could tell they were going to try something, so to avoid being asked out, I figured I'd slip away early. Izuku blinked, feeling a bit awkward. That must get annoying, he said, chuckling nervously. So, I'm guessing you have to avoid stuff like that pretty often. Momo sighed again, her tone more frustrated this time. Unfortunately, yes, it's not uncommon for me to have to deal with unwanted attention or suitors, as some might call them. She waved it off quickly, clearly wanting to move on from the subject. But enough about that, I'd much rather discuss something more interesting. Like what? Izuku asked, still feeling a bit caught off guard by the conversation. If you wouldn't mind, I was hoping to talk more about your quirk. Momo's tone became more inquisitive, her eyes brightening with curiosity. Izuku looked surprised for a moment before feeling a bit of anxiety creeping in. Before he could respond, the voices of Ochako, Jirou, and Iida came from down the hallway, drawing both of their attention. Honestly, those two, did they not have any class? Tenya Iida grumbled, adjusting his glasses and shaking his head in disapproval. Don't worry about it, Iida, Ochako said with a reassuring smile. It's fine. Still, thanks for scaring them off earlier, Jirou added, clearly relieved as she approached. Her eyes fell on Izuku and Momo, and she raised an eyebrow as they walked over. Oh, you guys are still here, Ochako said cheerfully, her smile widening when she saw them. I thought you had already left, Dekiru, she said, using his new hero name. Nah, I'm just grabbing the syllabus and curriculum, Izuku said with a sheepish grin. I'm glad I caught up with you before you left, Midoriya, Iida chimed in, his serious expression returning. I was hoping to ask you about those forms you used earlier. You and everybody else, Jirou added with a smirk. What was up with that green electricity during the assessment? I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, that was crazy, Ochako added, laughing softly. I didn't expect to see that when you were in my apartment either. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling sheepish under their collective gaze. It's just another part of my quirk, he explained, looking down at his hands. He activated one for all, the green electricity crackling around his fingers as the others watched in awe. I can essentially enhance my body with this, increasing my strength and speed, Izuku explained, feeling a bit more confident as he spoke. Ochako reached out, touching his arm and feeling a faint spark of the energy, her eyes widening in amazement. And the transformations? Momo asked, her analytical mind kicking in. I've never seen someone with multiple abilities quite like yours. Izuku looked a bit hesitant. Well, it's pretty simple, actually. I just activate the Omnitrix. The Omnitrix? Momo, Jirou, and Iida asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. That's the name of my support item, Izuku said quickly, trying to cover his slip-up. Momo tilted her head, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Omni, from the Greek word for all, correct. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Wait, is that what it means? He asked, eyes wide in surprise. Momo chuckled softly. Yes, that's what it means. How interesting. Izuku shook his head, refocusing. Anyway, yeah, with the Omnitrix, I can transform into multiple forms. He demonstrated by pressing the button on the watch, the faceplate popping up to reveal a holographic figure of Fast Track. When the dial pops up, I just turn it to select a form, he explained, rotating the dial to show some of the various alien forms available. And then he slams it down, and boom. Ochako said excitedly, finishing the explanation with a grin. He's one of 10 cool superhero aliens. She beamed, clearly enthusiastic about the whole thing. Pretty much, Izuku admitted, blushing at her energy. 10 forms. Momo and Iida asked in awe. Jirou looked skeptical, her eyes narrowing slightly as she glanced at the watch. Wait, wasn't there another one you used during the assessment? I don't remember that in your notebook. Izuku hesitated before nodding. Well, it was originally 10, but a couple of months ago, I got 9 new forms added to the Omnitrix. He turned the dial again, passing through a few of the newer forms as the others looked on in amazement. They soon arrived at their classroom, where 2 stacks of papers sat on the front desk. One was a packet detailing the UA curriculum for the year, and the other was a single sheet listing their daily schedules. Each of them grabbed a copy, and as Izuku packed his away, he made his way to the door. Just as he opened it, he came face to face with Mina Ishido, who flashed him a bright grin. Oh, there you are, Midoriya. Hey, don't leave yet. Everyone wants to meet you, and we were hoping to introduce ourselves. Mina exclaimed, stepping into Izuku's path to block his exit. Hey, everyone, Midoriya's in here, she called out, her voice echoing through the room. Izuku's anxiety spiked, his mind racing. He wasn't exactly thrilled by the idea of being the center of attention. Holy crap, man, you killed it out there. Dude, I have to spar with that 4 arms guy. Watching you fight Rappa was insane. I thought you two were gonna tear each other apart. Kirishima said, his voice brimming with excitement as he joined the growing crowd around Izuku. He's not wrong. Rappa was trying to kill me, Izuku thought to himself as more students swarmed in. I gotta admit, your quirk outmatches mine in every way. The speed you showed, even without transforming, that was amazing. Ojiro added, tail swishing behind him as he introduced himself. Oh, I'm Ojiro, by the way. Before Izuku could reply, Aoyama cut in, with his usual flair. Your support item isn't as flashy as mine, but... Mina interrupted, practically bouncing with energy as she leaned in close to Izuku. I thought you could only transform into that bug guy, but seeing all those different forms. It's unbelievable, I've never seen anything like it. Your quirk is so alien, but in the coolest way. She exclaimed. The entire class, minus Bakugo and Todoroki, gathered around, throwing compliments and introducing themselves to Izuku. The sudden attention felt overwhelming, but Izuku tried his best to put names to faces, his mind scrambling to process everything. From the side, Jirou noticed Izuku's discomfort, his awkward smiles barely masking his anxiety. He's probably drowning in all this attention. Poor guy, she thought, glancing at Iida, who seemed to be pondering the scene as well. Hey, Iida, Jirou leaned over, twirling her earphone jacks. I have an idea, how about we do formal introductions? You know, like everyone goes up front, says their name, and gives a quick explanation of their quirk. Something tells me our homeroom teacher won't be bothered to do it. Please refrain from calling our teacher a hobo, Iida responded in his usual stern tone, giving a swift karate chop through the air. Would you prefer, bum? Jirou teased with a smirk. Iida paused, exhaling in defeat before clearing his throat. Attention, Class 1A. Iida's voice boomed as he got everyone's attention. The excited chatter around Izuku died down, and they turned to listen. Let's formally introduce ourselves, Iida announced, hands chopping through the air enthusiastically. Each of us should state our name and give a brief explanation of our quirk. He said, his leadership kicking in. Mina beamed at the suggestion, and the rest of the class buzzed with excitement, agreeing with Iida's plan. As everyone got ready for the introductions, Izuku seized the chance to quietly slip out from the center of the crowd. He caught Jirou's eye from across the room, mouthing a quick, "Thank you." Jirou smirked and mouthed back, "You're welcome." But while most of the class was eager to introduce themselves, one student wasn't sharing in their excitement. Bakugo sat in his seat, fists clenched, his glare fixated on Izuku. The thought of learning more about Izuku's quirk burned in his mind, fueling his frustration. Meanwhile, Todoroki had just grabbed his bag, heading toward the door, when he was stopped by the bubbly voices of Yaoyorozu and Toru. "Hey, Todoroki, wanna join us for introductions?" Toru asked, bouncing with excitement. "No," he responded, his tone icy as he reached for the door handle. Momo quickly chimed in, her voice softer but equally hopeful. "It could be a great opportunity to get to know each other, Todoroki." Todoroki paused, his hand still on the door. His thoughts drifted back to the quirk assessment test, remembering Midoriya's power when he transformed into 4 arms. The sheer wind pressure, the overwhelming strength, it was unsettling. His left side flickered briefly with flame, a reminder of his own power. After a moment, he extinguished it with a quiet sigh and turned back toward the room, walking inside again. Momo and Toru exchanged a small smile, thinking they'd convinced him. "Hi, my name's Tenya Iida, and my quirk is Engine. Pleased to meet you all," he said, performing rapid hand-chopping motions. "Bonjour, my name is Yuga Aoyama, and my quirk is Naval Laser, and it's very sparkling, sparkles," he declared, sparkles fluttering around him like confetti. "Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure, and my quirk is Invisibility," she chimed, grinning brightly, even though no one could see it. "That should be obvious, hey. The name's Katsuki Bakugo, and I'm gonna crush you extras," he boasted, his arrogance echoing in the room. Midoriya scribbled furiously in his notebook, immersed in his classmates' quirks and pondering how he might incorporate them into his forms. "Midoriya," he snapped out of his thoughts, realizing everyone was staring at him. "It's your turn," Iida prompted, gesturing for him to go up. Clumsily, he made his way to the front. Hello, I'm Izuku M. Midoriya." He coughed nervously. Before he could explain, a barrage of questions erupted. "How exactly does your quirk work? How many monsters can you transform into? What was that green lightning? I know you're all curious, but please allow Midoriya to explain." Iida interjected. Thanks. My quirk is known as Omni, or also another word for all. It connects with my support item. Without it, I'd be changing from form to form. It appeared pretty recently. So without it, you'd change from monster to monster. Mineta asked, the term, monster, hanging awkwardly in the air. The word didn't sit well with those who had mutant quirks. They often faced the harsh judgment that came with it. Ashido shifted uncomfortably. While her appearance wasn't a mutation, she'd faced her share of hurtful comments. The word, monster, stung, a painful reminder of the bullying she endured. "They're not monsters, they're aliens," he asserted, his eyes wide. "Alien?" Momo questioned, her curiosity piqued. Izuku flinched slightly at the question. That's what I like to call them. I don't like the word monster. It makes them sound bad. If anything, I prefer calling them alien heroes because they look like aliens and kinda have their own thing going on, like different pro-heroes. Is that why you give them names? Uraraka asked, tilting her head. Yep, it gives them their own identity. They're awesome, and during battles, it's good for my partner or someone I'm with to tell me which alien would help out in the situation. Alien meaning different, Tenya concluded, hand to his chin in thought. A great way of looking at it, Midoriya. Thanks, Izuku replied, a shy smile breaking through. Mina sat unusually silent, her mind racing. He doesn't like to call them monsters. Growing up, she'd received strange looks, often bullied and labeled as a freak. Though she didn't have a mutation quirk, she often felt like an outsider. But here was Midoriya, with a simple change of phrase that shifted her perspective. He's really thoughtful, she mused, a small smile forming on her lips. The way he stood there, so earnest and passionate, made her heart flutter unexpectedly. So how many forms do you have? Jirou asked, leaning forward in anticipation. Midoriya pondered for a moment, then replied, N19 right now. Gasps filled the room as everyone's eyes widened. N19, they echoed in disbelief. Bakugo's expression shifted to incredulity. N19, that FC King many. It used to be 10, Izuku explained, scratching the back of his head nervously, but it seems I can get more through time and training. Whoa, that sounds op. Mina Ishido exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, what abilities do you have? Momo asked, leaning in with genuine curiosity. It varies from pyrokinesis to super speed, but naming them all would take forever, Midoriya said, trying to keep it concise. Wait, do you have invisibility? Toru Hagakure asked, her voice rising in panic. Izuku hesitated, feeling the pressure of their expectations. Yes. Electrical abilities. Kaminari jumped in, eyes wide with anticipation. Izuku nodded reluctantly. He noticed the way Kaminari's enthusiasm dimmed, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Great. I feel irrelevant, he muttered, his shoulders slumping. Can you shoot tapes? Jirou asked, clearly hopeful. No, Izuku replied, feeling a mix of relief and guilt. Jirou sighed in relief but quickly turned his attention back to Midoriya. Wait, what about Spider Monkey? He can shoot webs. Ochako chimed in, not realizing how much Izuku was trying to keep his classmates from feeling upset. Izuku could sense Zirou's growing inadequacy. Not really, he said, trying to soften the blow. Acid, Mina exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Yep, I can turn my whole body into acid, Izuku confirmed, feeling a bit more confident. Mina's face beamed at his answer, her enthusiasm infectious. I suddenly feel inadequate, Kaminari said, crossing his arms in defeat. Right, how am I supposed to stand next to someone who basically has every quirk? Jirou added, his voice tinged with frustration. Midoriya felt guilt wash over him at their comments. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, Kirishima, a red-haired boy, slammed his fist into his hand. Guys, he may have most of his abilities, but that just means he can help us get stronger. Suyu nodded, her calm voice cutting through the tension. And that means his quirk can complement any of ours. This made some students brighten up. If you over-short-circuit my brain, he can just pump me up with electricity. Kaminari joked, trying to lighten the mood. Mina's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, we can totally be an acid team. Sparring with 4 arms would be awesome. Kirishima shouted, grinning widely. Midoriya's eyes widened. He had never thought of the Omnitrix like that before. A smile crept onto his face at the thought of being able to help his classmates improve their quirks. That would be nice, he said, feeling a warmth spread through him. Wait, what about that green electricity? Bakugo interjected, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Oh, that, well, all my transformations have some sort of superpower, so it makes sense I would have one too, right? Izuku said, his voice shaky as sweat began to bead on his forehead. Please believe me. The class fell silent, each person deep in thought. Todoroki, sitting off to the side, contemplated. 19 forms. I've only seen the speedster, the bug, and the strength one. That means he has 16 more, each with their own powers. He could be a worthy opponent. After everyone finished their introductions, Todoroki stood up and quickly made his way toward the door. However, he was stopped by Toru and Momo, who approached him. Todoroki, thank you for participating with us, Momo said warmly, hoping to bridge a connection. Toru chimed in, yeah, it really meant a lot to us. Some of us, including the girls and maybe even the guys, are planning on swinging onto. Her words were abruptly cut off by Todoroki's icy tone. Let me make this clear. A chill swept through the room, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. I am not here to make friends. Momo felt a pang in her heart at his words, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Todoroki's gaze shifted to Izuku, his glare sharp and piercing. Izuku instinctively flinched, suddenly feeling like a target under Todoroki's intense scrutiny. That power, it's just like what that bastard described, Todoroki thought bitterly before turning and walking out of the classroom, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. After the rest of the class introduced themselves, they eagerly set off to explore the UA campus. As Midoriya entered the vast Quirk gym, he couldn't help but marvel at its enormity. The gym was renowned throughout Japan for its state-of-the-art facilities designed to enhance quirks in a safe environment. His eyes widened as he spotted a girl sprinting along the track, her speed impressive as she hit a staggering 195 miles per hour. UA is amazing. Look at this place, Midoriya exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I think they have a gym for any quirk training, Yaoyorozu replied, glancing toward a nearby food stall where students eagerly devoured their meals. They have every type of quirk training available, she added, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Even for strength quirks, Uraraka chimed in, pointing to a group of muscular teenagers lifting weights that seemed impossibly heavy. Suddenly, a lanky teenager with glasses stepped up and effortlessly hoisted the largest weight with one hand. Gasps echoed around the gym as everyone's eyes bulged in disbelief. Whoa, the other teenagers exclaimed, astonished by the display of strength. That's UA for you, Iida commented, his admiration evident as he watched the seemingly frail teen demonstrate incredible power. Talk about not judging a book by its cover, Jirou added, her awe palpable. As they continued to wander through the gym, they stumbled upon a small shooting range-like room where a machine gun stood ominously. A girl stepped inside, and with a loud clack, the gun cocked before unleashing a barrage of bullets. The girl stood her ground, and the bullets ricocheted off her, sparking wildly as they met her quirk's defenses. Hiroshima's eyes lit up. So cool, I can do hardening training here. Midoriya's mind raced with possibilities. I can practice bullet dodging, he declared, excitement bubbling over. Bullet dodging, Uraraka and Jirou echoed, their voices filled with concern. Midoriya turned to them, a confident grin on his face. What, some supervillains carry guns, so it'll help improve my reaction time and push me to go faster. And what if you're not fast enough? Uraraka pressed, worry etched on her face. I'll have a bullet wound, obviously, he replied nonchalantly, as if that were a perfectly acceptable outcome. I'm surprised UA can have such a dangerous facility. How do they make sure the students stay safe? Jirou asked, still apprehensive. Oh, that, look above, he said, gesturing upward. Floating above them were small, watchful eyeballs darting through the air, surveying the students below. They moved with a precision that indicated they were more than mere decoration. The eyes had the ability to create energy shields or even disable machines if a student appeared to be in danger. What are those? Ashido exclaimed, clearly unnerved by the hovering eyes. They're known as UA eyes, or better known as all-seer eyes, Momo explained. The pro hero is the all-seer. He can create up to 100 eyes to monitor the students and ensure their safety. Izuku finished, it's incredible how they look out for us. They wandered further and discovered a quiet room designated for students with hearing quirks to practice. The silence within was a stark contrast to the chaos outside, and Jirou found the tranquility exciting, as it would allow her to focus on honing her hearing abilities. Shoji also seemed to appreciate the peaceful atmosphere. Next, they found the elemental training room, a specialized space where students could unleash their quirks without the risk of harming others. Midoriya's excitement soared at the prospect of practicing with Heat Blast in a controlled setting. His previous opportunities had been limited to the beach. Kaminari, pressing his face against the electricity-proof windows, exclaimed, cool. I can go all out. Maybe if the girls want to watch me train, I wouldn't mind. He winked, but the girls didn't seem particularly interested. Awesome, I can use Brainstorm to practice lifting stuff and see how many jolts I can let out. He continued, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Next, they arrived at the swimming pool, a state-of-the-art facility perfect for students who excelled in aquatic activities. Midoriya noted how Suyu's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the shimmering water. As Midoriya jotted down notes on which facilities would be best for training his forms, he suddenly felt a growl in his stomach. Ah, man. Guys, I'm gonna head to the lunchroom. Bye, Midoriya, I'll try to catch up with you later. I want to see more of the facility. Iida waved as he swung his arms. I'm gonna check out the hearing training rooms. It looks kinda fun, Jirou added, a grin on her face. Me too. I still want to see more, Yaoyorozu replied thoughtfully. I don't mind coming with you, Dekiru. I'm kinda hungry. I heard Lunch Rush serves the best food. Uraraka chimed in, her stomach rumbling in agreement. As Midoriya settled into the bustling cafeteria, most of his classmates were either at the gym or engaged in various activities around the campus. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and chatter, but he found a moment of calm as he prepared to grab a bite to eat. Oh, before I forget, thank you, Midoriya said to the girl who had just joined him. No problem, she replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. For what exactly? For flipping Kachan when he was about to attack me. Aside from Kevin, you're the first person who defended me, so, thanks. The girl's cheeks flushed pink as she smiled. Dekiru, it was nothing. We're friends. That's what friends do, you know. Kendo offered to teach me some moves, nothing too flashy, but I think I'm getting pretty good. I could probably pin you if I tried hard enough. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could respond, Uraraka's face turned crimson, her cheeks matching Kirishima's vibrant hair. I mean, I wouldn't try to pin you. I mean, if it was necessary, wait, I wouldn't do anything perverted. I just gotta go to the bathroom, bye. With that, she dashed away, leaving Midoriya staring after her, a mix of amusement and confusion on his face. He blushed remembering how she ran away similar when they kissed. Shaking his head with a smile, he grabbed some food and found a seat at a table, enjoying a sub while jotting down notes in his notebook. But as he focused on his writing, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up, scanning the cafeteria, curious about the pair of eyes he sensed on him. Izuku looked up and saw a girl with shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair swept to her right, the shorter strands framing her face. He recognized her from the day he had kissed Ochako. She had been hiding behind a corner, watching him. Hi, he stammered, feeling a rush of nervousness. The girl seemed to shake a bit before her voice came out, soft and hesitant. Hello. An awkward silence stretched between them, and Izuku fidgeted in his seat, unsure of what to say next. Hate to ask, but were you following me the other day? During the entrance exam? He inquired, half expecting her to shake her head and call him crazy. Yes, she replied, her voice surprisingly soft. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as the girl's face turned a shade of red. He offered a closed-eye smile, thinking he must have misheard her. Sorry, can you repeat that? I think I misheard you. I said yes, she confirmed, her gaze steady despite the blush on her cheeks. Oh, I see, Izuku nodded, but a moment of silence hung between them before he suddenly shot up his hands, slamming them on the table as his eyes bulged. What? Why? He exclaimed, incredulous. Why on earth would this beautiful girl be following him? In fact, why was she talking to him? She looked like one of those popular girls, the kind who usually wouldn't even glance in his direction. The girl shifted in her seat, clearly uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Why do you look so different? She asked bluntly, her expression neutral, though Izuku could sense a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Different, he echoed, tilting his head as he tried to gauge her reaction. I was on the train, near Kiyoshi Mall, and well. She trailed off, her expression thoughtful, and then it hit him like a train. Why, you're that girl, Izuku exclaimed, recognition dawning on him. She nodded. So you were that cat super speed man who saved my life, she said. How come you look so different? You're not blue or have any cat features. Did I get the wrong person? Oh, it's my quirk, he explained quickly. It allows me to transform into different forms. That was one of them. His name is Fast Track. Wait, how did you know it was me? I mean, I don't exactly look like Fast Track, he asked, genuinely baffled by her ability to recognize him. The girl fell silent, her gaze fixed on Izuku. Your eyes, she said softly. He widened his eyes in surprise as she continued to look into his emerald irises. There was no mistaking them, they were the same as on that day. On that day you saved me, they felt so warm. I looked into your eyes, and I felt so safe. When I saw you again, I immediately recognized you, she explained, her neutral expression breaking into a small smile. Izuku stared at her, completely stunned. As they locked eyes, he felt a strange connection, but then her expression returned to its neutral state. Now, she said, a hint of fear creeping into her voice as she shook slightly, why do you look so different? He blushed a little, realizing how drastic his transformation could seem. Oh, it's my quirk. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. He introduced himself, trying to lighten the mood. Yui Kodai, she replied, slightly surprised. This was the first time a boy hadn't started blushing uncontrollably and then run away, leaving her feeling confused. So you are that cat man from before? Yui asked, her curiosity piqued. He nodded, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment. Thank you for saving my life, she said shyly, her cheeks reddening. And no problem, Izuku stammered. So, what course are you in? Hero course, she answered bluntly. Me too, he exclaimed. Yeah, that's obvious. You got first place and broke All Might's record. I'm pretty sure everyone knows about you at this point, she said matter-of-factly. Izuku slumped a bit, feeling the weight of her words. So, you must be in the other hero course class 1B, right? He asked. Do you know Itsuka Kendo? She has orange hair and teal eyes. The girl tilted her head, considering his question. Yes, I know her. She's really nice, Yui replied. Izuku smiled, glad to hear that. But she can be scary sometimes. Apparently, some guy promised to walk with her to school and then stood her up, which made her almost late, Yui continued, a hint of concern in her voice. Izuku's face went pale as he realized the dumbass who stood her up was him. Are you the guy? Yui asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. He nodded, feeling sheepish. You want some advice? She offered. Sure, Izuku replied, curious about what she would say. Close casket is your only option, she said, her tone serious. Izuku blinked in surprise before chuckling. I'll keep that in mind. Midoriya flinched before slapping himself on the forehead. I really need to apologize, she's totally going to kick my butt. He exclaimed. Probably, Yui agreed, a hint of amusement in her voice. By the way, how come you were following me? Izuku asked, noticing Yui flinch slightly at the question. I noticed you in the auditorium when the boy with glasses called you out, she said. Izuku blushed at the memory. I hoped we would be in the same city center, but we weren't, and I got sad. I thought I wouldn't get my chance to thank you, Yui explained. Then I heard a boy with green hair and freckles destroyed the 0-pointer and was taken to Recovery Girl. I went there, but you were with a girl, and I got nervous. Vigilantism is illegal, and I didn't want to expose you in front of others, Yui added. Oh, Izuku said, absorbing her words. Then I followed you. I hoped to catch you alone, but then you were kissing that brown-haired girl. I didn't want to interrupt your moment, I thought that would be rude. Izuku's face turned crimson at the memory. And then I got too flustered to talk to you and ended up running away. I'm sorry, Yui finished, looking a bit embarrassed. Izuku smiled reassuringly. No, don't worry about it, he said. I get shy around people too. Yui beamed at him, her expression brightening. Oh, so what's your quirk? She asked. Yui touched the sub he was eating, and it suddenly grew larger. Izuku's eyes widened. Cool. He began to mutter excitedly about her quirk and all the possibilities it offered. Normally, he would be interrupted at this point, but Yui seemed fascinated and listened intently. Before he realized it, he had been talking for 5 minutes straight and suddenly began to apologize profusely. Sorry, I do that sometimes. It's kinda cute, Yui said with a smile. He blushed again. Really? You don't think it's kinda creepy? She shook her head, indicating no. Though some of your ideas about my quirk are pretty cool. Mind explaining your quirk? As they continued talking, Yui didn't speak much, but she clearly enjoyed listening to him. Her expression remained neutral, but Izuku could tell she was having just as much fun as he was. Dekiru, it looks like you're having fun. The unmistakable voice of Ochako Uraraka cut through the air, and Izuku turned to find her standing nearby. She wore a closed-eye smile, but an edge of jealousy lurked beneath her cheerful facade. Oh, Uraraka, this is Yui Kodai, Izuku stammered, gesturing to the girl beside him. It looks like you're having fun, Ochako repeated, a teasing lilt in her voice. Both teens exchanged confused glances, unsure how to interpret her words. Does your girlfriend always repeat her words? Yui asked, her tone flat, but her eyes showed a flicker of curiosity. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but before he could clarify, both he and Ochako froze, their expressions suddenly alarmed as they simultaneously rejected the notion. And no, we're not dating, they exclaimed in unison, their voices rising with panic. But you kissed, Yui pointed out, her face remaining composed while a hint of intrigue danced in her eyes. Heat rushed to their cheeks, and they couldn't bring themselves to look at each other. In the midst of their embarrassment, Yui's expression softened just slightly as she reached into her bag. She pulled out a small piece of paper and quickly scribbled her number, handing it to Izuku with a calm demeanor. Here, my number. Text me, Yui said, her voice steady and almost emotionless. Izuku accepted the paper with a smile, feeling a mix of excitement and confusion as she waved goodbye and walked away. However, when he turned back to Ochako, he noticed her smile had shifted. It still held a semblance of warmth, but now it was tinged with something sharper, a glint of possessiveness. You okay? You seem on edge, he asked, concern creeping into his voice. Uraraka simply smiled, yet there was a strange intensity in her eyes that sent a chill down his spine. It was the kind of smile that hinted at unspoken thoughts, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was in over his head. From a distance, Jirou and Ishida watched the interaction, their expressions dangerously amused. Both girls wore jealous smiles that sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. Jirou's lips curled into a smirk, while Ishido's eyes sparkled with a fierce protectiveness, clearly displeased at the sight of him talking to another girl. Momo Yaoyorozu stood off to the side, observing Izuku with a small, genuine smile that contrasted sharply with the others. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease. He began to walk with her and Iida. Izuku didn't know why, but he felt like the time he broke his mother's favorite vase. He gulped. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, All Might was sitting down as he stared at his hero costume. You don't have time to relax, young man. The real fights start tomorrow. Momo waved goodbye to her friends, a bright smile spreading across her face as she began her walk home. Even though she hadn't yet formed a friendship with Todoroki, her thoughts kept drifting back to Midoriya. She couldn't shake the smile tugging at her lips, his familiar forest green hair and freckles swirling in her mind, making her feel warm inside. As she reached the large gate of her home, Momo stepped inside, where her servants quickly took her bag. She made her way toward her room, but as she passed her mother in the hallway, her mother noticed the smile on Momo's face, prompting her to ask, "How was school today?" Momo felt her cheeks heat up, and she looked down, nervously twisting a strand of her hair around her finger. The thought of Midoriya brought a pleasant flutter to her stomach. I made my first friend," Momo said, her voice barely above a whisper, but the happiness in her tone was clear. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.